No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Now feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built tagatang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Partner in esports, Maya. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Hindi kakayanin ba nandun yung wall? Pero sinalubong na! Sinalubong na! Fnatic Onic nagbe-base lang at sila magwawagi sa serye na ito! Gusto na kagad tapusin ng Fnatic Onic Philippines. Nag-aantay na lang sila ng minions at ang mga Ricos ay nandun din. Super Prince nagpapatay na lang talaga ng literal. At ang unang laro na ito ay mapupunta sa Super Trap.
Biglang ang sakit ni Doming! At nandito na rin si Demon kahit so Doming kahit is already complete! Nakapasok na ang mga miyembro ng Aurora! Kumakatok na sila sa base! At mukhang ang ilaw nga nila ang mas mamamayagpag ngayong gabi! It's Aurora MLBB advancing in the playoffs!
At mukhang ito na yata ang inaantay ng side na Aurora dahil si Super Marco na lang ang natitira at sa unang beses nasasali sa MPL Aurora diretso sa M6 diretso din sa Grand Finals.
The best teams have been decided. They fought with passion and determination, game after game, minute after minute, eliminating their opponents to stand here today as your MPL Philippines Season 14 Grand Finalists. Oras na para itanghal natin ang pinakamalakas sa Pinas!
Introducing the EXP Laners! For Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Young Buck, Kurt! For Aurora, it's Mr. Consistent, Edward! The Jungler for Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Beast, King Kong! And his opponent, the smiling demon, Demonkind! In the mid lane for Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Monster Mage, Super Prince! For Aurora, say it with me, In the roam for Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Bruiser, Brusco! The one and only Hitman, Radice! And you know who he is, the gold standard, Kara! The future is bright for the next standard, Doming! And their coaches for Fnatic Onic Philippines, Coach Why Not and Coach Hayes. For Aurora, it's Coach Dexter and Coach Master the Basics. This is Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Aurora. Let the grand finals begin.
This is the dawn of a new era. For the first time since Season 9, the grand finalists and M-Series representatives are not Blacklist, Falcons, AP Bren, or Team Liquid Philippines. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. One of these players, one of these teams are coming out today with a big trophy for Season 14.
The perfect way to introduce the new era. The reminder that world champions fall in the home of champions. Fnatic Onic Philippines and Aurora will be the standard bearers. But before we take on the world, we have to determine who the strongest team in the home of champions is.
And this just proves that the home of champions does belong to this region. Because looking at the history, finally, two different teams are going to face off in the grand finals, and two different teams will be representing the Philippines.
This is a completely unprecedented. Relatively newer teams here are now on the precipice of becoming the champions, and again, one of the most competitive MLBB regions in the whole world. And they have done it in style.
We've gone through an era of the agents, the orcas, the bees, and the cavalry in a storming debut for when Team Liquid finally made their home here in MPL Philippines. But now it's Fnatic Onic Philippines and Aurora, a new team themselves filled with veterans, and one of them will be joining a stellar cast of champions.
The light just shines. The light just keeps getting brighter and brighter for the Northern Lions, as well as the thunder and lightning of the Sonics.
Right. And now we are about to witness a pretty epic battle. I know everyone, every single one of you watching have already thrown down your predictions for this one. Honestly, very dominant start here for Fnatic Onic Philippines. They went through the regular season with just guns a-blazing. They went into playoffs with a lot of doubts from other people, but you know what? They have proven them all wrong.
Wow, these two really, who would have thought that we'd actually be getting Fnatic Onic Philippines making it this far, being the team to set the newest, longest win streak record in MPL Philippines history, almost going undefeated, going up against a team that had a lot of questions, that had the super team name branded on them, but it took a while for them to be able to live up nearly to it. Here they are now in the grand finals.
And despite all that, you know, Aurora, we've been saying that chemistry is always key to victory. That consistency is always key. But Aurora just keeps on showing that no matter if they're just a debuting team, they can take on the Giants, the Titans. And they did make TLPH and Falcons AP Bren
bleed in the playoffs.
That's right. Welcome here to the Infinix Game Tambayan and brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. And now we are about to enter the battlefield. By the way, Rockhart, Renmar, and Ingan here to bring you all the action live and alive right here at Green Sun Hotel in Makati City. And now, I can't imagine a better setup here. I can't imagine a bigger story. We have so many stories that are happening right here, right now. Of course, we do also have Leo and Naisu there on the caster desk. They will be giving you the action when it unfolds later on. We're about to get into game one soon.
Hello. We can talk to them. That's cool.
You just can't see us very well, but hi.
I can't wait. This is going to be, for sure, I think England would know this is a 7-game series.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a 7-game series. The last time that they met, it was a sweep. But I think I'm confident enough that if this doesn't go to Game 7, Renmar will cut his hair.
Sure. You can't do that. You can't do that.
I can't actually do that.
Yeah,
okay. I'll do it. I'll show you. If this doesn't go to 7 games, I'll shave my head right at the end of the season.
Right there.
To show you how it's done, young buck.
Can I go?
No, man. We still have a best of 7.
We got all bets are off, all gloves are off, and we are getting into the nitty-gritty of these storylines. And again, Leo and Naisu are ready there. They're just roaring as well. I saw them getting like so hyped up for this matchup.
Yep.
And right now, this is Fnatic Onic Philippines. Once more, the deadliest of the bunch. Probably achieving the unthinkable here coming in this season.
Yep.
And of course,
Kirk and Brusco had to join Super Friends, King Kong, and Kelra already determined and were able to form their chemistry last season, and they injected that super family vibes into them, and they meshed really well. Aurora MLBB with you, Edward and Renegade, with getting experience already in the world stage in Blacklist International. Demon Kai comes in with his veterancy, an MSC champion, long-time player for RSG, and Domeng, they were somehow able to mesh it all together as well.
And looking at the stats, it's obviously dominated by Fnatic Onic Philippines, again going undefeated in the regular season, only one series defeat against Omega, and going to the playoffs dominating. But again, we can't disregard or discredit what Aurora has gone through to the playoffs. Again, beating TOPH, beating Falcons AP Bren, and potentially beating the Sonics.
here's a head-to-head here for our competitors. Definitely have some of their own strengths and weaknesses here coming into this one. And I feel like the KDA of Kirk just can't really be beat that much. So consistent right now. And again, he is up against Mr. Consistency himself. So that's actually saying something.
Yep. M3, M4, M5, now going to be in M6 is Edward. So that's what Kirk has to face. But the most impressive thing about Kirk is he's been playing like he's been in multiple international championships. This is the first season that Kirk really stood out. And now I'm so excited to see his matchup up against Edward, how well they fare in terms of affecting the rest of the map.
Yes, and King Kong, of course, for Demon Kite as well. You're going to have to really find out who's the sharpest blade, because right now King Kong with that 8.13 KDA does not tell lies.
Yeah, the beast, of course, the regular season MVP. One of those junglers that do have a lot of maniacs coming into the season. Who could forget the Lings, the Fannies that King Kong has been using. And on the other hand, Demon Kite, one of the glue guys of Aurora, making sure that the stability of this team is intact.
And of course, in the mid lane, no doubt about it, it does feel like Super Prince has become the quiet and very much core/glue of Onic Philippines, keeping it together even in times where Onic does feel like they could lose.
This is the center point of the drafts that I'm going to be looking for. What is the mid lane matchup? Glue, guys, is an understatement for how much Super Friends and you affect their lineup. But these two, who will get the Cho? Who will get the Tigreal? Or maybe who will show up with a more unique and crazier roam pick? The wild cards of both of these teams, the Bruiser and the Hitman.
And if you're going to look at the similar heroes, every single time the graphics change, it's the same.
Those two.
And if you're going to recall a lot of highlights from the regular season, it's always coming from these two, the Tigreals, the Chos, and of course,
that's right,
the gold standard Kelra going up against the next standard Domeng.
Again, we're talking about swords earlier. Get your guns ready as well. Kelra and Domeng Beatrix is their basically trump card. If all else fails, Harith doesn't get picked up, Moskov doesn't get picked up, so watch out for that as well.
Who will get the Beatrix? And I'm glad that you also mentioned the Harith and the Moskov. As we look for the last time this season, the Infinix keys to victory for both of these two teams. It's simple, but there's so many layers to it. Unleash the hero within.
And this is not just the actual heroes in MLBB. They are all heroes in their own respect, their own rights, and of course in their own fields. Obviously, everyone else is just roaring and gunning for that trophy. But then again, they have different approaches to it as well.
Yeah, of course, they know their specific roles, even down to their monikers. I mean, the Hitman making sure to get those catches, the Bruiser soaking up the damage, and who could forget King Kong, the Beast. Are we settling with the Beast or the Beast incarnate?
Let's go with the Beast.
The Beast, King Kong.
That's right. And we are live here in Green Sun. It's packed all the way to the brim here. And of course, we have watch parties happening all over the Philippines as well, and the world. Big shout out to all of our restreamers that are live right now on different platforms. We got people on TikTok, we got people on Facebook, we got people on YouTube, and everywhere in between, waiting patiently for the finals champion.
Whoa!
We have a selection for our game here. Blue side is going to be picked up by Fnatic Onic Philippines. We talk about whenever they pick blue side, 85% of the time, they get it done.
Yeah, one thing I'm going to be looking out here for is if they're going to decide to pick up their EXP roam flexes early. There's one pick shared between these two that is just so powerful. For Kirk and for Edward, are they actually going to be racing for the Edith?
The Edith actually was highlighted as well earlier when they were making an entry. And a lot of people online also kind of point towards the Edith. Right now, such a winning hero for Kirk. I think about 10 out of 13 times he does get it done, as well as Edward, very close by with that stat line. So we're going into it, guys. It is Game 1 draft here between Aurora MLBB and Fnatic Onic Philippines. Let's get into the nitty-gritty.
You know, gentlemen, I have to admit, going into this, I had a killer headache, but then I realized it's because I was running draft simulations in my head, and going through all of the possibilities, my head hurt like crazy. FNOP, you have the power picks available for you. Suyo is wide open for King Kong to take.
That's right. Suyo obviously is the big question here, whether or not Suyo can is gonna get countered out. So far, no one has actually answered that yet. No, there's no straight up answer for the Suyo, more of the soft picks.
Yeah, I think if ever Fnatic decides to go for the Suyo, Master of the Basics and the squad of Aurora can go for that patented Matilda Alpha that they've been using to get out. Oh, but the Matilda has been banned out. Okay.
Yeah, I believe this could be a Harith Edith if they're going to rush their side laners already. But usually the tendency of RORA is that they'll... Actually, no, they go for the roamers a little bit later, but I would understand if they want to take away the Cho or the Tigreal already away from Brusco. But I think high consideration for the Edith or the Phoveus to be prioritized here.
Yeah, the Edith obviously is not going to do anything bad here for Aurora. The Lego Phoveus? No! They go for Eve right away. Yue coming in here with a pick that... I don't know, it's so hard to actually quantify for Yue here, Renmar.
Yeah, Rush, they had to respect the mid of Super Prince, or the Yue, or the Yue of Super Prince, the Eve, rather, of Super Prince, excuse me, that has had a stellar record so far, undefeated this season. So, of course, Brusco, with it open, he goes ahead and picks up the Cho. So, Kellera, are you going to pick up the Harith here to fight under the real-world manipulation?
It does feel like a bit of a different scenario if you... It feels different that Yue is holding the Eve overall, right? So I wonder what they're thinking here, Ian.
Oh! Okay, so they go for the Valentina, one of the usual heroes that could go head-to-head with the Eve in the hands of Super Friends. So right now, they're not focusing on the gold lane because, again, the availability of the Harith is still there. But for Master of the Basics and the squad of Aurora, what do you go with right now?
They actually turned off the Tigreal for Renegade, but Renegade has a wide hero pool that they can go for. It's not that they cannot go for it. They can just delay it or they'd think twice about it because the Valentina can steal away the ultimate of the Tig. So Aurora will fall into their alpha that they've been playing a lot, which means that this opens up the possibility of us seeing the heel man options later on. You'll still have to consider the Rafaela as a great pickup for Aurora, and maybe they might even surprise us and go with an Angela.
And in my draft simulations in my brain, it's very, very likely as well. I feel like the Rafaela is a bit underrated, especially in scenarios where you have a def box.
Yeah.
You want to kind of initialize with your teammates, and the rest of you want also the follow-up with the alpha, right?
Yeah.
So that deadly combo can chase people down very hard.
Yeah, gentlemen, one thing to add here, the Rafaela and Angela for Renjay this season is actually both undefeated. He's 2-0 for both of those heroes.
Undefeated.
That's right.
And that's considering that he went up against Falcons AP Bren using the Rafaela,
Yeah.
so you know it. He means business.
The opponents of those two heroes right now are definitely champions in their own rights, right? So who knows? But right now, in terms of frontline, I feel like Aurora has a pretty good 2 at least for now for the Alpha and the Edith. But their damage department is mostly the OT. I don't see any burst here yet for Aurora.
Yeah, the closest thing they have to a burst is if ever Demon Cat can actually get a nice early game going on for him. If that Alpha doesn't get the early game that he wants or doesn't have a Rafaela or most importantly an Angelo that can supplement a good power spike, then yeah, they're lacking the damage right now. So burst, I think, might be the key for their gold laner pick later on.
And they also need that to take out Suyo, because if you don't burst down Suyo early on, if you just DOT Suyo, he can dash out so easily. He has iframes as well to dodge out these kills.
Yeah, and apart from that, imagine if King Kong just dominates the early game with the kits that Suyo has. For sure, he's going to get the neutral objectives, first 2 turtles. And we all know when you get the first 2 turtles, it's almost an easy snowball game for the respective team that secures the neutral objectives.
Harith or Moskov available for Domeng in terms of his usual go-to pickups here. So he goes for the Harith. Kelra, will it be the Beatrix or the Moskov as his pick? What are the chances, though, that maybe if Fnatic Onic Philippines are comfortable with it, they might actually pack a gold lane Alice? However, that's going to be a gold lane Alice lacking the supplement that it needs. I'm thinking about the Angela combo that we usually see with the Alice.
I really like the range here that you can get from Moskov or Beatrix, because you don't want to play up close and personal with the real world, right? You want to play around it. And if your range is limited, you might encounter problems, especially in the big team fights.
Needs to be a strong, tanky EXP laner for Fnatic Onic Philippines here. If ever they want to go offensive, there's actually a CC option for Kirk, but this might fall into a Terizla. Oh, Lunox! Okay, yeah, they fall into the classic matchup, and that's an Arlot for Kirk.
All right, they go for the spicier options.
Yeah, very spicy.
We were talking about like the safe ones. Onyx says, no, we want to fight now.
Man, this is scary. I mean, the potential catch that Fnatic Onic just has right now, even the first skill of Suyo can be enough to, isolate Domeng during clashes, make him go out of his Zaman Force, even play out of the box of you as real-world manipulation. So right now, they're just lacking a potential roamer that Renjay has.
They can go heal man here, actually, if they want to. Is it?
Rafaela? No.
Ruby. Okay. So the Ruby for the Kurt and for the Arlot and the Cho. However, giving the ultimate of the Ruby to the Valentina is quite concerning.
It's not the most prolific hero for Renjay, but you know what? I'm not gonna knock it. We've been given surprises yesterday. We've been given surprises on day 3, even all the way to day 1.
This is his 18th unique hero. Renjay hasn't played Ruby at all this season. This is his first Ruby game, surprisingly enough.
We'll have to find out if that does work out. What are you thinking?
I mean, based on yesterday, the index draft doesn't tell the whole story. It's been broken by Aurora despite Falcons AB Brent's draft. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Over and over again, time will tell who gets game 1. The momentum is crucial. Leo and Naisu are in the field.
Things are about to get elemental as deafening thunder and blinding lights usher in a new age of Filipino MLBB. Welcome to Game 1.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Let's go.
Joseph, how you reckon that draft go?
Oh, man, you know what? There's a lot of, I guess, now that we've been 4 days through the playoffs, this is looking familiar, right, for a lot of the cases here, and I love how the panel kind of broke things down because there's a lot of contingencies with both the lineups and how they play out the early game, I would say. But I think a big part of this, too, again, is how Brusco utilizes the Cho here early on.
The Bruiser, as he's dubbed, unable to be killed, yet still just running through opponents' formations. I'm surprised that Renegade has 17 heroes now.
17?
I did not expect for him to not have played the Ruby.
Man, I remember when he had, in the regular season, he had like, what, 11, I think he had?
Then
and everybody
14.
was like, yeah, and everyone's like, whoa, talk about a hero pool. And right now, yeah, he brings out the Ruby in the roam here. So this could actually play a really good role in playing around the real-world manipulation of UA.
Something else to note, while the action is rather mum in the land of Dawn, check out Super Prince's talent. That is indeed
Brave
a Brave Smite on a Valentina, which again, all throughout the regular season, you all know the story. Valentina, eat it Valentina. I think this is just him telegraphing that, hey, I'm going to steal some ults and turn into different heroes that might need me to use the Brave Smite.
I could see that working. This, I don't know, have we actually seen this ever? Like before? Like, is this a new thing?
It's pretty new to me.
I was going to say it's new to me. But yeah, it makes sense too because it might be enough to extend the fight. Renegade taking quite a few hits here. Has to flicker out. They're going to jump in. Edward goes in with a flicker himself, and now the breakout of the fight. Edward in trouble as King Kong gets the first blood. Still looking for more as well in the mid lane. Kirk goes down, but there's the clap back from UA. But here's Super Prince. Does UA get away? There's the flicker in. Not able to cap it out because of the shield through.
That is disrespect. Did you see how Super Prince got his real-world manipulation before UA did?
Yeah.
And all throughout, the Beast just coming in, getting the job done, taking the turtle for Fnatic Onic. I'm still not over it. I'm like, wait, why isn't UA? Oh, it's because he's still at level 3.
Still at level 3. And that's, honestly, any time there's a Valentina, that's always the, I guess it's the way of like showing the flex in a way because usually you get that level 4 early on.
Uh-oh.
Brusco's going to go ahead and go with a defensive kick, but no! What?
Wait,
Flickers out,
no,
but he might be able to escape. Does he actually pull this off even after the blunder? He still survives, Leo.
The Bruiser walks. The Bruiser walks. 9 out of 10 times you fail a flicker like that,
You're done.
you're done.
Not today for the Bruiser.
You put your phone down.
Yeah, man. Good thing he didn't that time, but good that he gets out with his life. So things are still pretty calm and even here. Again, equal across the board, really.
3 minutes in, macro-wise, Aurora keeping up with Fnatic Onic's aggression. It's costing the Sonics, though. Given how deep in Brusco is going with very little returns as far as anything on the map is concerned, just 500 gold is what Fnatic Onic claim from that, especially since they did score the first turtle. Let's talk about this gold lane matchup. Lunox versus Harith, the gold standard versus the next standard. At what point do you think the Harith is going to be, you know what, I don't care.
I don't care, just fight you.
You jump in, because look, Kelra is on a flicker. So he's the more aggressive one.
Yeah.
When is Doming going to say, nah, you can't do this to me, Kelra?
You know what? I think after what we've seen Domeng do throughout the playoffs, he's almost willing to go toe-to-toe with Kelra.
Immediately.
Yeah, flicker or not, or lead or not, or wherever he's at, I think Domeng has really gained a form of like confidence, if you will, throughout the playoffs. And he's just got so much better over the season. There's a toss-up through, real-world manipulation, and Kirk out of the picture so quickly. Turtle still for the taken here, started up by RORA, and with member down, looks like FNOP just going to call it off.
Oh, actually, FNOP is going to call for Grand Theft Purple as King Kong takes away DK's purple buff. And now Brusco gets the kick.
Whoa. Brusco kicks again. He's been struggling, you know, this is the thing. He does survive most of the time, but now look at the top side. Kelro might be in trouble here, dropping down, pulled on through. Still going to be surviving, though. UA doesn't have the real-world manipulation, so that looks like all they get here.
Well, I'll be damned, Joseph. You were right. As early as it takes, the next standard, Doming, Jan Del Mundo, going into his first Grand Finals and his first World Championship later on this year, is ready to step toe-to-toe with Kelra.
Man, between those two gold laners, you know, between the entire team, there's so many good points here of history, so many good stories leading into even now for the grand final and then later on for M6.
And look at that gold lead now that Doming has got for himself. 600 up on Kelra. Demon Kite catches King Kong.
Oh, he's not going to catch him with the Spear of Alpha though, but King Kong could be in trouble now. Soul Sever not going to be enough as he goes down. Again, Brusco going in with a kick. Mid lane, still the focus here. Super Prince holding on to the real world manipulation. Doming, where's he going for Kirk? There's the real world manipulation from Super Prince on the defense, so they're able to disengage.
The hunter becomes the hunted. Suddenly, Fnatic Onic doing evasive maneuvers. Kelra in trouble, working on that tier 1 up top. Not gonna get stopped. Super Prince at the flank.
Super Prince is there. They're gonna go for Renegade. Renegade quite low. Already getting that brilliance out too. Doming might give this one a go. Trying to find Kelra, Edward, and Yue joining the fight as well. But they don't have enough push on in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Demon Kite. King Kong gets payback as he picks up a kill on Demon Kite, and they'll pick up the tier 1 on the top side for RORA.
Cross-map feint by Fnatic Onic Philippines. It does cost them a tier 1 up top, but a kill on Demon Kite, that's gotta mean something. Fnatic Onic, so far, they don't look as dominant as they did all season long. It looks like now Aurora have their number. It seems like Aurora have figured out how to get into position first before Fnatic Onic make a play for anything.
That's the thing, you cannot deny the amount of improvement that RORA has had as a team, the way they've adjusted just in the playoffs alone, right? I mean, let's be honest, people were doubting them in the regular season, and now they're going toe-to-toe with the team that had the best record for the regular season. They're holding it together. Looks like they're gonna go for the turtle. There it is. King Kong though, he'll clean up the turtle, but the fight's gonna break out. King Kong gets taken out. The Spear of Demon Kite will be able to find a Super Prince, and they're still looking for more as Kirk in trouble, but they go in trying to turn the tide of the fight. They toss him over. Kelra's out too. It's a wipeout for RORA.
At the cost of just the turtle, Aurora walk away with quite the bargain. I haven't seen Fnatic Onic get wiped out like that in quite a while.
It's been a while. It's been a country minute, man, at this point.
I'd reckon longer. An Infinix instant replay here. Once again, started off strong, and I think just by the principle of being in position first and dropping your key spells before Fnatic Onic can even respond. King Kong, dare I say, let loose. He got too focused on taking the turtle that the long term of that team fight, the outcome, the follow-through, became an afterthought. And that's very rare in Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, he went for that turtle, and this is going back to the question earlier here. Doming's online, man. He's so confident. He's so ready to fight in these battles. But whether that's around Yue's box, and even Yue himself, I mean, talk about his performance throughout the playoffs and what he did even yesterday. He's doing the same thing here in Game 1.
He's just not online, Joseph. He's on lock.
He's unlocked.
He is cold, and he is a machine.
He's locked in.
2,000 gold now, Aurora. I'd reckon a good 1,000 of that is on Doming. Alone.
Yeah, it's got to be at this point. And between him and Yue, probably.
Well, he's #1 gold earned. Look at it. It's him and DK. So DK's been getting beat up, right?
Yes.
But still, that doesn't stop him from farming up. The fact is he's taking his side of the farm while King Kong is taking his time. Look, King Kong's just about to take a orange buff and a small camp. Look at Aurora's map. Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing to take right now. And this Lord being up here, Leo, they're in a good position. Whoa, whoa! Renegade goes in with a pull! Utilizing the flicker, they're gonna go back with a final slash, fighting into the real world relation. Everybody getting knocked up into the air though.
Oh, no.
Demon Kite already down. They're gonna jump back on. King Kong gets a double.
Dear God.
Possibly looking for more.
No.
The fight was started by Renegade. Do they want him to get away? King Kong will start up the Lord after a big win for that fight.
And in just a flash, a 3-2 trade. Fnatic Onic Philippines saying not so fast. Suddenly a conversion into a Lord, and now King Kong is going to start stealing buffs. The beast has been unleashed. Here's the Infinix instant replay. How did that happen?
Renegade started that fight. He pulls him on in.
Blasted Brusco.
And then look at that final slash from Kirk. Really able, and then they get rid of the RWM.
That, Aurora gets knocked up, everyone tastes a fistful of Sever.
Yeah.
And that's an HP-based damage, ladies and gentlemen. The more you lose out of that, the more it hits you. That's why King Kong suddenly got a double, triple out of nowhere.
It's a cone, too, so everybody all stacked up like that. That's just easy pickings for any Suyo.
Was that the hold or the tap? I reckon it was the hold.
Had to be, again, that type of fight, Fnatic Onic Philippines is going to feel good about it.
And because of that, King Kong now 1,500 up on Demon Kite. Next up on the to-do list for Fnatic Onic, fix that whole Kelra Doming situation.
Yeah. At that point, though, I think they're happy enough with this slight swing. I mean, this Lord's going to be cleared up. You know, RORA will hold on to the base turrets, the shields, and everything else, but it shows that even when they were down, Fnatic Onic Philippines is willing to go that fight.
Forgive me, my king, for speaking ill of you. It was not that you did not see through to the follow-up. It's just you were planning way ahead than my puny mind could consider. But, all right, forgive me if I can't let go of the situation. Renegade started the fight, right?
He did.
3 dudes died.
He did.
He didn't.
He did, yeah. The Hitman got away. But, yeah, he called that. And you know, you can't even, when you look at that fight and it started up by Renegade like that, that's a good move. But unfortunately, a big part of the damage was lost when Yue's real-world manipulation was no more.
Well, 4 out of 5 times, it's the best move.
Yeah.
It just so happened that the 1 out of 5, Yue died, Doming wasn't ready to dance, and they got knocked up by the Lord.
Yeah.
And that was all for Fnatic Onic to just take from. You were right, Joseph. It was all Yue, it was all Doming, and you take those 2 out of the equation, Aurora can't step toe-to-toe. At least with Fnatic Onic, who is now in control. Up almost 2,000 gold, approaching the 12-minute mark. The next Lord spawning in the lower quarter, about 40 seconds from now, is enhanced. I'd reckon if Fnatic gets this, they're inside the base.
Yeah, they're going to be knocking around the base turrets for sure. You can kind of see, too, you know, getting a glimpse of the player cams, that RORA also probably kind of trying to reset after that. You know, trying to get mentally prepared for this next objective in about 20 seconds here. Looking at the items, though, there's a Divine Glaive picked up now by Yue as well.
That, and the gap is closed between Doming and Kelra. So suddenly, this is just net gain for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah.
It's just 1,500 across the board.
Across the board right now, too. You saw, even for Fnatic Onic Philippines, they were able to pick up some key items. Malefic Roar here on King Kong, so if he gets another shot at a Soul Sever like that, or even the Queller, like, it's going to do enough poke damage towards RORA. You can see some of the pushing that King Kong's doing across the map right now, so the Lord up for grabs.
Quick tap on the Surge allows him to rotate faster than you can say Surge into the mid lane, clear that up, and get in position for the dance. Over the course of the past week, we've evolved from just shuffling into straight-on dancing.
I was going to say, we're back to the dance, right?
And you don't even need like a hero like Rafaela or Lolita or Estes to make this last. Like, teams are just getting better at controlling Lord's damage output.
It's definitely an evolution, I would say. You know, like, it's not the same old Lord dance anymore. It's a new tune.
It's a new era.
It is a new era.
Of MLBB. And these 2 teams right here putting on a showcase, a clinic for MLBB esports that are not blink. Here we go.
Press it. Brusco goes in with a kick. King Kong will get the Lord, but they look like they still want to fight. Brusco could be in trouble, just sacrificing his body. But Renegade will go for the pull on King Kong. They're still trying to hold him at bay. He's able to escape for now. Kirk goes with a final slash to disengage. A good usage of the final slash from Kirk.
The young buck coming in clutch, saving what's left of his team, as Fnatic Onic still secures the Lord, but just by the skin of their teeth. Almost looked perfect, if you ask me, for Brusco's kick, but Aurora's so fast on the punish, and you think Fnatic Onic can do better to like get back on track and say, you know what, maybe we have to choose our targets. Maybe whoever Brusco kicks, Kirk, you hit with the final slash. A -1 here in this situation would be best. Look at this. Look at the collapse. Look at King Kong. Ooh.
He's going all the way around, looking to cut off.
They don't know.
Domeng or someone. Final slash going to be used. King Kong waiting patiently. Domeng goes into the bush. Might be in trouble. King Kong will get away. Zalman Force going to be used already. Edward goes down, trying to disengage here for Aurora. Renegade still has an immortality. Takes a shot from the Queller from King Kong. Kelra goes down, though. Setups from Demon Kite comes forward. Brusco able to get away for now. Domeng might be on the hunt, looking for more. The trade, the 1 for 2. Again, King Kong with the Queller shot to keep Domeng at bay.
Final slash deterrent on cue by Kirk, the young buck, pushing back Aurora, giving Fnatic Onic still a small victory. Again, 2 for the price of 1. But if it's the gold standard here, I'd still be a little skittish about that. I'm not too happy. But the map is blue, and that means the Sonics are still in control.
They're in control right now, holding on to a very small lead at that point. The items too, I mean, even for Kelra, you know, he's getting to where he needs to be. It's just, eventually these fights are going to break out into that push and pull, and we're already seeing a glimpse of it. The one thing that really stands out to me, though, for Fnatic Onic Philippines lineup is how much options they have to either start the fight or disengage it. Like, they have so many things they can do where they can just stop RORA from being overly aggressive and moving forward.
And that's what's explaining why that fight lasted the way it did. It was about a minute of push and pull and back. And I think as soon as Fnatic Onic see that Doming dropped his Zaman Force, that's half of the solution. The other half is the real manipulation, which caused that kill on Kelra. So if Aurora are able to hide the fact that maybe these ults aren't ready yet, or maybe we pop one early and then force FNOP to react a certain way, then they can get back on track.
The old team fight dance.
Uh-oh.
Brusco using the conceal. It's going to be heard, going to be seen, so I don't think you get anything out of that.
10 seconds until another Lord spawns, lower quarter. Joseph, do you notice what ult Super Prince takes?
Yeah, right now he's taking Renegade's. He's got the I'm offended, right?
Something tells me that might not be the best.
I think he just wants to... Does he still have it? Gotta get... Okay, he does still have it. He's got the I'm offended. He's going with that.
Maybe that's one way to force some ults from Aurora. But I'm guessing they needed something that has a little bit more finishing power, a little bit more oomph, some instant gratification. So maybe find a way to get Edwards, get US.
He's going around the corner. There's the flicker in. They're going to be focusing on Kirk. Kirk's already out of the picture, and Brusco's going to be next. 2 down, but Super Prince on the backside already used it as well. Kelra popping out the damage on Yue. The Lord, it's going to go to King Kong. He's able to grab it and get kills. 4 down for Aurora, and a big objective for FNOP.
It was the right ult all along. A 2 for 4. Fnatic Onic's frontliners take the fall for the bigger picture, the greater good. And now Fnatic Onic knocking in through their doors, mid and bottom.
Renegade in trouble. Immortality, but there's the Queller from King Kong again! And that's gonna be enough to cap out the game as Fnatic Onic takes the first game in the series.
Never caught slacking. Fnatic Onic Philippines, some way, somehow, always in control. Despite the odds, despite the difficult situations, despite the swings in net worth. What do they feed these athletes in their boot camp?
I don't know, man, but talk about the patience as well for Fnatic Onic Philippines. This is why they have achieved what they have up to this point. Great showing here. This was a very close game for the most part.
Could have sworn Aurora had it. The early was theirs. I wonder what our analysts in the Infinite Game Tambayan think.
I was actually thinking the exact same thing. It looked really good for Aurora there for a minute. Even in the fight they were supposed to lose, Onic just kept going.
Yeah, it looks like that was a statement from both of these two teams. Drafting-wise, Aurora was able to handle the Lunox up until they couldn't. Kelra was struggling to teamfight for a majority of the game, and they were stopping the rotations that Fnatic Onic Philippines wanted to do, but then FNOP got to crawl back. This is going to be a more closely contested grand finals than a lot of people probably thought.
Yeah, and when it mattered most, you saw Kelra just dominate, kill Doming in the right time when Aurora was focusing up on Kirk and Brusco, and just the last clash, King Kong, man. King Kong, the regular season MVP, the beast!
Yeah, that's why he showed he's a regular season MVP. He just stood there, he waited, was able to deal damage. The retribution of Demon Kite was early, and King Kong got it.
Absolute genius. And again, it doesn't always need to be Onic Philippines in the lead, right?
Yeah.
They play from a deficit even in the exact same way, shape and form, and they actually take the wins.
Yeah, and one thing we have to talk about when it comes to King Kong here is that he was actually the long lane manager. They were playing a 4-1 split for majority of the game.
He was cutting top.
He was cutting top, he was cutting bot. Wherever the Lord is, That's where he's not, because he's clearing the minion wave away from it, and then he'll come join in the Lord fight. That shows the trust in the chemistry of Fnatic Onic Philippines to tell their jungler, manage that wave, will manage the Lord.
Yeah, and it goes to show that the mobility of Suyo is just really unparalleled, unmatched. King Kong really doing a lot during this game, and even down to the third turtle, wherein Aurora, you thought Aurora had the driver's seat there, they were in control. But during the first Lord dance like this, the kick coming in from Brusco and the counter attack coming in from Fnatic Onic, which is too much. Luckily, the knockup was there from the Lord as well.
The knockup from the Lord helped, and there, early retry by Demon Kite.
This is what I was going to talk about. In the first 30 seconds of the fight, it looked like Aurora has won. Okay, they look like they're going to win. But what happens in the later parts where it's just Fnatic Onic taking these kills at the very least, at the very end?
One thing we have to discuss here is the Brave Smite on this Valentina. Remember, Brave Smite has that 5% heal with a skill hit happening every 5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But she also has her Primal Force passive, wherein if she hits someone that is lower level than her, she heals back 30% of the damage dealt. Usually, that's the EXP laner and the roamer. That's why Super Prince isn't afraid to poke in the front, because he knows that, hey, I have my Brave Smite, I have my passive, there's a good chance when I hit them with my skills, I'll be getting health back if I am brought down.
And I think he built the Blood Wings a bit earlier as well, making sure that you were able to stay in the fight longer, help out, Primal Wrath when you need to, and set for your team.
Yeah, and this was considering the fact that in 12-minute mark, UA was actually the highest damage dealt for the whole game.
Right.
So doing this up against that was amazing. So the play here for Fnatic Onic was during those times, crucial clashes, it was really Kirk who stepped up, just making sure that their real-world manipulation wasn't really utilized during those crucial moments.
Yeah, and we really have to give props here to Aurora, because their draft looks like it was played with the idea that Keller will probably end up with the Lunox. The last pick into the Ruby, of course, picking that into the Lunox. I get it now. Every team fight, once that real-world manipulation is dropped down, Keller is almost always inside of it. The one time he wasn't was the team fight that Fnatic Onic Philippines won right there in the end, where he was able to flicker, brilliance, and then Shadow Assault in.
We were talking about, like, Keller earlier off cam. We're talking about how his kit might actually be problematic. After the brilliance, felt like quite vulnerable. Right? But you know what? It didn't rely so much on Kelra. The team fights actually revolved more around Kirk getting a good set and King Kong and Super Prince just giving the bombs.
Yeah, and there was even a time when Fnatic Onic got the Lord and there was a supposedly counter-attack from Aurora, but Kirk with an amazing final slash flicker from Edward's Earth Shatter. That was so clutch.
Yeah, early on in the game, I could feel like Kirk was forcing a few decisions here and there, quite shaky. But then, I don't know, I think this is the chemistry of the Super Fam telling them, yo, young buck, chill out, relax, we got you. And then he was able to get that final slash to bring Fnatic Onic Philippines in a little bit of a closer, more comfortable situation for themselves.
And again, it's always when Aurora just is about to get that win in the team fight that it happens. So throw it over to a special analyst that we have here. Look who he is.
A surprise comeback performance coming out from the Super family as they take game number 1 against Aurora MLBB. Once again, welcome back to the Analyst stand. But we're not done with surprises yet. As we introduce you, Coach Wolf from TNC. Coach Wolf, how are you doing?
Woo! Feels like home. Feels like home.
Do you miss it? Do you miss it?
I miss it a lot. And special thanks to everyone who welcomed me here as well. And to those who are howling today. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now we are going to be talking about what happened in game number 1, and I need your professional insights on this. We have prepared a lot of statistics for you. First of all, now we look at the goal graph here. Wolf, I know you are you've been fighting against Aurora and FNOP for the in the past few weeks. Can you tell me what happened in this game?
So if you're going to look at the composition that Aurora was that Aurora deployed, it was a box type strategy with the Alpha, the High Earth, which usually spikes around the 8-minute mark. As you saw, third turtle, we saw their dominance. They won that box fight. However, because of maybe the positioning coming out from Fnatic Onic, they were able to bring it back. They were able to find for lack of a better term, split pushes around the map, which didn't really look like an actual split, but more of like a a macro win that they got from the map.
Yeah, it was kind of working in the mid game. Like if you look at the the power spike 8-minute mark, the highest net worth advantage that Aurora had was 2.1K. I think it's a it's a crucial factor as to why they lost their steam here, their momentum against FNOP. Because up against Harith and Asuoyi, I don't think it's enough, especially coming to the late game.
Yeah, the thing with Harith as well as Alpha is you definitely need to get third turtle and then eventually the first lord for you to be able to control the game. But they lost the first lord, and I think that's where everything went badly for Aurora.
Yeah, it was very obvious as you see in the damage dealt comparison graph. Like, FNOP in the first few minutes, they weren't dealing the same amount of damage that Aurora was outputting from their side. But after a few minutes, especially after the second Lord, that's where their lineup composition went angry. They were like, it's their timing now, and they were dealing more damage over the side of Aurora MLBB.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is a bug, but nothing happened at 12-minute mark. But if you look back at the game, that's where you realize that Fnatic Onic decided to avoid fights.
Yes.
Because they know that was the power spike of Aurora. You don't want to fight in Aurora's power spike. You have to just wait for your items. I think they were waiting for the fourth item or third item for Kelra.
Yeah.
For him to be able to burst it down like the Lunox bomb / Ruby DD combo. I think they waited for that power spike, then they fought afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious. Like in the 9-minute and 11-minute mark, Fnatic Onic were really avoiding Aurora MLBB here. And because of the fact that, again, timing is a big importance in this specific game, especially on the side of Aurora MLBB. When they picked up the War Axe at port 10, the Alpha was able to move around the map. 7:21 was the Feather of Heaven and Harith. So that was the the key moment for Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, look at that. 12 minutes 20 for both King Kong and Kelra. They will get their third important item, Lightning Truncheon for Kelra, so that when he jumps with a Ruby DD combo, you really, technically speaking, one-hit everyone or anyone on the side of Aurora. And then if you combine the Malefic Roar for King Kong, that's a lot of burst in the team fights.
Yeah, late game was very, very big for FNOP here with the Malefic Roars, even the defensive items like the Twilight Armor, the Athena Shield, and also the Immortalities. They just didn't have enough damage to deal. I mean, Aurora MLBB didn't have enough damage to deal with the lineup of FNOP, especially on the late game. It was an amazing game number one for sure. And we are going to be witnessing more games in this finals. Again, it's a best of 7 grand finals.
We want a best of 10.
We want a best of 10, but it's just best of 7. Before we head on to game number 2, let's throw you over to Mara Aquino.
Dito sa MPL Arena, we got the wildest fans! Kasama natin dito mula sa Cebu Pacific ang ating mga organizers at ang ating mga piloto. O, di ba? O, introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Jem, Gold Lane Shoutcaster.
Ooh, Shoutcaster.
Yeah, Paul Disciple, XP Lane Shoutcaster.
Carl, Shoutcaster, Jungler.
Ian Snoopmeister, the mid laner and team leader ng Boo Packers.
Carl Ignacio, EXP laner ng Boo Packers.
Ralph Barbosa, Rover po.
So we heard that Cebu Pacific held a tournament para sa kanilang mga employees. How did it go?
It was fun and enjoyable memories, no? Since September, 32 teams compete but only one wins.
Only 32! Only one won, and that's them! Ito ang ating mga piloto na, okay, kamusta naman yung tournament? Kamusta siya?
It was fun and intense. Kasi kami sa rank game lang kami lagi naglalaro before. So at least nung nagkaroon ng tournament yung Cebu Pacific, na-share namin yung talent namin saka yung lakas namin maglaro.
Sige, lakas ng Pinas, lakas ng Cebu Pacific.
Back-to-back champ nga pala kami dun sa Season 1, Season 2.
Best hero, ano yung hero?
Me, si Zushin, and si
Ay, nice.
Valentina.
Main hero?
Bene, tsaka Esme.
Edit, tsaka Minotaur.
So lagi bang nag-hold ng tournament ng Cebu Pacific?
Yes po. Every year, iba-ibang games din po yung esports tournament ng Cebu Pacific.
Ang galing naman sa pag lumilipad kayo, nag-ML din ba kayo?
Hindi ba? Bawal.
Bawal yun, bawal. Okay, ito naman, who are we rooting for here? Ang Fnatic Onic Philippines or Aurora MLBB? Sino ang gusto natin manalo?
Let's go, Onic!
Onic,
let's go!
Wow, okay. They're gonna be representing the country for M6 World Championship sa Malaysia. Sige nga, bilang back-to-back champ, anong gusto mong sabihin sa ating mga representatives?
For both teams, let's do our best and patunayan natin na Pinas pa rin ang malakas.
Pinas lang, malakas! And now, pupunta na tayo sa ating MPL Playground with Odin. So sabay-sabay natin sabihin pasok, alright? 3, 2, 1, Odin, pasok!
We're back at the MPL Playground. This is your very own Odin. At habang nagaganap dyan ang Grand Final sa loob, naganap din ang Grand Finals ng Infinix Fancy Cluban. Kasama ko ngayon ang very first Grand Champion, na Cavalry! Hello guys! Ayan, before tayo pumasok sa match ng inyong Grand Finals, ano yung mindset o nararamdaman nyo?
Masaya po, walang kakaba-kaba.
Coming from a sweep yesterday, na-sweep nyo ulit ang Smart Omega ngayon. So ano naman ang nararamdaman nyo ngayon? Anong overall experience nyo dito sa ating Infinix Fancy Cluban?
Masaya po na excited kasi kahit hindi kami masyado nakapag-practice, nakuha pa rin namin yung championship.
At ngayon, mag-uwi kayo ng medal, ng inyong trophy. Meron din silang GT20 Pro. At ngayon, gusto ko naman kayo tanungin kung ano ang prediction nyo for today's Grand Finals ng MPLPH Season 14. Sinong mananalo at anong score?
Onic po, 4-0 po sa akin. Fnatic Onic po, 4-2. Fnatic Onic po, 4-2 rin po. Fnatic Onic, 4-0. FNOP po, 4-0.
Alam na alam natin kung sino ang sinusuportahan ngayon ng The Cavalry dito sa MPL Playground. Kaya naman, tingnan na muna natin kung ano ba masasabi ng iba pa natin kasama dito. Ano po ang inyong pangalan?
Ako po si Brent. Ako si Barry.
Sino ang champion nyo for MPL Season 14?
Of course, Fnatic Onic Philippines sa score na 4-2. FNOP, 4-3.
Sino ang mananalo ng championship sa MPL S14?
RORA. RORA for sure. Aurora. 4-3. Aurora. 4-0. RORA.
Sino ang mag-champion sa MPL PH S14?
Onic.
Aurora. Magkaiba sila. Ano ang score prediction nyo?
4-1.
4-2? 4-1 in favor of Onic, 4-2 in favor of Aurora. At narinig nyo na nga ang predictions ng ating mga kasama dito sa MPL Playground. Sa mga team bahay naman dyan, pwede pa kayong humabol dahil we have an Infinix Watch Party kasama ang paborito niyong talents na si Brigada at Burrito. Hatid sa inyo yan ng Infinix, kaya pumunta na kayo sa Pop-Up Katipunan. At hindi na rin ako makapaghintay kung ano nga bang magiging resulta ng ating Grand Finals. Kaya naman balik na muna sa inyo guys!
There you go, our very own Odin, giving us the down low, downstairs in the MPL Playground.
Yeah, happy for the Cavalry, able to win a trophy, their community trophy with the first ever Infinix Fancy Club.
Yeah, and they also got phones, each.
Yeah,
one each.
And 5,000 diamonds.
And 5,000 diamonds, so yeah.
If you've ever wanted an Infinix phone, maybe you should have played.
Why didn't we set up a 5-man?
Why didn't we set up a 5-man?
There should be a 9th team there, MPL Philippines Talents.
They're the winningest right now. Those are really good phones. So right now, obviously, we're very happy that at least you guys also get a chance to watch. And of course, don't forget to also feel the power with every tap from the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid, your postpaid accounts. You can buy promos, you can pay your bills, and all of that is down all in one app. You can use that, scan that QR code right there, and unlock the next level gaming with your Smart app. And of course, if you've ever wanted to experience the World Championships live on site, we also got you covered. All you gotta do is gather a 5-man squad and watch out for the Road to M6 that's happening on nationwide tournament. And more information is going to be available for that on the MPL Philippines Facebook page, YouTube, and TikTok. Check it out. And again, bring your friends, and you can get a chance to it's all expense paid. Your hotel, paid. Your hotel, your flight,
food,
your accommodate, your food,
everything.
All you just gotta do is just be there.
Yeah.
And win.
In Malaysia, by the way.
Yeah. But you gotta win first.
You gotta win first. So that's all you need to do. Just win. And again, if you're like Mythic Glory 1,000 points, you're probably good shape.
You're probably safe. You're probably at least a grand final secured for that.
Probably take it.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, it's cool. Like, I remember in MDL Philippines Season 4, like, the biggest theme there was all about, like, regional pride from all over the Philippines. Now it's like we're going to do that again, but this time with a big prize of flying out with your friends to experience the M6 World Championship.
That's cool. No biggie. Like, it's just free tickets. No, free hotels.
Yeah.
But just kidding.
And you get to
Obviously-
meet your idols also.
Yeah, if you want to register for that, go to the MPLPH socials, okay? All right, so before we head to the next game, let's check out what's happening. We're also going to get a bit of a preview of one of the watch parties that are happening all around the Philippines and all around the world today. And that is, I think, at Infinix Watch Party in the pop-up in Katipunan, Renmar's favorite spot.
Before. That's his era, bro. That's his era.
Okay, good point, good point. So we have a bit of a video showing what's happening there right now.
Hello, MPL!
Hello!
Wala man kami ni Burrito dyan sa venue, ay never kaming mapufomo.
Dahil kasama namin ang marami pang MPL fan dito sa Pop-Up Katipunan. MPL fans, magingay!
Damang-dama talaga namin ang suporta para sa ating mga kupunan. At kasama natin dito, ang mga Sonic!
Aba, siyempre hindi magpapatalo ang mga RORA!
Sobrang hype na namin dito, guys. Nakikita nyo naman. Kaya naman gusto namin pasalamatan ng MPL and its official tournament phone, Infinix GT20 Pro, for mounting this watch party para sa ating mga taga-North.
Mula Greenson hanggang Pop-Up at sa iba pang mga watch party sa buong Pilipinas, let's #experience victory like never before.
Sabay-sabay tayo, guys! Hashtag!
Lakas ng
You know what's really cool about that?
That
I
was
will
so
admit.
cool.
I love it because that's one of the places I go to if I want to watch like wrestling,
right?
And there's a lot of crossover between wrestling communities and the MLBB esports community here in the Philippines. There are a few dudes I saw there like, I watched wrestling with those guys.
I know those
One
guys.
guy was acknowledging the OTC. So I love it. I love that in this season especially, we've been closer to the community ever than before.
That's true.
Even down to the grassroots. I mean, MDL, first off, finally has a regional qualifier. So we're just extending literally our reach to all around the country. So yeah,
And I personally love that all of those guys that you saw are both fans of Aurora and both fans of Onic.
Yeah, they're really not biased at all.
Zero bias whatsoever. We're heading into the drafting phase right now. We got blue side picked here by Aurora with a 64% win rate. I think that got bumped up a little bit since yesterday. And I gotta say, it does feel like they could do something about that. What about the first pick though?
Ooh, we all know Aurora though. Matilda's open, and they've been securing Matilda first pick for Renegade, so let's see.
Sorry, it's actually banned out by Why Not.
Yeah.
Second ban.
Oh, again.
So it's Suyo.
However, this sets up Fnatic Onic Philippines for going for an early Harith. When you take out the Harith, it's a little bit better to fight. When you take out the low Yi, excuse me, it's a little bit better to fight as the Harith. And at the same time, if I'm FNOP, they can just go ahead and steal away the Valentina as well. But FNOP, one of their best picks has been this Gatakaja. And Eve is making a fierce comeback to the meta.
Becoming the mage of choice here.
Yeah.
For both of our teams so far in the grand finals.
And remember, Super Friends 4-0 with this hero going into this grand finals.
Okay, so right now, Aurora, they can actually secure one of the specialties of doming when it comes to the gold lane. Let's see. Because a while ago, he did pick... What did he pick again a while ago? He did pick a Harith. And this time, I think he could go for the Moscow.
Yeah, obviously the hero pick earlier for Lunox did the job, but it wasn't like what I was expecting as well.
Yeah.
There's the Harith, obviously a lot easier for doming. And on the other side,
ooh,
finally, what we're talking about.
Yeah, early Rafa pickup. This means Fnatic Onic Philippines might actually have to commit a ban onto the Alpha later on.
Yep.
But then one hero that actually still pairs well with a Rafaela, and we haven't seen this combination yet, it's the Bane, which we've already seen Aurora dish out. And Bane into the Eve means that, well, both teams just don't want to fight under two big ultimates. It sets up for the Harith. So Fnatic Onic Philippines have to watch out for that.
But there's already a Suyo for Demon Kite.
So they
yes,
can't
excuse
combo
me. Sorry,
it.
I got a little bit too excited about that.
Unless gold lane Suyo.
No.
Just kidding.
I think
kidding.
Leo's
You
the
know
one who
me.
got excited with the Bane
I like
idea.
the
Yeah,
joke
no,
around.
like I was playing ranked with Leo earlier, so you know. Okay, so they go for the Nolan here. Strong burst pick. Usually with lineups like these, you will need one burst because you don't have the -1 crowd control. What you do get is the -1 burst delete. But Fnatic Onic Philippines needs to layer their damage properly because if that burst doesn't get a kill, they'll just heal through it and then they lose the fracture of the Nolan already.
Again, if you have a Nolan trying to catch up, that's not a Nolan that you want to see. Right, we saw a bit of that yesterday where the Nolan fractures were barely scratching the opposition. So we're gonna have to play upbeat here early on.
Okay, if we take out the focus from Edward, I have a feeling, is this Rafaela really just like their response to the Eve and the Gata Kacha? It seems like it.
It feels like it, right?
Yeah, it's not really anymore just them setting up for, because I was thinking, are they setting up for something like an X-board, the
combo
lane?
Right.
Yeah, but that's not gonna do well. They're gonna need something like a Terizla, something really tanky in their EXP in the hands of Edward with the Edith gone and the playmaking Arlot's gone, Phovius is gone as well.
Yeah, Terizla looks like the prime pick in this specific scenario. High loss is not touched yet.
Oh, high loss would be okay. Actually, you just need another hero that can pack a little bit of healing. That's another idea that you can go for, which also means that the Benedetta Revitalize might actually be open here if they really want to cut through the formation of Fnatic Onic Philippines with the real-world manipulation.
Ooh.
But however, again, that is risky because you're up against a Gato Gacha.
They were reading into it as well.
Yeah.
You know what? Benedetta. You talk about Benedetta. Who do we use to pair up with Benedetta before? Edward. Season 11, Season 12.
Season 7. That's
way
that
back,
far back.
Way back far back.
Yeah. That's why we call him Edward Salon. So right now, they still take out the Tigreal, so they're not quite sure if this Gatot Kacha would go to the XP or the roam, because we've seen it yesterday being flexed to the XP.
Here it is.
Flaptisi, and here it is.
We've been looking for this Beatrix since game 1. It finally makes an appearance here for Kelra.
They're running out of EXP laners that they can pick to actually build a big enough dent to mess with the Bea, to mess with the Eve. This, weirdly enough, needs to be an EXP lane that can deal a respectable amount of damage while being tanky. Problem is, they're up against a Gatot Kacha and potentially another formation-breaking set-up EXP laner in the hands of Fnatic Onic Philippines. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the hands of Legend Zero, Mr. Consistent Edward in this one.
You're gonna have to keep in mind that the Eve as well is crowd control immune. So
you go Terizla.
Heroes like Terizla actually don't affect the Eve that much, especially in the clutch.
Yeah.
But they have no choice, I think, at this point.
Yeah, they needed some tankiness. They get the Valentina for Yue. The EXP lane here, still flexible, is this Gatot Kacha. They can go for Show EXP, something that Fnatic Onic Philippines has done before, or the Ruby for Kirk. You see what they're going to end up going for. You see them weighing their options right now, because I wouldn't want to go like Grok here. They can go Kaja Beatrix, actually. Since they already have the Gatot Kacha, they can put the...
And it's a good counter for Suyu.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Lots of options.
So many options here, and again, that's why they're taking their sweet time with this one. Trying to weigh it out. See who might need more protection, and who might, if they might go for a full-on engage.
Ooh! Oh! Franco for Brusco.
Not what I expected.
Same idea with the Kaja.
Yeah, same idea with the Kaja.
Yeah, that's suppressed. That's
just harder.
That suppress is actually going to be insta-locking onto the Suyo 100% of the time.
I think the idea with that is if they gave the Kaja would have had a chance to be able to still get away, dash away. The Franco, if ever Yue wants to get the ultimate of the Franco, he's stuck there. He will have to take damage.
Yeah, and I think at this point, just wait it up.
Yeah, the Beatrix Franco combination once again. I'm just excited how Fnatic Onic's gonna pull this off.
We are on game number 2, ladies and gents, and the match is getting even hotter. Let's throw it over to Leo and Naisu.
The Bruiser bringing back an old favorite. There's the Franco. When was the last time you saw Franco?
Oh man, the last time? Honestly, I just think maybe an international stage. I don't think we've seen him this season, have we?
This is another hero.
I think it's another hero added to the list here.
Still catching up though. That's just me missing the utility jungler meta. Welcome to Game 2. It's the Grand Finals. Fnatic Onic Philippines facing off against Aurora. Last game just lasted underneath 18 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was still a very manageable duration game. But now, with this new hero, I wonder if Aurora was ready for it.
I don't, you know, it's a good question because I don't think a lot of people probably were thinking about this. I would have loved to heard. I know, you guys got a glimpse of Wolf is here. He loves to do his predictions. I wonder if he even predicted this because I think he's over on the Filipino stream. But with that being said, yeah, you're going to have this kind of play a part. And it's probably so where you didn't want to give too many of those options of mobility to UA because of the fact that he's playing the Valentina here again. And he's got some options now, what he wants to take. It could even be an Avatar or the Guardian, but at some point in the game, it's mostly going to be the real-world manipulation himself. But I think one of the things here that could play to the advantage of Fnatic Onic Philippines is, yes, Kirk on the Scatakacha. We know how good this hero has been, and the Revitalize. So that's always something that RORA has to keep in mind, especially if they try to actually take out Kirk.
And it's going to be difficult to take out Kirk alone. If anything, it's Kirk who's going hunting, and Aurora who's constantly shifting their zone, shifting their box. That penalty zone, that Zaman force, it's going to constantly change, and luckily they have the tools. I'm loving the heal man. I'm loving the Rafaela on Renegade. It's a very different flavor compared to how he was looking for fights with the Ruby earlier. Here, he's controlling the flow of battle. He's saying, all right, we heal up here. They can't come close. We're going to Holy Baptism over here. And with his first turtle up, let's see how Edward can reach level 4 first. And then maybe, hold up.
There it is. There's the hook, Iron Hook on Renegade. He flickers out defensively. Super Prince set up that box, still the fight for the turtle. UA's got his own real-world manipulation. He's going to drop it down. Kirk taking a couple shots. Edward might still go, try to get the kill, has the passive, but there's Kirk. First blood in the hands of UA, plus the objective to RORA.
That box is too mighty, and it's too large. Not only can they steal it with UA's IMU, but again, you have to consider the Zaman Force, you got to consider Edward.
Yep.
And it came into play, literally. You saw how, as early as Super Friends locked in the real world manipulation, King Kong had to think twice, like, I can't walk in there.
Yeah.
I don't have the damage just yet.
Not only that, but you saw how important the placement was for it, where Super Friends set up. And it was just a little bit out of reach, right, around that turtle pit.
Just a tip.
Just the tip, basically, and UA, he had the right positioning.
Well, again, that is knowing where Prince put it, so he had better information. Now going to the gold lane again, this was a interesting interaction in game 1. It was clearly dominating in the early, and then, oh wait.
King Kong, okay, he's gonna get out. Fracture gonna be used too, so able to escape that one. As you were saying about the gold lane.
Yeah, earlier it was clearly Doming who was in control from the first minute to about the 10th, up until Kerala was saying, yeah, I don't care. I'm a damage dealer and I'm a sponge.
I'm gonna go for it.
Take me. Right, but now, look at this. An old flame for Kelra. Some people would argue he's the Filipino savage, all right? Let's call him that. And this plus the Franco gives him so much control over the battlefield. Like, you can't even sit in certain bushes once Kelra gets hot. Oh, no!
Oh, okay, they do flicker out, but good attempt, good try to catch there. FNOP gonna survive. But yeah, I think that's part of it. As you mentioned, that combination between the Franco and the Beatrix. Like, remember, there was a time, too, when we saw the Franco a lot, it was what? The focusing mark back then that was brought up a lot of the times when Franco was picked up more.
And that's when Bea was big.
Yeah.
That was, I'd say, 2022. Malaysia, MSC 2022. Right?
Yeah.
That's when those
M4
two
as well,
were
maybe?
inseparable. A little bit of M4 as well. Check this out. The turtle trade for the orange. King Kong one step ahead. I think Fnatic Onic are just letting this go, but making it hard for Aurora to secure it alone. It's a 4v2 situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies down there on the bot, too. Demon Kite will get that second turtle of the game. So they go through some trades. That's the plan for Fnatic Onic Philippines right now. And if anything from the last game, it shows that they're willing to play the patient game if they have to.
And I think that's what they gotta do, really. But step on the clutch when it's most important. The hook coming in from the bruiser.
Hook with the flicker. Are they able to cap out the kill? Edward will flicker. King Kong, though, gonna jump in, gets the penalty zone, and it's too much as UA will clean up the kill. And Edward, with the body of Smith, able to survive.
Well, I'll be damned. UA stole the fracture. UA put it right underneath King Kong, if I'm not mistaken. The beast gets slain.
By his own.
not by his own hand, but
by his own
tool.
Tool, basically,
Dear
right?
Lord. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Aurora have to play it controlled, disciplined, but know when to switch it up. And boy, oh boy, did they switch it up well there. Was it not Brusco who started with the hook?
It was, you know, and it was a good attempt because it doesn't get better. It doesn't get much better than that. You got the hook, you flicker to the turret,
and you killed the jungler.
Yeah, like, you know, so it was a good attempt from Fnatic Onic Philippines, but RORA definitely counterplayed it.
Just shows how in sync and how well accustomed and attuned their communications are. Being the newest kid on the block, Aurora, announced as the newest franchise in Season 14, are now in the Grand Finals playing like this, making the Thunder Gods sweat. 6 minutes and a half in, about 1,000 and change up ahead. Is it just me, or is Fnatic Onic playing for Turtle?
This time around, they might want to get this one, unless they just keep trading objectives.
It's the last one.
Last one of the game. They don't want to... I wouldn't assume they want to give 3 for 3 to RORA, but maybe they're also just saying we don't care.
Yep.
It looks like that's the case here.
They're going for the perp.
Yeah, it's going to be up. Oh, they get a call, though. They actually might try to make a play.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're going to try to make their way. UA has the real world manipulation. He's going to get hooked by the iron hook. Demon Kite will still get the turtle, though. Brusco in trouble. UA's going to go down. They traded out for Brusco. And FNOP keeping things together in the mid lane. The 1-for-1 trade mid for the roam. And I don't know if they're going to get more. Kirk not going to catch that Unbreakable.
That's a small side grade. And throughout that whole fight, it started off with Fnatic Onic just catching up. That was King Kong pushing that top lane and then making a beeline for the turtle fight. I mean, I think 3 out of 3. Great start for Aurora, but Fnatic Onic not exactly out of it just yet. It's small little trades, you know? For every big haymaker from Aurora, Fnatic gets like a body shot.
And I think that's why you really have to kind of look at, once we get to these Lord takes and everything else, the way that Fnatic Onic will approach those might be differently than what they did for these 3 turtles, because, you know, the itemization as well is important to them. There's a Malefic Aurora now for King Kong. Going to be working to take out some of the tankier members, and so far that's been Edward on this Terizla. They got to be able to cap him out, and they know they have to work against that passive too that keeps them healthy, plus Heal Man. So that's a lot to deal with if you're
And
FNOP.
that, I think, is the fact of the matter. Something that we don't really mention much, the fact that Renegade is controlling exactly where Aurora can go and how much of them Fnatic Onic gets their hands on. He's at the center of every single rotation.
Yep.
He's just a stone's throw away from Domeng, a little bit from Yue, and then DK, the smiling demon. He's having a great time. Just, all right, I'm gonna rotate, I'm gonna clean up.
Oh, we might see some 1v1 here.
Uh-oh.
Now, King Kong doesn't want to fight it off yet. He's still behind. You know, he's a couple levels behind here at this point. Itemization-wise, too, he's probably just down maybe a half item or an item or so.
Which I think is accurate, because last time I checked, the Beast was down about 2K.
Ah.
That's tough.
That is tough. Tough place to be.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Again, the play coming out from Brusco, gets the hook with the flicker, and he finds Renegade. Perfect target, still going back. There's the jump. Avatar the Guardian won't be able to find anybody, but they're looking still for more. Edward, UA drops down the real-world manipulation to keep Fnatic Onic at bay, but this might be a window. They're going to start up the Lord here.
Small victory for Fnatic Onic, picking off the Hitman. Now it's a 5v4. Domeng taking the top flank. I don't know if Fnatic knows. Lord down to a 1/5 of its health.
Kirk not going to be able to get the flicker. Oh, Domeng goes in, forcing King Kong off the Lord. They're looking to take it, and Demon Kite will get it off the play. They're still really low. Kirk, though, looking for more as Domeng falls, but Demon Kite picks up Super Prince. Kirk next on the chopping block as it's a double for DK. They get the Lord and they get some kills now. Momentum for Aurora.
A kill on the next standard is definitely something to celebrate, but if it comes at the cost of Kirk and Super Prince, I don't know if that's just a fadeaway punch, a sucker punch in a retreat anyways. Here's an instant replay brought to us by Infinix. I think they gave too much to Demon Kite, man.
Yeah, that was a great forward positioning and idea from Domeng too. You know, coming up from that angle more on the top side, enough to just force King Kong off the Lord, allowing that small window for DK to come in and actually get it. That was a great play. And so they'll further themselves, like getting these turrets now, give them that advantage to move around the map. Lord's going to be worked on pretty quickly, but FNOP looks to hold on to as much as they can, and it looks like they might actually hold on even to the tier 1 and mid.
Fnatic Onic so fundamentally sound. They understand the economics of the trade, these neutral objectives, these kills even, I'd consider they thought about. If we're willing to do this so that the Lord only marches up to here, I think that's sound math to me. If I give up 2 bodies to protect tier 2 and tier 1 in mid, by all means.
Especially if they can keep it together for the next Lord fight eventually when it comes up. And you know what we haven't seen so far?
What is it?
A big AOG yet. An Avatar of the Guardian landing on multiple members.
Correct tried. I think that's one of the things you really get when you invest in Rafaela.
Yeah.
And so far, Renegade, I'd say...
That little speed boost is enough.
I'd say he's about 3.5 of the 5th's way to getting a full payoff. It's good, but really we haven't seen much of a flicker, holy baptism, re-engage off of a holy healing. That's what you're looking for. That's the money with a Rafaela. Look at the damage dealt here by Super Prince, the monster mage. I think the only thing that's making this more of a deceptive stat is the fact that Yue's timing is off the charts.
Yeah.
Yue is straight up mutant levels of reaction. He's waiting for the real manipulation. All right, 2 seconds later.
Yeah. Just like that. That's the sound. And you know, you gotta...
It's more epic than it sounds.
It is. But you also, what else is epic is the fact that Super Prince is undefeated on this Eve.
So he's just protecting a record.
Yeah, he's playing for that record to keep it at 100% right now.
Edward?
Picked it up 4 times, I believe, throughout the playoffs. UA as well, locking this in, wants that real world manipulation for this Lord to come up. You saw that too, so the Sea Halberd was picked up. They've got that available to them to kind of deal with the heel man here.
It's the gold standard that Fnatic Onic are waiting on. I'd reckon King Kong understands the situation. King Kong is aware the beast has to choose his fights very carefully. Now the Lord dance has begun. Lord now at 3/4 health, upper quarter spawned. Kirk looking for a taunt.
Gonna go for the reset. Penalty zone gonna be used by Edward. They drop it in. A flicker already gonna be committed, and they disengage after seeing both those real world manipulations drop down, but Renegade will get taken out. And this might be the opportunity. Kirk doesn't have the Avatar of the Guardian, but they'll set up around the Lord.
Hitman gets hit with a double tap. Kelra plus Super Prince. Enough damage to pop the Rafaela. Now it's another 4v5. Remember, the last time this happened, Aurora scored the Lord. I wonder if Fnatic Onic can fix that now.
Edward gonna hold up the front. Kirk as well. Edward less than half health. He's gonna jump in with the penalty zone again. Edward goes down, and Demon Kite gets the Lord again, keeping RORA their hope alive for now. They'll disengage from the fight after losing Edward.
Universal truth. Suyu with a 7 retribution, already very difficult to contest regardless of who started the Lord Dance. Add on top the world-class talent of a Demon Kite, the Smiling Demon, the very first MPLI champion that the Philippines has ever had back in 2023 in Jakarta, Indonesia. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Even the Beast has to consider the fact that, given he is down a large amount, that's still that's a perfect combination. They were down a man, Joseph. They were down a man.
They were down a man, and look right now, Demon Kite looking to hunt down the King of the Jungle, King Kong.
No.
DK versus King Kong. Looks like he's just gonna go ahead and wave off and be like, yeah, I'll clear this out. Let them do their thing here. So Lord's already taken care of. What does RORA actually get off this Lord take? Oh, there's the pull again. Iron Hook gonna be able to find Domang. And Kirk goes in with a massive Avatar of the Guardian, and they collapse down. Edward on the run, has Renegade's speed to help him out. Demon Kite will get away as well. So even with the Avatar of the Guardian hitting 3 members, they only get 1.
I couldn't name a more perfect target. It's not like there was anything Domen could have done. He has a flicker. And I think it was a 3 or 4 seconds cooldown when he got hit by the bite and the hook by Brusco. So that was a random penny that they just played. Oh, look at this. That's mine.
That's kind of how it is,
It's a
though,
lucky
right?
pickoff.
That's Franco, though. Like, think about all the times we've seen Franco in competitive play.
But it's not as simple.
It's that one hook.
It's the one hook factor. And the Fnatic Onic, because of that kill onto Domeng and how well they've taken care of the map, have nullified Aurora's gold lead. They're up now by about 500 gold. See the massive difference between Kelra and Domeng. That's what I was telling you earlier. Despite what's happening between Demon Kite and King Kong, as long as Kelra hasn't died yet, and they keep feeding kills, sacrificing. Blood for the blood god, for the gold standard.
For the gold standard.
He's gonna get there.
He's already there. I mean, look at the gold difference right now, and this is really what you're talking about is that, what, 2,000-ish? Almost 2,000?
And the question is, who's gonna find him? Who's gonna get him? Is it gonna take another Domeng flank? Is it gonna take Demon Kite show himself early so that he just bullies Kelra into a kill? It's difficult. There's a lot that Rafaela can do.
The difficult part of it is Kelra is so protected with this lineup.
But not the dive Beatrix like this.
Yeah.
Not the dive Kelra.
And now look at this, he gets the win in nature. So it's even more difficult because even if you get in range, if you're Aurora, to get to Kelra, he's gonna be able to move. I mean, we've seen a preview of his mechanics so far.
And that's to protect him from Demon Kite, one of the easier ways to get at him. But if he's just standing there, him versus Domeng, him versus Yue is another story. Yue and Domeng would have died from a Wesker shot.
Yeah. At this point.
Before anything happened.
I think they're going to play into the Iron Hook here once again. And it looks like Aurora wants to go ahead and just allow Fnatic Onic Philippines to go ahead and play into this the way they want to.
The ultimate tempo breaker. The ultimate format of a formation breaker. Look at this. Brusco showing himself. Kelra also visible. But one thing Aurora have good is their bush control. They're controlling the river brush, making sure that the pixel brush is safe. But look at the pressure Fnatic Onic is done. They're going coast to coast.
This is what we've seen King Kong do time and time again. He'll play the map at a macro level that some junglers don't do. He's going to get in time here for this Lord. RWM set up by Yue. A quarter of the health on the Lord here. King Kong joining the fight. Kirk won't land the Avatar of the Guardian. And Super Frizz firing back with Domeng will get the Lord before he's taken out. He's down. Edward goes down next. And they're on the hunt. Fnatic Onic Philippines, they have to deal with the Lord again as 2 fall for Aurora.
And now, I think, for the first time in a while, this is a trade that Fnatic Onic are happy to take. Whoa, King Kong bursting down.
Oh, King Kong does it again. How many times have we seen him do this? He'll take that 1v1.
The beast devours the smiling demon. A shutdown kill on DK. And now, despite having a Lord, Aurora are up against the ropes.
4 members of FNOP in the base with Renegade and Yue left to their own devices. They should be able to defend, but the base turrets will be worked on. They hold on to 1 in the bottom lane. And Kirk gonna jump out defensively here. But man, what a swing for Fnatic Onic.
It was a long time coming. I'd say it was a spring, just coiled up, coiled up, coiled up until it just gets released. And the fact that King Kong held out. King Kong was down about what, like 1,000, 2,000 for a while? And it was just the threat of Kelra keeping Aurora honest. And now suddenly, he's up 1,000.
Man, we saw this just in the previous games throughout the playoffs even. If you've just been watching King Kong alone, he loves to do that. He loves to play these side lanes and put pressure enough. And then either he'll join those fights for the Lord takes or he won't. And you have to respond to him.
He just makes you acknowledge him. And now Fnatic Onic are forcing Aurora to acknowledge their threat of taking the Lord in about a minute and change. Upper quarter of the map, this long lane has to be worked on again. We talked about how King Kong keeps doing this, how King Kong is so good at working the long lane. Now he has to find a way to get back around there and then force a response from Aurora, who, by the way, right now he's going full on Ube. This is Ube Aurora right now.
They're playing around Renegade 100%. Looking at just the formation that they're rolling with too. And that's the thing, they have to kind of keep their head on the swivel. Even if they have this movement speed buff from Renegade here, Kirk was looking for the jump earlier on.
I think what makes that jump something that Kirk has to hold on to is the threat of Edward. Mr. Consistent.
Yeah.
In that last Lord fight, it seemed like he had it. But he got bursted down so quick by Kelra that he didn't even get the pop his ult.
Yeah,
so if someone come out, what?
That's a huge Iron Hook. Edward, as we were speaking of him, will survive.
He spent his flicker.
He spent his flicker. That's good timing,
It's what you gotta do. It's what you gotta do. Impressive. Impressive how we got away. Unfortunate that he can't use it offensively.
Yeah. Good that he stays up, but now this Lord, and FNOP knows this. That's a minor advantage for them as they approach this fight. And we're getting in that territory now where these items, potions, and everything else will be picked up. So they're going to go ahead and stand this off. They know Edward can't force that penalty zone the way he probably wants to in this fight.
It's an honest engage from Mr. Consistent, and that's why Aurora. Oh, full on Ube. There's a Purify. Oh, it's a flicker out. It's a dash out. Is it going to break out?
I don't know. King Kong limit testing there. Queller shot. Kelra lines it up as well. He's going to find Renegade. Look at the backside, though. You ain't going to be in trouble, and King Kong will pick him off. He's going to go straight for the base. King Kong doesn't care. Gets a kill and goes for the win. He'll do it himself as they take game 2.
The beast strikes straight out of Skull Island. King Kong single-handedly taking down the base to put Fnatic Onic Philippines at 2-0.
Leo, did I not say that?
You did.
King Kong has been doing this all the time.
You did.
Man, he does it again. You got to keep an eye on him.
The question is, even if you do have an eye on him, what are you going to do about it? Analysts at the Infinite Game to buy it. What's Aurora going to do about it?
And that is a big question, isn't it?
Wow.
It just feels like King Kong has a different overview of the game that we are not seeing.
The difficult thing about the lineup of Aurora against the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, since the Beatrix was already in the power spike, they could not send anyone if that 5-man lineup from the objective to manage the split of King Kong. They just had to hope that Fnatic Onic Philippines would slip and that they can get a pick so that they can get the objective. But Super Prince on point, 6-1 and 5. He's been hitting and finding the marks with the real-world manipulation.
I mean, even during the down to the 12-minute mark, highest damage dealt at that point for Fnatic Onic, and just all throughout keeping Fnatic Onic afloat, because there was a time that Aurora was really in control, securing 3 turtles plus the first 2 lords, and this guy was one of the catalysts why Fnatic Onic, specifically why King Kong, was able to extend the game and end the game that way.
If you have a lineup that loves to, your enemy rather, if your enemy has a lineup that loves to stick together, you know what? Go ahead, stick together. More targets for Kelra to hit. More targets for, of course, this guy Super Friends to make life hard.
Yeah, the lineup of Aurora, going back to this play, right after this happened, I was questioning the positioning here of Aurora. Why is your gold laner there in one of the most hot areas that you are gonna check with your hook if you're a Franco? It's a hot hook. Aurora was able to readjust after that, but then King Kong really was just a menace. Again, harking back to why Selangor Red Giants was able to defeat Falcon's AP Brent. The 4-1 split. This is a strong 5-man composition from Aurora. This is a great 4-man team fighting composition from our FNOP that you can send your Nolan to manage the long lane.
You know, I just like to commend Brusco because there was a certain time that Kelra was ahead 2k, 3k gold lead over Doming despite Aurora's early dominance. This was because Brusco was making sure that the Iron Hooks was connecting to Doming, giving him 3 deaths, landing 2 deaths first off early to mid game because of those hooks. So it really was a team effort for the whole squad of Fnatic Onic.
You know what? If you hit someone with the Iron Hook here, they're gone. Because they don't have Purify. No one has Purify. Everyone has Flicker here.
Yeah, that was the difficult thing about the lineup that Aurora was facing. They couldn't pack up Purify for them because they had to get away of the real-world manipulation, the Starfield. I forget I used that as a shortcut. And away from the Avatar of Guardian. And to add to that, Aurora, though, they were handling this Franco lineup really well because it's a little bit easier for them to frontline up until Kelra gets the key item. Remember, I was telling you guys, the moment I saw that Sea Halberd on Kelra,
it's over.
It's go time. It's going to be much harder for Aurora to team fight as 5 versus 4 until they find that Beatrix.
And we're seeing why this hero, right, specifically Beatrix, so deadly in Kelra.
Yeah.
He has a way around, like, playing and switching around to weapons that they need the most.
Yeah.
You go for the Bennett if you want to go for these turrets. You go for these really accurate Renner's apathies that make the life of King Kong easier.
Yeah, and at one point he was even rocking the Wesker. If ever the team fight positioning looks like Demon Knight wants to get close to him, Edward wants to get close to him, or even Doming would be very aggressive just so that they can pick the Beatrix. But then suddenly they're like, wait, this guy has a shotgun? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Actually, we even saw a moment wherein the AOG plus the what do you call the bazookas of Beatrix again, the ultimate.
Bennett
Didn't
Rage.
connect.
Bennett's Rage.
But the fact that their lineup has a lot of kit to re-engage despite the presence of Renege's Rafaela, you know, it was Fnatic Onyx game as long as they get the positions right. Even though the CCs, the AoEs don't connect.
That's right.
Yeah.
Even though Aurora was like ahead by like 2K for most part, I was thinking, nah, it doesn't feel like they're ahead, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like they need like 10K to really get on top of Fnatic Onic here. But before that, maybe our analyst would think the different way. Let's find out.
Super Family is not allowing Aurora MLBB to get a point as they take the second game of this series. Once again, welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Wolf, and I'm with Coach Wolf here, providing professional analysis as to what happened in that game. I would have to say, Wolf, I think you will agree with me on this. I think Fnatic Onyx understands late game.
Yeah, they basically went to their win condition. They took the game to a part where they can win, which is essentially during the latter portions where you know that the Beatrix can just one-shot people together with Eve, which we saw. And then the walking win condition of the Franco where you just have to hook someone or blood hunt someone, you're gonna win the fights. And obviously, the map split coming out from King Kong with this Nolan, nobody from the side of Aurora can actually catch him across the map because it's just so difficult to do. That's the strength of the Nolan.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, like, you know, Aurora MLBB, they took a lot of the neutral objectives, they took a lot of towers, but again, it's the same storyline as with game number 1. The gold lead doesn't really reflect how much they're stronger compared to Fnatic Onic, and as you can also see on the other side, they keep finding trades from Onic. They keep finding the towers, they just keep farming, and it came to a point where the Franco and the Beatrix was able to find the targets that they need. Now, looking at the damage dealt comparison here between these two teams, again, it was Aurora MLBB that was leading the charge in terms of damage output. But you also see Super Friends contesting the damage output here of Fnatic Onic, contesting the team fights, allowing to sort of delay the game up until the point where you hit the critical mass on the Franco and the Beatrix.
Super Friends also made it difficult for the backup of Aurora to have a good positioning. For example, when Renegade is trying to run away, he gets slowed down. Obviously, you have anti-slow because of the Rafaela. There's an extra kit you get from the Rafaela that you don't get slowed as much. However, with the poke damage coming out from Super Friends, it makes it so difficult for Aurora to catch King Kong or Kera into the backlines or maybe across the map because they always are getting poked. And I think it's also because of the river control that you get from this composition coming out from Fnatic. It's essentially just clear the minion waves in the mid lane and then you can just roam around and poke people around.
Yeah, it just feels like Super Prince is always, forcing the terms out of Aurora MLBB, using the real-world manipulation to contest what Aurora wants to do in a team fight, and also not allowing Aurora to find team fights on their own terms. Now, as we look into the item progression, again, you would see the timings here for Fnatic Onic. Once they've gotten themselves the damage items that they needed, specifically on the on King Kong, the Malefic Roar, the BOD Malefic Roar timing as well on the Beatrix, it just came to a point where they have so much damage where Aurora MLBB, if they want to start a fight, they have to concede at least one hero death because the hook is going to come out, the Bloody Hunt is going to come out, and again, as we've mentioned earlier, Super Prince always with their real-world manipulation finding these forced fights against Aurora MLBB. Now we are going to be looking at the kill map here for both sides, which is really, really important. It's next to Wolf, as some online people would see. It is right next to Wolf. Again, Fnatic Onic, they just constantly found these pickups against Aurora MLBB, and these pickups are always around the objectives, the bushes that they have, the control that they have. It was always on the terms of Fnatic Onic.
I believe that for Fnatic Onic, they kind of toned down a little bit during the early stages of the game. But when they found that they can one-shot people, I think they waited for the halberd as well as the glowing wand and then the dominant size. If you combine it all together, now you can see that the Rafaela and the healing factor of the Rafaela is a non-factor at that point. You can really burst down people with that combination.
Yeah, it was very obvious. Again, Fnatic Onic just understood that it was their timing. They got control of the bushes around these Lord objectives, which was really important for them to secure this victory against Aurora MLBB in game number 2. But that's it for game number 2. But before we head on to game number 3, let's talk about the world and let's talk about the M6 with the M6 news with Mara Aquino.
While welcome to the last episode of M News, where we bring you the latest in the competitive world of MLBB. The road to M6 World Championship continues, and here are the schedules for the region currently heading towards the playoffs. MPL Indonesia Season 14's playoffs will be happening on October 23 to October 27, and the top 2 teams will secure a spot at the M6 group stage. Then, MCC Season 4 will take place from October 26 to the 27. The champion will head to the group stage, while the runner-up will fight in the wild card. Next, the M6 World Championship China qualifier. Their playoffs begin on October 26 to the 27th. And like the MCC, the champion will head to the group stage, and the runner-up will secure a wild card slot. For MPL Malaysia Season 14, expect their playoffs from October 31st to November 3rd. The top 2 teams will head straight to the M6 group stage. And finally, over at Cambodia, MPL Cambodia Season 7, we have a report from M News correspondent, Linching Pasok.
Thank you, Mara. And hello, MPL Philippines. Li Ching here as your correspondent of MPL Cambodia. Let's talk about what happened in MPL K8 Season 7 playoff the first day. So, See You Soon were able to surprise us with a 3-0 clean sweep onto Team Flash K8. And despite having an 80% of roster changing, they proved to us that they are the reigning champion of MPL K8 Season 6. And it's so surprised that what they can do, even though they were struggling in the regular season. And for the second match of MPL K8 playoff day 1, the Red Spot will be able to go toe-to-toe against Galaxy Legend despite losing to them 2-1 in the regular season with a complete full best-of-5 series 5 game. And for the second day, in the MPL K8 Season 7 playoff, we can see that the first match, CFU Gaming were dominating See You Soon 3-1 with a completely shutout on to See You Soon as well, even though they did lose to See You Soon in the last season 3-0. And for the second match, Galaxy Legend be able to beat Pro Esports 3-1 as well, despite losing to Pro Esports 2-0 in the regular season. So Galaxy Legend really proved to us that they are the grand finalists of MPL K8 Season 6. And for the last test match of the day, CFU Gaming will be able to dominate Galaxy Legend in a full best-of-5 game series, winning 3-2 over to Galaxy Legend Gaming and becoming the grand finalist early on. For the journey of CFU, I can say that it is not a very smooth, but they be able to pull it off by winning against See You Soon 3-1 and also 3-2 against Galaxy Legend as well. So they already booked a ticket onto the grand final, waiting See You Soon, Pro Esports, and also Galaxy Legend in the process. So for the Saturday after playoff, Pro Esports be able to beat See You Soon 3-2, claiming a victory and going ahead for the next round, meeting Galaxy Legend. So for this MPL K8 Season 7, there will be a guaranteed new champion. And so for today, we have to wait and see whether...
And this just in, CFU Gaming wins MPL Cambodia Season 7 after defeating Galaxy Legends 4-2. CFU Gaming will be representing Cambodia in the upcoming M6 World Championship. And that's it for this season's M News. Thank you for tuning in for the latest around the world of competitive MLBB. Now let's head back to action. It's going to be Game 3 between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Aurora MLBB. Kanino ka? Let's head back to the panel. Pasok.
There you go. So apparently we already have a representative for Cambodia locked and loaded already. Congratulations to CFU. We'll see you in Malaysia.
It has been a long journey for CFU. They've had close calls with the date with the rest of the world for many years now, but finally they are at the top of the kingdom.
And now they are rewarded by facing the best of the best in the upcoming M6. Woo!
That's going to be fun. And that, again, that's happening in Malaysia. So if you haven't booked your tickets, you better go ahead and book it now. And by the way, we are actually nominated for 7 awards at the MOBI. So vote for Mobile Legends Bang Bang as the Mobile Game of the Year, Strategy Game of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, and of course for Moonton as the Developer of the Year. The M5 World Championships, you can also vote it as the Live Event of the Year, AP Brand as the Mobile Team of the Year, and FlapTZ for Mobile Player of the Year. And of course, all that's happening until November 3, so go ahead and go to mobileawards.com/votes. So right again, mobileawards/vote. Make sure that you represent MLBB. Make sure you vote for MLBB. You know we give you a great show, and you know we love having you here. So thank you so much for voting. To everyone who's already voted, we appreciate it. And catch up your vote. That's all happening till November 3.
Yeah, and it's great that we also see recognition for Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah.
For the year that they've had leading up to their eventual, exit from their World Tour era.
That's right.
But then I think they deserve the recognition, of course, with the World Tour that they went on. I would be surprised if they don't win the Mobile
And just a
Team
quick
of the
note, you know why there are 7 awards?
Why?
I mean, nominated for 7 awards.
Why?
Yeah. Because we're going to 7 games today.
All right. Thank you so much for that insight, brother. Don't forget, we also have like our mega restreamers happening right now. Chelsea Reyes on Facebook, Ming Mong TV on YouTube, Facebook as well, and a few others on YouTube and TikTok. So thank you so much. We appreciate you guys. Everyone having watch parties, big or small. We got H2O as well, by the way, who's actually, I'm surprised. I was expecting him to maybe drop by today.
Yeah.
And Cho and Fuego Gaming and Sight on YouTube. Hi, guys. Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the finals right now, who seem to be getting hotter and hotter. And Onic, we're starting to get into it. By the way, don't forget to order your Maya card, by the way. Limited edition right there. Zilong, Layla, and Nana all get for $1.99. Start paying globally with your globally accepted Maya card now.
Can I just say, we're so conditioned as RG boys ourselves. With the moment you named those 3 heroes, Nana, Mia, Zilong, we just couldn't help but go.
That's right. By the way, look at this story that's unfolding in front of our eyes right now. The Uncrowned King's Retribution. Kelra is actually facing off a few players who eliminated him on his road to getting that MPL trophy.
Yeah. Demon Kite, Edward. Edward, he fell to him twice. Demon in MPL Philippines Season 7, and then Demon Kite he fell to him in MPL Philippines Season 9. They are the reasons why he's an uncrowned king. The gold standard is facing off against his demons.
Yeah, and you know, I just love Kelra's mentality, because when he was interviewed, when they were awarded as the first team to go for M6, his focus wasn't on the world stage.
Yep.
His focus was on this grand finals. Even though there's a bigger fish to catch, Keller just really wants to be in it, in his zone, in his gold standardness, and take down Aurora.
And he's showing why he's one of the most respected gold laners right now, especially if they do actually lock in that trophy, right? And maybe it's just about time that he gets it.
Yeah, a lot of people have been really saying and doubting Kelra. I mean, he himself expressed it. I do not see myself as the gold standard until I start racking up gold.
That's
The
right.
last championship he won was MSC 2021, a bygone era, a very long time ago. He's hungry to win, and yeah, I'm glad that you called back to that, because it just shows like he himself was trying. You could see how hard he was stopping himself from being happy. Yeah, I want to be happy that we're going to Malaysia, we're going to M6, but there's still a championship game tomorrow. It's like, wow, Kelra.
That's right. And don't forget, we are on FNOP for blue side right now with an 85% side selection win rate. And it just looks better and better right now for the Super Fam. So right now, we're heading into the draft for game number 3. And wonder what's going to unfold here. I know FNOP is very comfortable there on the blue side, having a lot of very powerful picks on the first. We haven't even seen the Fanny show up yet.
Right. So FNOP will take away. I gotta appreciate that these two teams are actually, or especially Fnatic Onic Philippines, has now banned the Jushin for 3 games in a row. Aurora play a very comfortable play style when Yue has his hands on that hero. And at the same time, it turns off the idea that they're just gonna get snowballed on. So Aurora finally respecting the Suyo pickup. So this could be a big adjustment for FNOP. Are they gonna surprise and suddenly take away the Edith from Edward so that it can fall into the hands of Kirk? But here they are with a Fanny right out of the gate, despite the Cho being open for Aurora.
My goodness. Quick check, Renmar. How many times has this Fanny of King Kong lost? Is there any?
I need a bit of time to double check those stats.
But one thing for sure is I'm sure he has more Maniacs than game lost with this Fanny specifically. But right now, Aurora answers right back with Edward's Edith that has been quite hot yesterday. going up against Falcons AP Brennan. Of course, Renegade this time will be rocking the Gatot
That Fanny is actually only 2 for 3. There's a reason why teams don't want to give that Fanny to King Kong. As much as possible, they want to take it away from his hands.
It's deadly, right?
Very deadly.
He's had a game where it went 7-0 in the first few minutes of a game.
Yeah.
And teams barely recover from that.
Whoa!
And now, Kelra very
Okay.
happy to pick up that 1-1 as well.
These are very greedy picks from Fnatic Onic Philippines. We saw it yesterday against Falcons AP Bren when they pick up lineups where they show their main core damage dealers right away. Teams will be able to counter it. Let's see how it's going to fare, though. This feels like a confidence pick coming from Kelra, telling coach, you know what? Go ahead and give me the 1-1. There's no one in the lane right now that can mess me up.
Yeah. So right now, do you go for a Doming hero now? Because Doming's been playing Harith 2 straight times. And one of his most winningest heroes, the Moskov, is still available. Can go head-to-head when it comes to going up against the 1-1. In terms of macro, can also do the split pushes that Aurora is also known for. But again, the presence of the Fanny makes it hard to play a Moskov.
It might force you into some really interesting picks. Well, it's going to be hard for them to actually lock in those heroes that can stop the Fanny right now, since Gatot isn't really targeted. And the Edith is kind of hit or miss against it.
Yeah, honestly, Moskov into Fanny, Fanny into Moskov, it's an almost always sure thing right now. With how well Fanny pressures the side lane, the long lane, away from the major objective, Moskov also does that. And usually you see Moskov's fearless in terms of just managing the side waves, and they can just hope for the best that they will survive through the Fanny onslaught, which we have seen. We've also seen Fannies be hesitant to go up against a Moskov who's just split pushing, and sometimes he'd rather just focus around the Lord and hoping that the Moskov doesn't hit his ultimate so that he can join in the team fight. So very classic pickup here for Aurora this season to get that Moskov right away after seeing the Fanny.
And for Fnatic Onic, do you take out one of the assassins that can go head-to-head with the Aurora?
Oh.
The Bane.
You take away with the Bane.
It's great foresight here, honestly. It feels like they're getting ready to just be a big death ball here with a Fanny on the side. It feels so deadly for FNOP right now.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid any heroes that will disrupt that death ball here, Redmar.
If you're Aurora, if you're trying to clean up the picks of Kirk, do you go for a kind of an Arlot ban? Or what else? A Terizla?
I think they might consider a Cho ban, honestly. Because they might park on EXP Cho up against that Edith, who does fare much better. So it's going to be difficult for Aurora if they end up with a losing matchup in terms of map presence in the EXP lane, because they need Edward to be present around. So they'd rather take out the focus instead. Cho later for Kirk is available, but then he can still go into the Terizla. And his, dare I say, very wide hero pool this season with 13 unique heroes already played in that position.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to ban out anyone from FNOP completely with the amount of heroes that they've already exhibited here in the regular season as well as the playoffs.
If the motto for Fnatic Onic Philippines is greed is good, wink wink if you know what I'm talking about.
999.
999. Then Kirk might actually end up falling into the CC in the XP lane. So it could be a CC or CC Cho or CC Terizla.
All right. So that's kind of, again, you're expecting maybe a wombo combo. Terizla is also viable here for FNOP. Again, very little answers available for Aurora if they go for that route.
Yeah, you still have the Hayabusa though for Demon Kite.
Yeah, Hayabusa Julian as his next best picks right now in the jungle.
I haven't seen the Hayabusa versus Fanny in a long time. I miss that interaction where the Hayabusa just rides on the Fanny.
Yeah. Yeah, with the
Good
shadow
times,
kill.
right?
Locked in.
Let's see if they're gonna think about that. Right now, Hayabusa has fallen in favor. A lot of these players.
Oh, okay.
Sana, all right.
Sana for the team fight could mess up the Tig. Yeah, they need something like a Cho here.
Interesting.
If I'm Fnatic Onic Philippines, don't fight a slow front to back. Make your Tigreal be the frontliner, fighting slow front to back. Have an EXP laner that can break formations. That's why even high loss would be. I'll double think about the high loss. Again, I already mentioned the heroes I want to see for Kirk here. Cho, CC, Terizla. And then for the mid lane, they can just go ahead and Vexana into the Valentina.
Valentina, right.
Into the Edith.
I'll +1 on the high loss because I feel like the lineup of Aurora is already super slow anyway. You can slow them down even further.
Yeah.
Because the Vexana is going to have to walk in, Same with the Moscow, with the Edith and the Gatot. Gatot can jump in, but that's the only one they have for backline access.
Ooh, they go for Arlott instead.
Eve is correct, but yeah, Arlott's the choice
Yeah,
here.
the Valentina. All right. Still, in terms of activeness on the map, the Arlott has a good chance against the Edith.
Yeah. So right now, Demon Kite, what do you go for? Do you go for your Nolan? Do you go for Hayabusa? Or if you want to go for utility, there's still the Alpha.
Yeah, they're thinking about like map presence, speed of rotation. I think they default into, if not the Julian, then the Nolan. But the Nolan up against the Tigreal.
Oh, that's good luck, right? You can't really take out the Tigreal. The Tigreal feels like it blocked out so many junglers.
Yeah, you see
for Demon Kite.
Yeah, exactly. You see RORA stumped right now. That Bane ban also kind of, it's just a decision.
Flashy accompaniment.
Ling. For some reason, I didn't think about the Ling here.
Okay. All right. I get it.
It's a sword fight. It's a sword fight in the jungle.
So big sword fight. But knowing that they're up against the Arlott, that could be a lot of pressure into their jungle. There's a chance that Demon Kite might have a hard time hitting level 4 here, but they might need to play defensive early on.
Right now for Aurora, there's still a high chance of them dominating the early game again. Edward has been performing well with the Edith. And if they continue their early game pressure, especially towards the XP lane, and take control of the mid lane, which we all know if you have an Edith, it's easy for you to dominate the mid lane, then Aurora can actually score against Fnatic Onic.
These are all default heroes for Aurora. Let's see if that's gonna fare. How that's gonna fare against a lineup that's very sharp and steady here for FNOP. Casters, let's go in into the battlefield.
Here's the hoping. Aurora isn't out of tricks just yet. Game number 3 and still not on the board as Fnatic Onic Philippines push on to match point. Possibly after this.
Possibly. They got to get to that point. And you know what? So far, man, you know, even for our viewers that might have missed the previous 2 games, King Kong's got to be controlled, and the fact that they went with this Fanny right away, that's a statement here.
More than just King Kong needs to be controlled. They gotta make sure that whatever King Kong is planning for the comeback is accounted for. Make sure that after the 10-minute, 12-minute mark, King Kong remains under control.
Because remember, they didn't even trade turtles the previous game. Like they were just
all in,
moving around the map the way they wanted to. And you know, looking at the emblems here, they're going to want to do the same thing, like this time too. That you see Super Francis running Warcry emblem here.
That's a tailored pick. Only few mages would actually want Warcry.
Yeah.
So here, telegraphing Super Prince, he wants to fight. He wants to deal a lot of damage very fast and get in that early game advantage. Spike up in the mid to late when he has items. Turn him into a right-clicking mage.
Yeah, Domeng, Kelra, this has been the story in the gold lane. You know, throughout the series, these two just kind of duking it out. Domeng, you know, already had to use that Purify early on, then that's just what they want to do. Both of them want to get the upper hand earlier if they can. You can see Brusco visiting up here top side. Demon Kite too. Kelra's pretty low.
He's dead.
Tempest Blades, goodbye Kelra. First blood in the hands of Demon Kite.
The Smiling Demon starting hot early on. Not even 2 minutes. Turtle still preparing to spawn lower quarter. Let's talk about that XP lane matchup. Arlott versus Edith. This is Kirk's old flame, by the way. In his debut season with Minana in season 12.
Back when Arlott fit all roles.
Season 13. This was the one here that made us all just stand in awe. It's like, wow, Kirk knows how to play Arlott.
And he showcased it. What was it, game 1, right? Game 1 he brought it out and made it work here. So he's pretty close to that level 4. Should have it by the time they actually commit to this turtle. Super Prince grabbing his own Primal Wrath.
Oh.
So they'll work through it.
The perfect ult to steal. Some would argue, yeah, maybe you should steal the Eternal Guard. No, Super Prince wants this. This is the perfect pickup for the ult since he has Warcry. It's so good.
Which is funny because remember before he ran Brave Smite.
Yep.
Right? So like,
well, the many different flavors of Super Prince's Valentina. It's nuts.
Likes to kind of approach it that way, and it looks like, you know, for now, they'll just kind of ignore the turtle while they go ahead and look for something else. Part of this also is just, again, having those level 4s available. Demon Kite on the top. Oh, that implosion's not going to catch him.
From a different angle, Demon Kite forced to use Tempest of Blades. From a different angle, an implosion would actually catch a Ling mid-air. You did this earlier today.
I did this earlier, yeah, when we were playing. It works pretty good, and I think that's why when we were in the draft, you saw the facial expression of Demon Kite, you know, as they were trying to work through it and figure out, like, yeah, what are they going to take? They know that Tigreal's over there, but you're more so just relying on that skill, that mechanics that Demon Kite has shown us before to have the upper hand.
The instincts. Because at this point, he knows that it's a cure. It's not even prevention. Like, he knows it's going to suck when he comes into the range of the Brusco's Tigreal. And that was one key situation wherein he was forced to use his ult defensively. Now the turtle started up once more. Lower quarter. This is a delayed turtle, man.
This is probably about as delayed as it gets because both junglers, they want to just make sure they have their purple buffs. You know, and both of them right now, they're just like, all right, let's ignore it.
Shades of Demon Kite's old team, RSG. A rotation that they made popular in 2022-2023, the delayed Lord Turtle take, where they made sure that the buffs were secured first. And now look at this, King Kong.
He's just staring at him.
Whoa!
Oh, that's enough damage to come through with the cutthroat as well. Might be looking for more on Yue under the turret. King Kong won't. Oh, does he get away? No. Renegade will get him that one cable off, but still that's 2 kills now for King Kong.
The beast is slain, but I think he's happy with what he got away with anyways. But I think he'd be happier if he survived. What was that? Did he miss the angle of one cable?
That's what it looked like. But I think even then, I'm not sure if that would have, if he still would have escaped.
Yeah, he would have ended up underneath the turret anyways.
Yeah, and Renegade was right there. Probably would have been able to get the unbreakable taunt off, I'm assuming. But nonetheless, you know, it gives a double to King Kong, and there's still no turtle taken.
That's right. This might as well be the second turtle here.
At this point, yeah. He might start this one up. King Kong working on the orange buff. Meanwhile, Demon Kite rotating up top.
Mr. Consistent's first item, the Antique Cuirass. It should help in stopping King Kong from doing his thing. Even Kirk, like Kirk hurts, right? If you're just clashing swords with him randomly and then some way, somehow, King Kong joins the fray, like that should help Edward stay tougher. Super Frizz though, picking up the, how often do you're a mid laner, how often does a Valentina pick up a Starlium Scythe?
Super Fritz is on, so let him cook, right?
What?
Oh, hold on! Doming! In trouble, King Kong again. Cable's gonna come through, don't tell me. Doming, wow. He actually survived. I don't know how that happened, King Kong. Not at the angle he's looking for, but here's the final slash, Eternal Guard as well. Finally, a turtle's gonna be taken. Demon Kite will get it. Now still looking for more. Kirk won't get away. King Kong jumping under the turret, clears that tier 1 in the mid out. So they'll trade it. Finally, a turtle goes to Aurora, and they get a turret here in the hands of FNOP.
Make it 2, because Kelder was also working on that top lane tier 1. So that puts FNOP slightly up, because again, I think turrets are more valuable than turtles in the grander scheme of things. 6.5 minutes in, Fnatic Onic constantly playing the map. Aurora taking what fights come their way. Back to the man of the hour here, Super Prince. What was that, game 1? It was a Brave Smite.
Yep.
Game 3 now, it's a Warcry. He's building Starlium Sides. What's he on his way to? I reckon that is a glowing wand.
Could be, yeah.
Dude, Super Prince, what he's up to with this Valentina is just pure anarchy.
It's gotta be a combination though with taking the Primal Wrath, right? Like that's what I'm assuming here.
He's basically cosplaying as an Edith.
Yes, that's the perfect way to put it.
That's him.
Hey, the ultimate is called IMU, so it works.
He is Edith.
He is Edith at this point.
Renegade.
Final slash. Renegade gonna try to jump away. Will escape, utilizing that Avatar of the Guardian. Meanwhile, purple buff work done by Demon Kite. And again, this is going to be a game where only one turtle gets to go to a team, as Lord is coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Aurora scored more kills. Aurora took the first turtle, the only turtle in this game. And the rotation can actually, the lineup can actually rotate fast. They're capable of that, given the Ling, given the Thought, given the Moskov. But is this not such a far cry from their performance against Falcons AP Brand last night? They buried the defending world champions. Oh, King Kong in trouble. All right, he's fine. They buried the defending world champions. Oh, come on, King Kong, let me finish.
King Kong doesn't want to let you finish, and look at the response here.
This is
he
why.
He bought enough time. Renegade goes in with the Unbreakable. He jumps on out, and that'll be enough time to allow also Domain to get to safety.
Impressive work, Aurora. High game sense. Fnatic Onic, they tried.
Yeah.
Good setup.
Good rotation.
Just, again, a mobile lineup. Aurora can control the map, but what is it? Did King Kong get in their heads?
Whoa! The damage on the bottom, Domain! That's what they have to watch out for from King Kong on the Fanny.
Is it gonna come down to Demon Kite babysitting Domain? Because there's nobody who can protect him.
And the panel talked about this in the draft, that the Moskov was the option, but you're almost a sitting duck against a Fanny, and that's what happened there. So that's Lord secured as well for FNOP, and now this is where they put the pressure on the resources of Demon Kite here. Purple buff going to be worked on.
King Kong did retry.
They're going to rely on it. Implosion's going to be used. Spear Destruction as well. They're going to break out in the fight. Kirk could be in trouble. Final Slash. Demon Kite's gone, but they're clapping back here. King Kong will cable on out after he takes out Renegade.
Watch Kelra.
2-for-2 trade still in the mid lane. Kelra taking the spear. Has to be careful. Backs off, and Super Prince as well.
Fnatic Onic looking for more. After that pickoff on Doming down bottom, looking to capitalize, gets clapped back on by Aurora, who have a respectable kit, mind you. They have great responses, and here in this fight, they got a solid AOG, a solid EG, but the fact is, there was just way too much CC in the paint for Fnatic Onic to let Demon Kite do his thing. Like, this is not an ideal.
King Kong.
King Kong!
Oh, he is in trouble. That's a little basic attack, but it's going to fall off there. Able to escape, but as you were saying,
he's faster than a projectile.
He's faster. He should be, right? I mean, you're cabling. You've seen that show. They're pretty fast.
This 3D maneuver here is ridiculous. What I'm trying to say is Demon Kite has to go through so many layers. Has to go through a Tigreal, an Arlet, a Valentina that's turned into an Edith, and then the threat of a jump from Kelra. Like, he has to think of all of those things and allocate the Tempest of Blades in a beneficial way. Now, Kirk in trouble.
Renegade goes in with a taunt. Not sure if this is the fight they're going to want. Final Slash not going to land as well. Renegade taking quite a few shots, and he'll disengage with a jump again. Meanwhile, King Kong takes the purple buff, waiting patiently to see who's going to come here. He's going to get spotted out, though, so just takes the buff for now.
So far, I'm counting about 50-50. Renegade casting a DAG, a defensive Avatar of the Guardian, like that's mainly what he uses it for, but that might be what he needs. Domain's in trouble.
Domain's in trouble here. Too much to handle as that full force of FNOP comes on top.
Doming is down. This is not a drill. Doming died twice, yes, but in my head I can already see 3 or 4 more deaths in the very same way. Unless they figure something out, unless they find a way to give him space on the map. But that is easier said than done, especially if Fnatic ought to just pop all these holy shields, man.
Yeah, who do you send to protect Domain? Again, he even purified out of that. But you're just overloaded by so much that even so, you can't really escape that. So, you know, is Domain just, is his only option to just sit in the base?
That seems to be the story here. You can purify stacks on the 1-1. You can purify from the many setups from Kirk and Brusco. But at the end of the day, King Kong just comes in. Purify what?
Yeah.
In the air, if Kelra does fly.
Oh, Demon Kite!
Demon Kite, whoa!
Look at the damage coming out. Again, another defensive AOG going to be used. And this is getting a little dire here for RORA, as it looks like the lights are really dimming in this game number 3 for them.
Sun's about to set. 12.5 minutes in. And Fnatic Onic have scored the first Lord, yes, but they're taking the time with this one. They want to make sure that it's almost impossible for Aurora to contest, or they have a clear take. And Demon Kite.
There we go again.
From the flank here.
They're going to use it. They're going to jump in. Super Prince as well. Demon Kite going in with Tempest of Blades. Will be able to find Super Prince. Could be looking for more. They get the knock up here through as Kirk going to fall. And they still have Kelra, King Kong, and Brusco to face off against the Lord.
Well, I'll be damned. The first time in a while, Aurora actually
Where's he going?
3v5.
They're going to jump in. Kelra He is gone! And RORA finds a little bit of hope, and the light shines a little bit brighter at this point in the game.
There's an ember of flickering, Aurora are back in this game, 4 for none, plus a Lord. Did Fnatic Onic not respect the output of Aurora? Did they hedge on the fact that Demon Kite was not gonna catch King Kong?
Oh, I guess not, and with that too, they've been waiting to do this. Take the purple buff from King Kong, so they have a massive swing now in their favor here, Leo, for this Lord push in.
Usually, it's at this precipice, this crossroads, that Fnatic Onic just somehow snap into killer mode, into end game. But now it's Aurora who's in that position. 1,000 gold ahead, the map turning red, and for the first time in a while, King Kong has to play defensive again. Aurora looking to clear up these lanes, and they're hunting. I think they're looking for King Kong.
They're trying to find him right here. King Kong, is he going to be able to escape? He gets stopped for now, and they won't be able to catch him any further. But right now, RORA playing to get these turrets down, to get some space to work with, because remember, Domeng has had a hell of a time trying to push these side lanes in because of King Kong.
And now, I think Domeng has gone through the tough part. I think Domeng is in a better place right now. There's an SOD thrown in, threatening the skill. A little too dangerous. Rora's gonna choke out these resources.
Keep together. Part of that too, why Domeng feels a little bit more comfortable as well, as he did get that Wind of Nature. So even if King Kong shows up, at least he has an option to play into it.
That's right. Safe from King Kong, safe from Kelra. He only really has to worry about a rogue final slash from Kirk, or like Super Prince coming in from a weird angle. Those are the only real threats, the only natural predators to Domeng's Moskov right now. The purple in jeopardy. Aurora choking out King Kong. There's a final slash. Failed.
Slash. AOG going to be used. Not going to be able to find the connection. Internal guard drop down to Kirk. In trouble as Domeng will get that one. And again, RORA will find another pickoff, and they force it down right now through the mid lane.
SOD!
SOD going to be dropped down. They just want this mid turret. It's one hit away. It finally drops down, and that looks like what RORA's going to get.
Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Say the Auroras. Slowly but surely, there's a Lord spawning in 30 seconds. They'd rather play for that than force anything that may be a regrettable call. Checking out these items right now. Domeng up by about 1,000 gold, so he's a fully built Moskov, on his way to being a barefoot Moskov.
Oh no.
Oh no, King Kong. Do they know? They don't hear this, no?
Yeah, they don't hear, they don't see the thunder. They're all right.
Oh, now they do.
Now they see that he's there. They'll make their way to the Lord here, because that's the prize for RORA. They have to secure this one. And you know FNOP is going to want to fight, make them work for it. Win a crown picked up by Renegade.
It was a 12-minute drought. It was a very difficult early to mid for Aurora. And now that they're in control, they got to do this right. Brusco coming in. King Kong from the east, going for the flank. So is Kelra. They spot him.
Kelra zoned out. King Kong taking a ton of hits. Spear Destruction won't land. Demon Kite jumping back towards the Lord. They just want to be able to secure the objective, and DK will get it, and they'll get Kirk as well. And now FNOP once again backs against the wall on the defense.
The Northern Lights are now up 5,000 gold. 17 minutes in, King Kong starving, struggling to take his purple, fails. And Demon Kite now, once again, I see the smile back on his face. Naisu, I am impressed with Aurora's micro mechanics. For 2 or 3 times now, they have overloaded the young buck Kirk. Did you see how even in the smallest of alleys in the jungle, they're just able to dodge his final slash?
They've been maneuvering it, and it's impressive because it's without a Raphael they had the last game with the movement speed.
It's as if they still do. And there's the SOD and the Lord marching in mid. In comes Demon Kite.
Gonna jump in. Kirk already using the final slash. Tempest of Blades as well. 2 Lords on the field. Still gonna be working through it. Implosion not gonna be enough as well. Even with the crossbow of Tang, it's not enough as RORA finally gets on the board for the series. Now 2-1.
And we have a ball game. Aurora taking their first here in this best of 7. And how perfect is that? It happened after the 13-minute mark. They held on, Joseph, they held on!
It was a long ride, and I feel like especially for Domeng, man, that finally he's like, all right, I can finally fire back at King Kong. Great response.
It's Championship Sunday here in the MPL Arena. Let's see what our analysts at the Infinix Game Combined think at Game 3.
You know what? I got me some doubts earlier on, but I didn't know we'd get Championship Sunday like this. We got a ball game.
Yep, ball game indeed, and coming off of the back of Aurora being able to punish a Fnatic Onic Philippines overheat. Strong punish, and Renegade coming in the clutch with clutch taunts. That two-man taunt that he got, that was the turnaround.
Yeah, during that Lord. Prior to that, they were able to take down King Kong and Kalra, I believe, because King Kong wasn't there during that fight. But clutch to the hitman. It's hard to pull off a taunt CC onto highly mobile heroes for the side of Fnatic Onic. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be this man, Renegade.
It was funny because I could have sworn they got the early game there, especially with Super Friends going full-on Edith mode, locked in the Starlium Scythe. And there you go. These late game team fights are all what it's all about Aurora.
That was a turnaround moment. The moment that Fnatic Onic Philippines whiffed their initiation there with Aurora starting things off. And that two-man taunt by Renegade coming in the clutch to catch off the 1-1 and the Fanny. Those were the two main team fights that really turned things around for Aurora. And since they were playing from an uncomfortable position where it's harder for them to initiate, where they were playing back, it was harder for the 1-1.
Yeah. And if not just to commend your energy, there was a stellar performance also for Edward. There were a lot of times wherein Kirk's final slash was hitting, and whenever the flicker final slash was going to be casted, it was a go signal for Edward to go in with the Earth Shatter flicker combination. So it was a whole team effort for the side of Aurora, not to mention Demon Kite's huge plays, huge solo kills.
Honestly, up until the very end as well. Like they were like forcing it to the victory.
Yeah, after the first jungle rotation, Fnatic Onic Philippines needed to take control of the game and dominate because they have abysmal wave clear. Kirk has a concussive blast. Brusco as well. They needed a little bit more utility to help themselves clear the waves. When it got to the point where it was just a full-on push, you saw it was so difficult for Fnatic Onic Philippines to clear out all the minions.
Yeah, and this was coming from the fact that Fnatic had a good start. Who could forget, after Demon Kite picked off Keller for the first blood, there was an invade coming in from King Kong and Brusco. With the implosion play, they got 2 kills plus denying the orange buff. But despite all that, I think you said that during the lineup, that Fnatic Onyx lineup was kind of too greedy. So when it comes to the macro gameplay, I think they were focused more on kills instead of the objectives that Aurora was clearly dominating during the whole game.
And to be fair, Fnatic Onic Philippines has won with those kills previously. Like just to overload them with all the damage. Sometimes, the opponent gets a little dizzy, stunned up. That didn't happen that much here.
Yeah, little by little, I feel like the Fnatic Onic Philippines making bolder draft decisions. Aurora is getting to read them just a little bit more. Even though you saw the hesitation on their end to pick that Ling, after they survived the onslaught of Fnatic Onic Philippines having a 5k gold lead, once they were starting to punish, it proved yet again the statement of many professional players in the Philippines that this meta, it's the meta where you cannot make mistakes. You commit an error and it's so punishing. Fnatic Onic Philippines committed 2 big errors and Aurora punished them.
And not just errors, there were also missed chances for King Kong to actually have solo kills.
Yeah.
I think there were 2 instances, even with Domeng. So I know a lot of people have a lot to say for this game.
Well, 2 people who have a lot to say. My bros there on the solo analyst, dual analyst. Throw it over.
Timing has never been more crucial for Aurora MLBB as they take game number 3. Magandang buhay, welcome to the Analyst Stand. My name is Antinara. I am joined here by my idol, Wolf, as we try to explain what happened in game number 3 between both of these teams. And as we see, it was Fnatic Onic Philippines that took control of the earlier stages of the match. What was the turning point for you, Wolf?
So that was the second Lord timing where we saw that the Fanny, which was King Kong, tried to poke the Moskov in the bottom lane. So for Fanny, for all of those who are that familiar about the Fanny, when you are that deep, it's difficult for you to get into the Lord area. So when King Kong did that play against the Moscow, probably he could have taken down the Moscow, but then again, it's Domeng, so he survived. And the thing is, the punish was very instantaneous coming out from Aurora. They bursted down the Lord. They took 2 heroes with the combination of Edward and Renege's crowd control, and then they took the Lord, eventually took the map afterwards.
Yeah, and when we see there, it was the combination of, I think it was Renege's taunt and Edward's Earth Shatter that made it possible for them to be able to look at the Lord. Which is why when we look at the crowd control time, there was a point in time wherein it was Edward that had the most highest crowd control here by the 16th minute mark.
Yeah, if you're going to be looking at that, even the Moscow had a lot of crowd control.
Yeah.
There was a time where he was landing the stuns, which is, by the way, very difficult. There was a time where we utilized the Moscow against the Fanny. Like if you recall, like around Season 9, Season 10, that is the pocket pick. Now, it is standard. However, if you're a Fanny user, because you're so used to facing the Moscow, you know how to outplay it. So Domeng finding his rhythm when it comes to stunts in the latter portions of the game erased all of the early game problems that they've had.
Yeah, and we were talking about how timing has been crucial for Aurora MLBB, and you've been talking about timing all across the games that we've had, Wolf. So this Wind of Nature pickup 13 minutes into the match, and then later on, the immortality from Domeng ensured that he will survive.
Yeah. Which was also the timing that the Fanny went to the bottom lane around the 14th minute. Maybe, I mean, we didn't really actually see what happened there, like the micro that happened between King Kong as well as Domeng. But the fact that he has Wind of Nature at 30 minutes 44 seconds kind of meant that King Kong may have over-calculated the strength of the Fanny. We know for sure that he's a masterful Fanny player, but Domeng surviving in that bottom lane meant the world for Aurora.
Yeah, and that was the crucial moment for Aurora MLBB that later on enabled them to secure this win against Fnatic Onic Philippines. There will be no sweeps for today. That was interesting to me. But then again, this has been Anjanara and Wolf for game number 3. But for now, let's head on over back to our panel.
No sweeps indeed.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Big ol' reliable here. That Wind of Nature did save Domeng.
Yeah.
A lot there. And again, King Kong, rare time that he overcalculated the Fanny.
Yeah. That decision to go for the Wind of Nature instead of the Malefic Roar first was so crucial for that game.
That's right. And you know what? We haven't really mentioned that much. Look at these Minana boys. Look at where the Minana boys, the NXP boys are right now. It can't really help but look back sometimes and see how far they've come.
Yeah, the former members of Next Play EVOS, Minana EVOS, headlining in the grand final. Miles, Kirk, Brusco, Coach Hayes, Domeng, and of course Renege had a long time stint with Next Play / EVOS.
So you know these guys are cut from the same cloth and now gonna represent the Philippines for M6. Well deserved, and their journey, of course, is call this truth that perseverance and commitment to your passion can bring you anywhere.
That's right. Idol Banoobs must be very, very proud.
Yeah, for sure. I just gotta say, like, they're cut from the same underdog cloth, but wait, I think we have a friend joining us?
Oh, we got just in. We got a friend here, international, and we're gonna talk to this guy. You know who it is. You all love this guy. He happens to be there every M series. Gideon!
Yo, Gideon, what's up? And also to the English panel, that's Rockhart, that's Renmar, and that's Ingen over there, who's not bald, by the way. Too bad. Okay, we're gonna be moving forward now. Gideon, man, it's so nice to see you. I just want to know, all right? I know the playoffs are still about to happen in your region. Who is your pick to represent Malaysia in the M6 World Championship?
Oh, I think this one's going to be pretty easy. I think, SRG is going to be an easy favorite to lean into this time for M6. We're pretty confident with our representative. In terms of our second seed, I honestly have no clue. I wish I could give you a clearer answer, but our regular season has told us otherwise.
You know what? SRG is deservedly, right, your top pick. But what makes SRG like so good right now? I mean, we saw them in MSC, but right now, how are they?
As of right now, it feels like they're holding back, which is well, I don't know whether some people are gonna feel like it's they are overachieving, or whether they really are worried about other teams outside in the world. Personally, for me, I think they haven't reached their full stride just yet, and I think no team has really pushed them into that corner as well.
So for the first time, Gideon, in 6 years, the World Championship will implement a Swiss format for the group stage. How do you think this will affect the competitiveness of the competition?
I think that realistically, this just means that a lot of organizations are going to have to invest more in their, especially their coaching staff at this point. I think it's a good and bad thing, right? Because you don't really know who your next opponent is going to be, so you're very dependent on your pre-preparation for these games. You're also really dependent on your coach and analysts to do their job, so as much as you're going to need them, they're also going to take the blame for a lot of it in this Swiss format.
Oh yeah, that's so true. Gideon, I just want to say it's an honor to talk to someone who should be nominated for a Best Actor award after what you showed in the group format reveal for the M6 World Championship. But gotta ask you, based on the MPLPH Grand Final so far, and I know you've been keeping tabs all throughout the season, Fnatic Onic PH, Aurora MLBB, how do you like Selangor Red Giants' chances against those two teams?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like we've got slightly better odds against Aurora. I think that FNOP right now looks kind of disgusting. I do think that generally people are going to be keeping a very close eye towards them. I think we have a chance. I just don't know what the percentile is. I just know that at the very least we'll do slightly better against Aurora. It's very small margins.
I see it. That is valid. Midnight, you have a question there.
All right, this is not a question. My idol, my friend, my sensei. I don't want to put you in a spot, but I kind of have to. It's tradition, Have you been watching, our segments with Mara?
The face-off. Are you aware of the face-off?
With the fans? Yes,
Yes.
I am aware.
All right. Good. Now, it's time for you to shine. As a representative of Malaysia against all the world, specifically Philippines, Gideon, ano ang palag mo?
Oh, this one's rough. Ah, man, I hate this part. Okay. I'll tell you what. I will say they've got the chemistry with them. They've got everything they need to be the best, of course. Everybody's going to doubt them, but at the end of the day, even if they have a Malaysian flag on that stage, I still believe the minds behind it, and a couple of players too, still Filipino blood.
He's right though, right?
Yeah, he's right.
Where's the line?
Gideon, I have a question, Gideon.
Okay.
Yes.
Gideon, am I welcome in Malaysia for M6? And if so, what food are you gonna let us try out there in Malaysia?
Oh boy, there's a lot of good ones. Okay, yes, you are absolutely invited. You are absolutely allowed to come along to Malaysia. We can house you, no problem. That shouldn't be an issue, for the tournament. In terms of food, it depends whether it's non-halal or halal stuff. We're a very diverse country.
Yeah.
We got plenty of options. Maybe if you are lucky, we could get you a good old lamb curry, the good old classic.
Love it.
Great, Gideon. It was nice speaking with you, and hopefully we see you soon again. Last year you were here. Hopefully next year we'll be there. This year. Yeah. So now, any final messages to everyone? And you can invite to Filipino fans to watch MPL Myanmar Malaysia playoffs.
Has been working really hard this year for M6. Good job to all the teams. Good luck to both FNOP as well as Aurora. You guys are putting one hell of a show here today for everybody as well as the audience. To the Filipino fans, go easy on us. Keep it chill. Our chat is, still young. We would love your viewership, especially if you want to watch a Malaysian MLBB. Maybe get a little bit of a taste of something else, something different. We're entertaining for a good reason. And honestly, thank you so much for having me on board. My name is Gideon Q, and shout out to both the Filipino desk and as well as the English desk.
Yo, Gideon, it is so nice to have you here, man. I'm sure the English panel shared the same sentiments. We kind of missed the fact that the times where you were wearing like 10 jerseys and you were taking them off one by one. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that right now. But Yeah,
Nobody
hopefully next
donated.
time, man. Hopefully next time. We'll see you again. Also, you guys in the English panel, all right? Bye.
See ya, bye-bye.
I miss Gideon.
I
I want to
miss
see
him
this.
too.
I want to hang out with that guy again.
Yeah, for a second I thought he was gonna do something absolutely crazy for his palag, like start taking off like all multiple jerseys.
Maybe
have
the
a-
pants this time.
Yeah, have a cutout, a cram, or innocent. I don't know, or the with the pants. Did you
Right?
just say the pants?
Yeah, he did the jerseys already. Do the pants next.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of teams have their own personal joggers, so
Right?
sure.
The
Yeah.
joggers. There you go. So, again, so fun to have Gideon Q always there in the M series. And again, just so much action, so much to watch out for. Selangor Giants similar to Onic right now,
Yeah.
guys, right?
Yeah.
And
for Gideon, even if they're representing Malaysia, the minds of some players are still Filipino blooded.
he admitted it. They're not shy about that. They're very open with that, right? So again, all of that just makes it so much more exciting for M6, especially since they will be hosting the whole tournament.
Yeah.
So right now, throwing it over to the MPL Arena, of course they are looking for the smart gameplay pose, and the guy who won, one of the guys who won the previous game, game number 3, that's Randy J. Copy that, guys.
Hey!
This guy also has the right jersey for it. But again, maybe just a little bit more. The camera's looking for a little bit more.
Needs more
there.
fire. Needs
This
more
guy's
excitement,
got
like
fire.
this guy.
Look at this guy.
If the kid doesn't win, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but no, of course, this is Renegades' dad.
Has to be right. Come
Yeah.
on. You're
The creator. Yeah, he doesn't need
creator.
to. There we go. There we
The
go.
creator.
Give it to Renegade's dad, y'all.
There, look at that.
Yeah!
Of course.
Mr. Barcase, good job.
Let's win it, right? Come on, smart gameplay post. There you
we
go. All right. Who better, right? And we're gonna add in the Index Salon Precious look as well. Why not give it to him as well?
Same.
He looks pretty hot. He's pretty fire. He's on fire, man. And look at that. Guys, men can be hot.
Yeah, I know.
What are you guys talking about?
Okay.
Why are you guys laughing?
Right now we're looking for the freshest face among the fans.
What? Is there anything wrong with what I
Rockard,
said?
take a minute and just rewind what you said.
He looks pretty hot.
And what the screen was showing.
I will say
during
that again. Renegade's dad's pretty hot, man.
And I agree with you. A lot are agreeing with you. And of course, if Renegade is hot, the creator must
Where
be
did
hot
he get it
also.
from?
Exactly.
Where did he get those jeans from?
The hole that you guys are just digging is getting deeper and deeper. I'm crying.
Where did he get the jeans? There is nothing wrong with my statement. All right? And Index agrees as well.
Oh, dude.
Bro.
The last time I cried like this on broadcast was in M2.
Bro, nothing can change my mind. You guys can snigger all you want.
Yeah, man.
Right now,
the man
we
is
are going to...
good
Yeah?
dude. He's a good looking dude.
Stop laughing.
I got you. I got you.
The look Renmar gave me when you said
You guys are so bad, you know? Anyway, we are getting to it. We're getting into the match. RORA side selection priority, by the way, is 57.69%. Very nice. And, of course, for Aurora, they got 64%. A big bump up from 50-something before the playoffs started.
Yeah. It has balanced it out a little bit, of course, with the performance of Aurora so far this playoffs. So it's not, I believe, since we are already in the grand finals, and we're at the point where we're already in the 4th game.
Yeah.
Plans are out the window. I agree with what Coach Fanta said.
Coach Fanta said
After game 3, your plan's gone. Silch. It's all about adjustment. It's all about, at this point, what's that thing that we use? Improvisation.
Improvisationism.
Gotta improvise now.
You gotta get more theatrical here.
Yeah, and look at that improvisation by Aurora banning out the Edith, the similar thing that they did in game number 2. And this is actually the same banning pattern that we see from Aurora from game number 2 with the Loyi, Fanny, Edith ban. And it's the similar banning pattern as well from Fnatic Onic Philippines with the Chip Matilda Jushin.
My life. I just really love that at least Aurora is sticking with the Loyi permaban on their side.
Yeah.
I said this last night. I completely have to reinforce it. Keep that Loyi at bay.
Yeah, especially for Super Friends. And so far, Super Friends has been using 2 heroes. I believe it's Valentina and the Evil. What did Super Friends use for game number 3, it was...
It was the Valentina.
The Valentina, yeah. So still same, sticking. And now Doming, his most winningest gold laner, has been selected for the side of Aurora. Again, if you didn't catch game number 3, one of the crucial things that Aurora did for that game win was the Wind of Nature play that Doming did in order to stop King Kong from wreaking havoc from that game.
I like this high loss pickup by Aurora, knowing that they're going to be playing into the Salmon Force of the Harith instead of having to face off against a combo of a high loss Gatot and then a Harith. They went ahead and take one of those pieces away. At the same time, sort of like cancels out what the Salmon Force can do. So Fnatic Onic Philippines, knowing that they're going to be fighting under ultimates, again, is the Super Prince of Eve.
I personally love it.
I'm gonna stand with that. The Super Prince of Eve.
The
undefeated.
Super Prince of Eve. You know what? This is a great pick. Not just because he played it to perfection in the past 2 games, but also because it cancels out the high loss completely. I mean, if they want to go for an engagement, they better be ready to pay the price.
Yeah, especially if ever Fnatic Onic does perform well in the early game and forces out the glorious pathway to be used defensively, the real-world manipulation will be coming in handy for Fnatic.
I think Fnatic Onic Philippines needs to respect the Zask here.
Even when all is forlorn.
If it's not going to be a Valentina pickup by Aurora, it could be a Zask. The Zask high loss will mess up the formation around Fnatic Onic Philippines and their Starfield off the Eve. So that would be great. I would still understand if they pick up a Valentina so that they can take away the real-world manipulation. And hey, that's not me! That's my cousin. No, we're not really cousins.
You.
What do you mean it?
I mean,
he looks like you.
I mean, the cover, you know, the hat.
Yeah.
The hat looks like you, bro.
Oh, the hat looks like me.
Yeah.
All right. Now, but that's one of my idols. That's Fuego.
Hi, Fuego.
Hogan, Elgin are some of my favorite MLBB creators, by the way.
Yeah.
That's right. They're on site.
Live in the streaming
Hopefully
area.
they're doing a vertical stream.
Yeah.
I am getting our vertical streams on TikTok ready.
Okay, so last ban for Aurora. A while ago, they did go target for King Kong here. So right now, what else do you target for King Kong? I mean, you have the Fanny gone. You took away the Soyo. What's left? The Julian, the Hayabusa.
Funny thing is, the Hayabusa will struggle against this lineup of Aurora. Or it looks like it would. We still don't see the rumor for Brusco.
Chonky.
It's Chonky, yeah. I think they could actually take out the... they usually put the Gacha on the Roam. They might consider taking out the Cho. Or the Tig from Brusco.
Tigreal.
Still respectable in this scenario.
Yeah! You called it. And this lineup is really chunky for a reason. Not just because of the high loss, but also because Suyo, you forget, in Immortal form, gets 20% damage reduction.
Yeah.
So the Hayabusa is basically tickling him.
Zask, Valentina, perfect right now.
Alpha's great.
Yeah. For the EXP lane, I think this is actually an EXP lane. Oh no, we don't see the EXP lane matchup just yet. That's a problem.
Yeah.
They can still default and go to Rizla for the chonks.
For the chunks?
Yeah, for the chonks, bro.
You gotta go chonky, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're already up against an alpha.
Phoveus is still open though. For Aurora.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That is great,
and
actually.
That turns off the Cho pickup for Brusco, or that would actually make the Cho pickup much more difficult. Maybe Arlot. Oh, there.
Arlot. All right.
And still a valid. Okay.
It's the purple lineup. Hylos just didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
He didn't get dyed up. Look at that. Very powerful lineup here for Aurora. Lots of comfort.
I'm not the only one bound by these chains.
There's the Phoveus.
That was a purple guy we were looking for. It didn't appear here. But then again, Fnatic Onic says, you know what, this guy's good. We're gonna use him.
What an adjustment by FNOP, man, to pick up the Phoveus that was eventually left open. Again, folks, Arlot in 5 games this season is winless against Phoveus.
Straight?
Yep.
Really?
Arlot has never won against Phoveus this season.
This season, including... Oh, okay.
I mean, it's just mechanics. They just counter... It just counters, right? It's a counter. Straight up. So I wonder what they're going to do about it, especially for FNOP, who are really mechanically gifted as well. My goodness. All right, this is going to be a banger here. Throw it over to our casters, Leo and Naisu, to give us the action on the field.
Many gratitude, gentlemen. Nice one, Leo, at your service. Call in the bout, game number 4. Something dawned on me.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
For a majority of Fnatic Onic, this is their first best of 7 in their career. Oh yeah. Consider that. And that loss in game 3, which looked like a win in, you know, a portion of it, suddenly they have to deal with that reset.
I feel like that was, I don't know, in a way, like, it's a good check for them, like a reality check throughout this series in the best of 7, because, like you mentioned, this is also a mental test, you know, for the lineup. I mean, on both sides, too. I know there's obviously some experience over here for RORA individually, but essentially that's what a best of 7 is. I mean, we saw a glimpse of this yesterday in our first best of 7 for the lower final.
That's right.
And you can really see how things adjust where you're in that first half of the series, and now, you know, as you start to get towards these later games, you're going to see that adjust. But I love what Renmar has pointed out about that matchup alone between the Phobius and the Arlot.
That's right. We'll see it now. For a couple of times this playoffs, it was alluded to, but eventually it would have switched out. But here, for sure, it's Edward versus Kirk.
They're going to go for this again. Revitalize might not be enough.
No.
And Renegade will go down in that first blood, going to the hands already here for Brusco.
A Hylos may be stout. A Hylos may be durable, but not against 3. Not early in the game, not under 2 minutes. And that should open up this turtle for Fnatic Onic, putting them about a 500, 600 gold here before the turtle spawns. But you also got to consider, this is Asuyo. So again, the whole Sever plus Retribution combo,
yeah,
you got to consider that.
Yeah, it's deadly. You know what? And I'm just going to throw this out there, too. They want to play in the fact that they just want to go in mid. Actually, Infernal Pursuit going to be dropped down. Queller fired off as well, but Renegade falls for the second time at the 2-minute mark here. Now, this is the clear sign for FNOP to take this turtle here, unless Edward tries to do something. He's going to take a couple shots once again. Kirk dunking on him, but ultimately securing this first turtle of the game.
Amazing how this 4-man rotation from Fnatic Onic Philippines are able to just control this northern half of the map, the upper quarter. And that will allow for them to, I don't know, orange Uber their way into an early game advantage. Because now look, they're sending all their dudes down to the bottom. It's Doming's turn for a little bit of attention. Let's talk about that matchup right now. Doming versus Kelra, the Moscow versus the Harith. This is a matchup that was actually switcheroo, right?
Yeah.
It was the Harith on Doming more often, and then Kelra rocking
that Moskov.
That Moskov. That's got to be trippy. That's got to be a tempo swing for sure for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, and I think it's funny how this series alone, it's been... Oh, hold on. Kirk jumping in once again. Infernal Pursuit, but... Yeah, so going back to it, I think, you know, the gold laners themselves, man, here, Leo, have been really, in a way, like low-key, where they've dealt with a lot of pressure because of the way the junglers on both teams play, but then they also shine when they're supposed to, which is that mid to late game when we've seen these games get to that point. And I would honestly say that Doming and Kelra both have had great games when they finally get there. I mean, think about... Oh, hold on again. Where's Pathway? This is just going to cut him off.
It's an ult for an ult.
Think about what Doming did last game. How he adjusted after getting constantly killed from King Kong solo.
On that same hero.
Yeah.
On that Moskov. And he's taking that same momentum, that same experience and wisdom from that tempo break against Fnatic Onic, from that first game they scored in the series. And they should be off to a good start, but so far, Fnatic Onic are choking down on every single lane they have their eyes on. Again, for the first 2 minutes, it was top. Now it's down bottom, and Renegade is forced to play babysitter.
Yeah, you kind of have to at this point. Just with the way that FNOP's moving around the map, you don't want, again, the same course of action for Doming in the early game. You want to have him have a better time, I would say, farming up, getting to where he needs to be. Second turtle is up here, though. They'll go ahead and start this one up.
Fnatic scored the last one. Renegade dropping the course pathway into the back.
Already dropped down, still going for it. Spear Destruction gonna land. Renegade there amidst it all. Still, the turtle, though, goes in the hands of King Kong. Renegade falls again, and now looking for more here in the mid lane. UA will slide on through and get out. Good push, though, up top from Doming to get some extra gold.
All of the energy shields are popped and just in time, too. That's going to allow Aurora to keep that gold lead down despite losing out on both turtles. Edward!
Whoa, that is a whole lot of damage. Good thing he had to burn the flicker. I mean, one hit he would have been gone.
Mr. Consistent, ever vigilant, keeping himself alive but barely. That does allow for Doming to push in. I think that's why Edward was just really throwing himself and just saying, no, look at me, I'm
Psych.
here.
It's all part of the plan.
Psych, my boy's pushed up top. So that is the first turret casualty for Aurora, which should open up the map, giving Doming the green light to switch up down bottom, but too little too late. Already traded for by Fnatic Onic. Up
Here's
top,
the
though.
answer, though. They're going to put some pressure on Renegade. Glorious Pathway drop down again, but they want King Kong this time. And UA will be the one to get that. Demon Kite wants to get that orange buff. Doesn't get it. Kelro will clean it up. Kirk, Super Prince now on the counter play. There's the jump in from Brusco as well. Looking for more. Edward, the first to fall. UA going to be the next target. Has to flicker out. And it's FNOP looking to fight back, punch back on this side of the map. UA dropping down the RWM. Gets taken down under the turret with Kirk. An infernal pursuit between Tier 1 and Tier 2.
And this hole started in the Tier 2 up top for Fnatic Onic, and they ran down Aurora. By hook or by crook, they were going to get something out of that exchange, and it eventually converted into a turret down mid. Final turtle spawning.
Uh-oh.
Lower quarter, Doming's in trouble.
Doming, how are you going to
Super
get out of
Prince,
this? Kelra firing off. Brusco, oh, he goes over! Great use of the flicker to dodge the unbreakable taunt.
And the dash. He layered both. Amazing work by
distance.
the next standard. He straight up changed his zip code. Hand this man a new passport. Oh, SOD.
No, he doesn't take that.
Not gonna happen.
Would have been amazing if somehow that spear also got the turtle. Talk about a moment.
Was along the way. But Kesara, Aurora happy with the exchange, happy with keeping Doming alive and keeping this gold lead to a manageable 2,000, 3,000 AOG.
Gonna jump in once again. Renegade, the target, using the revitalize. The glorious pathway won't be enough. Man, Renegade's having a hard time on this Hylos pick. He's just, I mean, most of the glorious pathways have been all defensive.
That is an understatement. His Hylos suffered a first blood death. He's been putting up glorious pathways to eventually just still die anyways.
It's not very glorious.
It's not very glorious, and in front of his dad too. Mr. Bacarse is here supporting his son, and I'm pretty sure he understands that his son is doing his best, but Renegade, he said in an interview, I'm gonna give it my all. In that grand finals tomorrow, I'm gonna give it my all. And if by giving his all, he has to die along the way, then so be it. I'd rather see Renegade at 0-4 than Doming at 0-4 too.
Final slash gonna be used. Demon Kite there to try to help them out, turn this tide around. UA still holding on to the RWM, and it looks like they'll just back off. Not a fight that they want to take here. They know they're outgunned from Fnatic Onic Philippines.
That's what that 4,000 gold lead gets you. And now, Kelra's having his way with these turrets. Top lane Tier 2 down. And that's the long lane completely managed by Fnatic Onic. Bore down on. Look at this gold lead on the XP lane. Kirk up by about 1,500. That's huge.
It's a massive game.
How many stacks on that Thunderbelt?
Does this not pay true to the stat that Redmar's talking about?
You just can't win.
The R-Lot is winless against the Phoveus. The stats don't lie, and now the gold lead is showing just how much use and value a Phoveus can bring to this game, especially with a lead like that.
Almost half of the gold lead is on Kirk alone. And he's a frontliner. He's a peeler for Fnatic Onic Philippines, and that's going to allow them to bully Renegade out of position. Demon Kite struggling to score anything major here in this 10-minute game. Lord spawning here, lower quarter, it's a shuffle.
Shuffle once again. Still going to keep it together here. Super Prince looking for his positioning. Demon Kite just firing off the Queller, waiting for his moment. Spirit Destruction is going to come in. There's the glorious pathway on the aggression. Kelra goes in. They're caught in a bad position as Domang goes down. Once again, Kirk dunking on him. Renegade falls. Edward on the run. And with 2 members down of RORA, this is a clear sign for the Lord.
It's a 3 for 4, and they're not taking that exchange. 3 members for Aurora, 4 for Onic. Just the sheer numbers don't add up, and that's what's going to allow Fnatic Onic to take this clean. And look at Demon Kite, just taking what he can on the map, trading up for that orange. King Kong, a step ahead, does the same.
I'm wondering, Leo, if maybe with this game, maybe the way that we saw King Kong do this back in Game 2, maybe Demon Kite can play the map. Maybe work enough around the map to try to keep them in the game here for RORA. But I think part of that is, again, do you let Domeng push those side lanes? Do you let Demon Kite do it?
Here's the thing. You want both of them to get some level of farm. You want both of them to somehow affect the map. But you can't do 4 in 1. So you have a paradox. You have a little pickle, if you will.
Yeah.
So I would suggest you keep Domeng with the group. Let King Kong go hunt for Demon Kite, much like this, because Demon Kite can actually
go
duo.
1-on-1?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to
no,
duo
no,
here.
not like
Spirit out,
this.
that's too much! I guess DK can't go 1v1.
I mean, he thought, and he learned the hard way, stepped into the lair of the beast, and found himself belly up.
Oh, this is trouble, because right now the focus here, the base of RORA, without Demon Kite, they'll clear out the Lord. The jump's coming through from Brusco. The setup from Super Prince with the RWM and the response from UA as well. Brusco finally going down. That might be what they look for again. King Kong taking a couple shots, working on that tier 2 in the mid. Right now, that's all they get. Looking to pop the Holy Shields. They do on the top and the mid. Lurking on this bottom side. FNOP, though, getting what they can off that first Lord.
This gold lead is going to get out of hand. No more outer turrets for Aurora. So from about 5,000 expected in the next minute to go up to 6. Next Lord spawning here, lower quarter, same spot. 70 seconds. Okay, change of plans. Maybe it's got to be Domeng. Maybe you let Demon Kite kind of roam around with the group and then have Domeng not exactly cross the river and just farm up.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, wow, look, Renegades been a punching bag. You know, this is another way to say the hitman right here. He's taking the damage.
He's getting hit, man.
He's getting hit.
It's what he needs to do. And the fact that he's stopped at 0 and 5 means he's kind of put it under control. I mean, at the cost of their turrets.
Yeah.
But as the minutes pass by, all the more the reality of a comeback can happen. Yue, Demon Kite holding this bush, spotted by Brusco.
Brusco taking a couple shots from that Soul Sever too, and you know, they're doing what you just mentioned. You know, let Domeng push some of those side lanes if he can, but still he has to take a foot of caution when he does it because of the fact that there's the initiation even from Brusco to cut him off.
That's right, and there's an AOG. So Fnatic Onic, they're like an octopus right now. You know, like you know that an octopus is distracted because it's playing with this little Rubik's Cube over here.
So we evolved from Sonics. Oh, hold on, Kirk still gonna be going. Kirk in trouble. They're clapping down Brusco, front of it all. Renegade cutting him off with the Glorious Pathway. And that's a defensive jump with the Avatar of the Guardian. Keeping them together. They're going to reset.
Could it be?
Lord still worked on here. Is this a moment for RORA to secure an objective?
Oh, no more key ults for Aurora. And
Renegade
is very low.
Renegade in trouble. He was actually committing to it. And they're going to fight it out. Kelra wants to go. He's working on Edward. He'll get a double kill.
Yue.
And that was all once again started from RORA when maybe they didn't have to do that because now the Lord goes in the hands of Fnatic Onic.
They had no ults. Fnatic Onic technically were just down on TKOs, but they were chunky enough to force fights. And the fact that Kelra never left the scene, that changes the landscape, the face of this fight. And now Fnatic Onic inside the base.
They're already inside the base. A jump through Yue, trying to buy some time, keep the turret alive. Yue goes down, they hold on to that base turret. They still have to worry about this Lord push though. So maybe that bought them a few minutes here or a minute at best, but they're gonna have to get ready. They're gonna have to buckle in for this massive push from FNOP with a massive lead on top of it.
They gotta hunker down. And I got some bad news for all the Auroras watching all around the world. Aurora has a less than ideal clearing lineup. Their wave clear is on the lower scale. They only have Yue. Yue is the only one who can really clear these waves quick. Maybe Demon Kite if you consider it, but all of them have to kind of punch these waves manually.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
And they might even have to use like a final slash in a certain situation to help clear them or manage them the way they want.
That too.
Against this Lord push.
That too. Very important. So you gotta consider, do I use the ult for the fight to deter a push, or do I use it against the wave? Lord knocking on top lane. In comes Brusco.
Jump in from Brusco. into the final slash. Double reward. Minute Blaze drop down, and Edward already gone out of the picture. Renegade gonna be next. Kelra gets a double again. Looking for the triple on Yue. Goes in. Kirk cleans it up. Triple for Kelra, and Domang tries his best, but it's not gonna be enough. As he goes down, it's a wipeout. Fnatic Onic Philippines clears up, cleans up the game, and gets to match point.
All five get flatlined as they witness their base get broken down. 3-1. 3-1. Fnatic Onic just one game away from taking home the title.
Again, it looks like this team, Fnatic Onic Philippines, doesn't have many weak points. They're able to go ahead and just synergize so well from early to late game, and that's what's dealing, what RORA has to deal with here as they get ready for another game.
They're a freak of nature. Let's hear from Analyst at the Infinix Game Tambayan, talking about Game 4.
You know what? Sonics do feel like they do have it all covered. Very unlikely here. They're gonna lose out even more. What a beautiful performance here in game number 4.
Exactly, a huge team effort, and you could already see who's standing on the stage. The clear MVP. Is that King Kong?
That does look like it. And let's double check that later on.
Let's double check. Okay, now the MVP. No, it's
Kelra,
Kelra. They
bro.
all have the same look with the haircut, Rock.
That's right. That's Kelra, who is going to be the MVP here. Nigh unstoppable on that Harif. We're looking for him. And you know what? This Harif actually did so much, especially comboed with Super Friends on the real world. Doesn't even need to be a real world. Just slow him down. And it does feel like Kelra can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, speaking of Kelra, again, the immense positioning that he displayed all throughout the game. A lot of credit also goes to Kirk and Brusco for setting up Kelra because of the first kills, actually, that Brusco picked up onto Renegade. Mind you, Brusco is a roam Gatotkacha, picking up 2 kills. And of course, the swerve into the Phobius pick for Kirk worked wonders for them. All throughout the game, Kirk was very present. Even the panels, even the desk casters, Leo said this, that Kirk was supposed to be the frontliner, but he became a peel for Fnatic Onic during crucial moments, really disrupting the position of Aurora here. And even Yue had a hard time stealing the real-world manipulation. And when those moments came wherein he casted the real-world manipulation, he was literally out of position because of the threat of the dive coming in from Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, it must have been really painful for Leo to say that, you know what, the Hitman, you got hit, man.
Yeah,
he became
Hitman.
a punching bag there. And again, you can't really blame him too much.
It's his
Maybe,
job.
Yeah, that's the job of a high loss, especially for that last one, where these guys are they're built to slow you down, stun you up, and whittle you down so hard. And there's very little that actually can save Renegade this time around. Again, so much power here that was exhibited by Fnatic Onic Philippines. Not much of a wiggle room left for Aurora.
Looking at the emblems of Kirk, he was really quite tanky, but again, he was still able to dish out a lot of damage. There even came a time that the Renegade was really soaking up a lot of damage coming in, not just from Kelra and King Kong. The thing is, there were times wherein he was taken down just by the 3 of Brusco, Kirk, and Super Friends, and it was more than enough to take down the tankiest hero for the side of Aurora, making quick work of game number 4, 15 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Could have sworn Kirk could have been the MVP there as well.
Same
I
thoughts.
feel like, you know what, they probably could have picked up the Phobius instead, so that we can maybe just do better in terms of that last one. Because, yeah, the high loss really did suffer so much. Maybe they could have swapped out, a few heroes here and there, maybe made it a lot better for him to actually survive.
And this is wherein statistics, numbers come in. Numbers really don't lie. Renmar mentioned this a while ago.
Yeah.
Arlot versus Phobius matchup. 0-5 prior to this match. Now it's 0-6. And there was a clear lead when it comes to the XP laners. I believe it was 9 minutes. Kirk was already 2k ahead of Edward's Arlot. So it was really a dominating laning phase for Kirk.
It was also painful to watch that Moskov just try to scrap around the map for any source of gold that he can. And that's inherently the weakness of a Moskov lineup. You really have to wait for that big spike, which in this scenario didn't really arrive. And while they were waiting for the spike, Fnatic Onic Philippines was taking all of these objectives, all of these Lord fights, the turtle fights, it went to their favor. It was very hard to climb out of it.
And there was a moment wherein you thought Aurora's window was really quite opening, wherein they were able to force out a lot of ultimates for the side of Fnatic Onic. Even the AOG was used defensively, but the problem was, right. But the problem was the slows coming in from Super Friends plus Kelra's dominance again. They were able to take down Renegade and eventually Edward. Then they got the second Lord. After that, you know that it was just time standing between Fnatic Onic and winning game number 4.
Yeah, it was so simple for FNOP. All they needed to do was Void Crystal and maybe another layer of protection there with the real world. Then they got the advantage. It felt so easy for them to activate Kelra this time around. And when Kelra gets activated, you saw how deadly it could be.
Yeah, really, again, the gold standard performing at the highest level.
That's right. Throw it over to our analyst. I think Renmar's there as well. Take us through it.
Thank you so much, panels. Renmar here, still joined with Wolf for a very special live episode of the Ocho Kahatang podcast.
Oh,
little thing for you there. So I asked you this before we went into here, the burning question. Why pick the Arlot over the Phobius in the last 2 picks for Aurora?
Maybe they're afraid of the fact that they'll have Phobius and Hylos, 2 high HP heroes that kind of want to stand in front of the Alpha, a box type hero that also deals true damage, HP-based, true and HP-based damage. It's probably why they wanted Arlot's displacement, I guess.
All right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense because once Phobius goes in there, will be susceptible to the Alpha, but then again, the burning stat is that the Phobius has completely dominated Arlot all throughout the season, 6-0. Looking at the goal difference, it was just tough. You think there could have been a scenario where the goal difference wouldn't have been this so dire?
It's difficult to say that, especially because draft-wise for Fnatic Onic, their composition is tailored to win the early game. And if you saw how FNOP played it, they played it so perfectly that they kind of accelerated the game to a point where they're in the mid game, but Aurora still in the early game. That's what I felt like. And also, it's difficult to deal the damage when you look at the composition of Aurora, because it is Valentina against Alpha. Even in the draft, I was saying that you don't pick up Valentina when going up against Alpha. Typically, you pick up Alpha after the Valentina. But this time, they pick Valentina after the Alpha, which kind of made it so that if you're looking at the early game, it was Suyu, there was Valentina, and then they have Arlot. They have a lot of stuns. They have Terrifies, they have crowd control. They don't have the damage.
Yeah, they don't have the damage, and they didn't have that stopper for the Phobius. Real quick, I just gotta ask you, you've gone up against Fnatic Onic Philippines. There was a past where you were a coach for Onic Philippines, but that was way back.
That was way back.
What's the best quality of Fnatic Onic Philippines this season in your book?
Oh yeah, very quickly, and this will be very long, but I'll just sum it up very quickly. Their map reading is superb. It's unlike any other. If you face them in the battlefield, maybe you're not seeing them through the broadcast, but if you're playing up against them, you're gonna be so frustrated on how well they read the map.
Yeah, it feels like they have vision everywhere. But right now, it's time to see what else we have in store for you here. Again, Renmar here, but now we're gonna toss you over to Mara.
Pero syempre, bago ang lahat, baka naman, Fuego Gaming! Welcome!
Hello po.
O, kamusta naman ang vibe dito sa MPL Arena?
Ito sobrang solid ng mga nandito ngayon at sobrang energetic nila.
So you're streaming. Nag-restream ka right now. What's happening here?
Nag-stream ako ngayon, nagla-live ako ngayon sa live venue. Ganun.
Imbitahan naman natin lahat ng mga manonood.
So sa mga nanonood dyan, ayan, pwede kayong manood sa iba't ibang mga restreamers natin. Ako po, nakalive ako sa TikTok. Ayan, hello po sa inyo lahat.
You know, I love your analysis. I love your voice.
Thank you po,
So ano masasabi mo tungkol sa mga pick and bans na nakikita mo ngayon sa ating Grand Finals? Analyze this, Fuego.
May, nakakatuwa yung ginagawa ng Aurora ngayon kasi nung Game 1 and Game 2, sila yung nakakakuha ng early game. As in, sila yung dominant sa early game. Pero pagdating sa late game, dun sila nababawian ng Onic. So, itong Game 3, nakabawi naman, baliktad naman nangyari. Early game naman ng ang Onic, nakabawi naman ng Aurora. Parang ganun yung mga nangyari ngayon. So, dito sa pinaka-last match na nangyari, isa sa mga naging magandang pick ng Onic kaya sila nanalo sa game na yon ay yung Phobius.
Focus.
talagang nagbigay ng malaking space and maraming crowd control at damage sa kanilang team.
So kung magpe-predict tayo ngayon, predict time. Ano ang prediction mo? Score.
Score?
At sino?
Hirap eh. Tropa ko yun lahat sila.
Pero kung prediction based on what you're seeing, dun sa analysis, may facts tayo dito.
Feeling ko si nandyan ba si Chantel? Siya ba yung
Nandito si Chantel, yes.
Siya ba yung nagkakas?
Siya yung nagkakas.
Pag si Ma'am Chantel yung nagkakas, umaabot ng last
Game
round eh.
7.
Game 7 eh.
Oh, kaninong team?
Feeling ko ito ay 4-3.
4-3? Kanino?
Favor of... Sa ngayon, lamang yung Onic kasi.
Okay, so feeling mo, Onic.
Feeling
Okay,
ko.
ano naman ang masasabi mo sa ating mga grand finalists? Mensahe naman dyan.
Sobrang galing nyo. Good luck sa inyo sa ginagawa nyo. At syempre, alam ko sa M6, mas lalo pa nilang gagalingan at itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas.
That's right,
Yes.
M6! At kung hindi nyo pa siya napafollow, baka naman. Now we're gonna head back to our panel.
Yes,
Pasok.
thank you.
Baka naman means maybe. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought that the correct translation.
No, but
it just
that's
says
right.
maybe, right?
Maybe.
It means maybe. And a big friend of MLBB, that's Fuego. He gives a lot of analysis, a lot of tutorials over on his, I think, YouTube and TikTok. So do check him out. No joke, you'll learn a lot about MLBB if you watch him. So big shout outs to him and everyone watching and all the restreamers. You know what? MLBB would be nowhere near as big as it is without all of our restreamers who make this game what it is right now. The passion, we can feel it. The time that you spend watching and playing the game.
Yeah, our content creators, everyone really adds a lot to our community. So we're all very grateful for you because every time a new patch drops, I always watch your videos.
Yeah, and they're the reason why the PH server is one of the hardest servers in the whole world.
That's
and
true.
you guys are also part of the reason why ML is one of the biggest esports games. Again, 1.3 billion views.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I mean, if you want a shortcut, if you don't want to read the patch notes, they'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Even we used it. Sometimes it's so easy if someone's already working around the clock to research, and then you can watch it. And look at this, global kills for game leaders. We got Kyrie, another guy clad in yellow.
Yeah.
Right up there. And alongside Max. And of course, King Kong is joining them as well. Beautiful stats here from globally recognized players.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if Andoryu made it to the grand finals, he'd be in the stat line. But since he's not here, of course, the regular season MVP King Kong, who's just been an absolute killer. Again, revisiting the stats, preparing for this day, I was reminded that King Kong is undefeated as a Roger. 7-0 this season.
Oh, that was when? Until what week?
Until Roger started disappearing, like
week
around week
4,
4,
week
week 5.
5.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, these are very respectable numbers. King Kong, despite being relatively newer compared to these guys, are actually quite on the rise.
Yeah.
And Kyrie versus King Kong.
Oh, I hope we get to see it.
I wonder.
I want to see it. I mean, I know the competition in MPL Indonesia has really increased with the rise of RRQ, Team Liquid, ID, BTR as well. Fnatic Onic didn't find their consistent footing until the end of the regular season, but yeah.
Yo, the KK duo, they got a message. I think they really want to see something on the other side of the world. Let's watch this.
Kasi, gusto lang sila talunin. Hindi namin masyado iniisip yung pressure and nung dinominate namin yung regular season. Kumbaga, etong playoffs na to, bago to eh. Kumbaga, parang walang score dito. Kumbaga, walang 13-1, walang labang, lahat pantay dito sa playoffs. Kaya, tingin ko walang pressure sa amin yung pagka-dominate namin.
That is the mindset of a true champion. There is no stats, no numbers. You and your opponent on the battlefield, that's all that matters.
Yeah, you treat them equally, you defeat them equally, you always give your best. And the KK connection, really looking forward to facing Onic Indo.
Honestly, I think that the more people see just how dang good Fnatic Onic Philippines is. They're really getting globally recognized. That it's a dream match now at this point. You want to see Super Friends go up against Sans. You want to see Kiboy go up against Brusco. Kari versus King Kong. CW versus Kelra.
You know what I want to see?
What?
King Kong versus Sekais.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's another dream match.
That's a whole
Yeah,
completely different dream match. Who's the better Fanny? Comment down below. Okay? And of course, be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. You can say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with Smart Prepaid eSIM. Now available for digital delivery through the Smart Online Store for only 99 pesos. So get your Smart SIM now. And of course, before anything else, let's take a look first at MPL fans who are giving their all-out support from all of the watch parties happening all around the Philippines. We got one on UP Town Center happening in Quezon City. They represent Luzon. We got one on Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo City, walking up for Visayas, and MMCM Plaza in Davao City representing Mindanao. There you go. Huge shout outs to everyone, and we hope you're all enjoying the fun, the action, live and on site.
I love it. I love the Mindanao watch party. The Mindanao watch party looks lit, man.
Really lit. I mean, they have the complete set. The what do you call that?
The clappers.
The clappers. They got clappers. They're so compact. I feel like there's so many people there.
Yeah. No, there were like even a bigger group of people standing behind the people sitting down.
Yeah, I mean, people are waiting. So big shout out to all the Auroras as well, who's supporting on KMC Armstrong Cafe in the Grand Finals watch party. I know you guys are probably busy like this right now.
Oh yeah.
Make sure you make yourself heard, okay? Because they need the support. The players up on the stage really, really need your support if you are one of the Auroras. All the incantations, all of the
incantations, the rituals,
the preparations, the rituals that you have, throw them all. Throw up that energy ball if you're kind of feels like if you're a Saiyan, if you're Goku, throw it up there so you can absorb all the energy around you and throw it over to the players there. Because right now it's looking like Fnatic Onic Philippines are on the road to 4-1.
Yeah, they just should not get greedy in this next draft. Don't pick an off-kilter Kelra pick early.
Yeah.
If you're gonna pick it early, make sure it's the Harith, make sure it's the Moskov along those lines. If you're gonna pick something like the Beatrix or the 1-1, you pick it later in the phase.
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, but the problem is Fnatic Onic selecting this time blue side once again. Aurora was able to beat. Was Aurora able to beat Fnatic Onic on the blue side?
For
today?
Doing the math, I believe so.
So.
I'm gonna have to recheck that.
Because right now, obviously
the sides, it's been a while, so the sides.
The side selection is equalizing from 90. It's going down to 80%, 80.
Yeah, I think they were
89%.
Yeah, I know they were able to. Yeah.
Yeah, so
because it was Fnatic then Aurora. The Fnatic was blue side in game 3.
That's pretty big.
When
That
Aurora
means
won.
they really did a bump. They bumped the numbers of FNOP.
Yeah, but again, that was the game where they drafted the 1-1 and the Fanny super early on.
The greedy comp.
Yeah, and even though they were able to get a good early game, relatively so, despite Kelra getting picked off first, they eventually lost control because they got taunted by Renegade. They didn't have the right crowd control to weather a really heavy siege. So just don't get greedy, Fnatic Onic Philippines. If you can end it now with the safest picks, with your best bets, do it. But make sure it's not greedy.
And greed is not good.
Greed is not good
in this scenario.
So if you're Fnatic, if you're Aurora, do you actually open out the Sui or ban it out to force King Kong to use a different kind of jungler?
Ban it, bro.
Ban it.
Should have banned it.
Just ban Suyu because it's going to be auto-pick for the side of Fnatic Onic.
That's right. And if you're Aurora, there are very clear-cut bans that are still on the table. Number one, you still want to ban out the Lo Yi. And you're going to have to add the burden of having to ban out the chip on red side as well. Or maybe Aurora goes for something really nuts and leave the chip open.
No, you shouldn't. You cannot against a team that did very well with the chip and has great macro, as Coach Wolf mentioned earlier in the analyst segment. So you cannot give the chip. You cannot give the Loi as well. And this time, interestingly enough, they take out the Khalid in as the third ban. Edith has already been picked up by Fnatic Onic Philippines, and this is such a Chad move because they gave the Suyo and the Harith to Aurora.
And you know what? I don't mind it because the Edith's win rate just speaks for itself. no matter where you throw it in FNOP, they're probably going to be able to play it well, whether on the XP, whether on the roam.
Yeah, and this is such a great drafting pattern. First off, by Fnatic Onic Philippines, because you counter, again, the softest counter, close to hard counter to Suyo is the Alpha. And then at the same time, you ensure that there will be no Phoveus picked up there by RORA because they have the Alpha. You take away the Edith as well from Aurora, plus Eve on Super Friends, again, undefeated. But Aurora with a good response, picking up the Suyo and the Harith, taking the Harith away from Kelra. They'll be fighting under the real-world manipulation, but they have the Rafaela to get away from it.
Man, Rora standing by the Rafaela here.
The thing is, Fnatic Onic was actually able to beat out a lineup of Aurora in game number 2 with the Suyo. This is wherein they placed out the Kelra Beatrix and the Brusco Franco. So if you're if you're Aurora, you have to watch out really for what are the potential picks that can come from Brusco. Because right now I'm expecting Edith will go in the hands of Kirk.
Yeah, for sure that is an EXP lane Edith. In terms of the roam, again, they can go pick off into this one. However, they really want to play it safe. I think they are going to be considering Cho. Fantastic ban here, by the way, by Aurora to take away the Beatrix. If they still give that Beatrix, that would have been GG championship for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, Vexana is the one that they're actually going to stop on the mid. So that's a very curious ban, which means they are probably trying to draft a lineup that wants to go together as much as possible, you know, stick together.
Yeah. Good ban for the Vexana. Really messes up the team fighting that you want to do if you have an Eve with you.
Yeah. So right now the Valentine still open?
Yep.
For Yue. I think they're just gonna resort to a Yue Valentina once again for the side of Aurora. Although the Faramis is still open that Yue can use.
Yeah, difficult right now. Looks like the lineup of Aurora. If they want to maximize control and pokes, they might actually even consider picking up the Aurora. But right now the mindset of Aurora might actually just be, we need a real-world manipulation too.
And the real-world manipulation actually messed up so much of the team fighting for Aurora earlier, even though they had a real world of their own. Yeah, it feels like they just were on the downside.
Yeah, but the problem was with Yue, whenever he was casting the real-world manipulation the previous game, he was always out of position because of the dives coming in from Fnatic Onic. There was the Gatot Kacho, but in this case, Gatot Kacho was actually banned by Fnatic Onic, so there's no Gatot.
Yeah, we have to remember Kirk has 14 victories with the Edith. If I'm not mistaken, that's only 16 or 17 games in total. So that's 3 to 4 losses, or 2 to 4 losses alone with that Edith. That is the signature of Kirk this season.
Edith is, again, also in the hands of Mr. Consistent Legend Zero here. There's just no other way around it. The Edith win rate is off the charts right now.
Tigreal Cho still open here for Brusco.
You know, if Aurora has it, just pick up a XP lane Barats if you can. Because they have
For
the Terizla
Aurora?
gone. Yeah, if Edward has it with him.
You have to process that a little bit. In the mid lane though,
Okay.
I don't know if you guys expected this.
Whoa!
Cecilion!
This evens it out a little bit because it corrects the problem that Aurora has. They lacked a little bit of that long range, and the Aurora would have been lacking in terms of the damage. This has more damage, less control, but the control will still be there. Paired up with a Rafaela, good repositioning, and I think they're going to be packing a Purify with it. But this means this really needs to be a tank later for Edward.
Who's that big tanky boy you're thinking about though,
Again,
guys?
Barrett's.
Big tanky boy. Or XP.
Or maybe even a Bene tank. That could actually go for the backline, especially for the Eve.
Well, we'll see. It feels like a very
Here comes the Cho.
sharp sword, but the defense is not that high. And here's the picks. Cho and Clint for FNOP.
Really great drafting choices right now by Fnatic Onic PH. They need a strong -1.
What's left? Terizla is banned, right?
There's a Phoveus, but...
Yes, Terizla's banned out.
Yeah.
Phoveus might actually suffer here.
Looking at the dashes, they have the Cho, the Clint, Phoveus against the Alpha, difficult. Might just be Barrett's. Might just be Bene. Grok XP, no.
Edward's laughing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
He's locking
Glue! Oh!
He's locking in an old pick. There you go. There's the glue.
It checks all the boxes you were mentioning, Renmar. Someone tanky, someone who can disrupt the formation.
Yeah.
Then glue.
Not bad. You know what? Not bad. But you know that formation right now where Clint is hiding behind Eve in that wall? That's exactly what it's going to be like later. And the question is, can the
100%.
glue actually get there? And let me remind you, those glulets get melted fast by all of the pokes of the Edith, Alpha, and Eve.
No joke about it. I mean, it's nice to maybe smile about it, but everyone has been in that situation where a glue goes in and he can't get out.
Yeah.
Because he's getting melted.
Yeah, maybe that's where the Rafaela comes in for Renegade.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Does it heal glulets? We'll find out later. Throw it over to this very exciting and possible conclusion for this grand final.
The lights are flickering faint. Can Aurora hold strong for the Thunder God's Wrath, pushing for one more
Welcome
game?
to Mobile Legends.
This is game 5 in the grand finals. Leo and Naisu bringing you the action. I did not expect to see Sicilian tonight.
I did not either, you know, and I know we had a glimpse at it, and I don't know, man. This is sticking in my head. Are they actually called glulets?
Glulings.
Oh, glulings. So,
I think.
Today I learned, right? Whatever they're called, little glues. That's something that can be said. I didn't expect to see UA on the Sicilian either, but maybe there's a master plan here for RORA to go ahead and utilize the tools they have. We're talking about sustainability, maneuverability, and also they can build up here.
Uh-oh.
All right, I had to double check.
We're fine. Action continues. Brusco on his signature Cho, aka Bruce Lee, the Bruiser, coming in looking for kicks, baiting out responses. I think that's what he wants to do. Our panel mentioned the possibility of the glulings, the glulets, from Edward just melting down on his attempt to penetrate through the lineup.
Yeah.
There is some truth to that, but I've seen worse. There are worse lineups that try and break through. Talk about lineups with a Faramis. Talk about lineups with a Valentina.
That's true.
Right? This is, that Eve still has to choose where she puts her spells.
Yeah, you got to do that. This is also the first time that we haven't seen a Valentina at least come through, so there's that dynamic change as well. Part of this also is the fact that, I don't know if Clint has done very well, like overall, throughout the playoffs alone, but Kelra confident enough to pick it up. We heard the bands break down too from the panel, so maybe this was just the option.
The gold standard is singing at 100%.
On the Clint.
He was the first one we doubted, and the first one to prove us wrong.
Man,
so
yeehaw.
here, this is yeehaw.
Or yeehaw, Kelra.
Howdy. This is indeed the right pickup, especially since you want a mid-game scaling marksman that can definitely threaten you as Sicilian, which makes sense because the story of the series is Aurora in control constantly, and then they lose it in the late game, but they're going to do it now.
They're going to fight through it. Spirit of Alpha already dropped down. Edward getting melted down, the glulets and all, and there's Bruce Klee coming in and gets Demon Kite. Gets the turtle as well. Man, they just got everything.
All right, well, to get to a good late game and gain control of that, you got to survive the early. And not with a lineup like this, not with how aggressive Fnatic Onic are. Look at this, the purple just disappears.
It's gone.
That's highway robbery.
That is, at that point. And, it's the pacing that's being set here early on from FNOP. I'm wondering, how long do you need if you have this lineup from RORA to be able to catch up if you fall behind, right? Because we're talking about a lineup that does need time to build up, especially with a Sicilian.
You mean right now?
In that mid lane. Yeah, like right now. They're trying to catch up.
What's the harsh reality right now? I'd say third turtle. If my third turtle you don't find a way to recover, then you gotta have a plan B. You gotta have a plan Z. Because look at this King Kong coming in.
Spirit of Alpha again. Renegade just getting melted himself. And there it is. Purify gonna be used. Doming will live. He might look for a counterplay, but man, this is looking already dire. Almost at the 4-minute mark, that whole gold plating already taken care of by Kelra.
The Sheriff's gotten good time. A full minute and 10 seconds before the shield goes away, he demolishes it. And now, Demon Kai's not in a good way either.
You can't, man. No wonder the Alpha is just such a top pick right now. It's so hard to deal with the fact that you can just get thrown in the air and then obviously the true damage this early on, it hurts. How do you play against it?
They're making good time. Kirk just picked up the Thunder Belt about 20 seconds, 15 seconds ago. King Kong got his War Axe. And now he's going to steal away the purple. Oh, the beast is eating good. And suddenly the map has shrunk. I don't think I've seen a map this small in under 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is, you know, when we've seen this before, it was when FNOP did get some of the fastest games, or the fastest game in the league so far, right? That was, what, 9:34, I think it was. They played like this. Now, RORA can slow them down. I'm not saying it's going to be a game that fast again, but with the way things are going and the fact that this lineup needs that time to build up, they're falling so behind so quickly. It's a little concerning here, Leo.
It feels like you're fighting gravity.
Look at Brusco.
Like you're going down 9.8 m per second squared. That's the actual speed of gravity. And Fnatic Onic are just pushing them down. Look, we haven't even seen a single real-world manipulation. And it feels like these fights are non-starters.
Yeah, it kind of is. And it makes you wonder, like, for Demonkind in his situation, when you have this Suyo, and we know it's Suyo as a hero, it's picked up all the time, it does so well, but when you fall behind like this against an alpha, that's usually the pickup. You know, you're going to have to rely on your team to help you out to go ahead and get the buffs that you need or even the space to work with. But there's just so much pressure coming out from FNOP and the lineup that they have. I mean, Brusco is literally just standing in front of multiple members from RORA.
I've counted 4. The most he's strung up is 4. Like, come on, get me. And there's no real catch to this Cho. I mean, what are you going to do? Try to hit him with a Sanguine Claws? Yep. Try to ride on him with the grab? You're not going to spend your ult as the Rafaela. Renegade can't afford to do that. So with that said, RORA have to just really sit back, relax, and somehow hope that Fnatic Onic don't pick up the pace. But that's asking a predator to not eat its prey.
Yeah, pretty much. You're asking a lot here at this point. And you're seeing it right here, right now. Fnatic Onic Philippines, 5,000 gold ahead. Continuing to put pressure here on the mid lane, trying to get that tier 1 down. Look at the amount of damage already coming out from UA. He will survive, though. Still purple up, trying to secure it in. Turret finally going down. Kirk joining the fight, flickers in, going for Edward. And Calro will clean up the kill. Kirk does get traded, though, 1-for-1, but the tier 2 going to be worked on here. And FNOP looking to take a tier 2 turret this early on in the game, as now the 3rd turtle spawns up. Good push from Domeng, though.
Wow.
Oh, they're going for the Holy Shield as well. They get that.
That's a massive resource that you need at what seemingly is 7-8 minutes into game 5. They can't just leave mid lane now.
You can't.
Not just is that a main artery for the map, it's also a weak spot for Aurora.
Big weak spot. And look, they also barely hold on to the tier 2 on the top lane as well. So, talking about the amount of macro value that FNOP has gotten themselves up to this point, it's insane. It's so hard to deal against if you're Aurora here.
And I'm guessing that Aurora understand now. They're playing hide and seek. You can't play tag with a lineup like Fnatic Onic. The best thing you can do is to farm up where they're not there. So they see that, all right, there's a big presence up top. Let's take this turtle. I wonder if they know if King Kong's in this bush. Oh, here he is.
They spot him out.
Grab.
Kong. He might just go for it anyway. Demonkind will get the turtle. Brusco now joining the fight alongside Calra and Super Prince. They set up the death box, and Calra fires on off. King Kong waiting for the rest of the team, and Edward is a sacrifice. RORA will get the turtle, but they lose 2 bodies.
Too much to ask to get away with the turtle, to get away with a couple of kills. And I think Aurora just rolled themselves back. That was less progress than what they could have gotten if they just hunkered down. Oh, wow.
Look at Brusco.
He's making this Cho look like a Uranus.
Yep. It's the new version of it. They try to hold down the mid turret the best they can. Full force still up here. They want to force the fight. Spear of Alpha on the defense. Even the split committed, and that's going to be nearly everything thrown just to defend.
Not just, they also committed the flicker. Mr. Consistent came in with the hopes of grabbing someone, anyone, to throw into the base to hopefully get a shutdown kill and maybe get some bounty to help them get to that mid-game power spike, but it's not just happening.
Again, Brusco jumping in the base, just trying to base something out. They're still working on this base turret. This point, they still won't get it. RORA will hold on. And so really it's just Fnatic Onic looking for if they can press the limit, the line so far to get a turret before a Lord.
It looks like they could. 10 minutes in, 7,500 gold. Aurora are holding on for dear life. It would be a miracle if they're able to secure this orange, and they're buying time for Doming. That's all they're hoping for. All right, they're able to push out Fnatic Onic. They're able to push out the Beast out of stealing one more buff. Fnatic Onic is setting up for the Lord.
The concerning thing to waiting for Doming, and even UA to an extent, is once they get there, let's say once the stacks are there for UA on the Sicilian, you already got enough magic resistance here. There's the Force again from Kirk, gonna flip him over the head. Edward in trouble. They want to fight it back. RWM dropped down to Edward, trying to run away, but Brusco will find him again. Super Fritz does go down. Kirk popping the Primal Wrath. And right now, FNOP gonna be held at bay, but King Kong will get the Lord, securing the objective.
1 for 1. Edward did what he could. Edward tried to find more than what they got, but so far it's just Prince. And Prince was more than willing to be a sacrifice. Looking at the item game here. Oh man, that's about 2,000 between Kelra and Doming. And Doming has to consider, do I build physical defense? Fnatic Onic just hurt too much. I don't think he has it in his pocket. I don't think there's enough economy in this game for Aurora to give Doming a defensive item. He needs more, they need more damage.
They need a whole lot more damage at this point. And RORA's gonna have to buckle in for this one, because this could be a victory. March in with this Lord. A mid-turret goes down. There's a flicker from Bruce. Go again. Gets the kickoff. Edward gonna be in trouble. Flickers out on the defensive. They go in with the claws, and Kirk could be in trouble. Real world manipulation gonna be dropped down, but they clear out the Lord. They're able to defend. RORA stays together and stays in the game.
The light still shining. Faint as it may be. A good old Boy Scout effort defense. They lose their mid lane inhibitor. Up next, down bottom. Few shots coming in from Kelra, and they clear the minions. Aurora still in this.
So is this what they need? Is this what they have to do? I mean, clear-wise, it looks like they can at least keep some of the clearing going. Even, let's say, the next Lord. What if it's forced from FNOP to just fight it out?
That's the problem. Counting their blessings, they have great wave clear. Amazing. Almost top of class. But if FNOP says it's go time and they fight, they best hope that they have more purifies than they have. 3 ain't enough, especially since Renegade is still on cooldown. I'm not so sure if they have 30 seconds to waste.
They might just lose all base turrets here. They still hold on to the top one for now. But FNOP, I think they're happy with the amount of damage they did off that first Lord push. Might look for more. Kirk holding on, has a flicker. They want to take this last base turret in. Kirk's going to have to fight it out. Brusco goes in with the kick. They're going to go in. Edward gets the grab, split. Kirk does fall down. Still breaking out of the fight. Renegade goes down in the exchange. King Kong up in the front, taking a couple shots. Conceal's going to keep him alive. With a 1-for-1 trade, Kirk for Renegade, and RORA stays in the game.
A close call. If some way, somehow, UA shut down King Kong, would have been a lot of gold swing over to Aurora. They're able to kick out Fnatic Onic Philippines, keep this gold lead to a manageable 6,000, 7,000. I'm hoping that it claps back. Only if they got to kill King Kong, but right now it's going to maintain an 8K gold lead, and still that's a massive amount of firepower you're missing out on. It's a miracle that UA hasn't died. That's a testament to this young man's technical know-how and usage of space. And let's see, they're out of their base.
They might want to go ahead and fight this out.
I don't know if this is the right thing to do. They're contesting.
Yeah, they are contesting right now. Even down 8,000 gold, is this really what RORA wants to do?
This is defiance.
Can they get an advantage here?
They're not taking this lying down. Lord here, approaching half health. Massive river bush control by Fnatic Onic. Demon Kite taking the Y brush. Oh no!
Brusco jumping in again. Way the Dragon right on target, right on the mark. Edward, split, and Super Prince is going to be chased down. Domeng trying to find Kelra. Won't be able to get it as Kirk goes down, and they're turning the tides here. But King Kong will get taken out as a double. They got the Lord, but RORA won the fight.
Fnatic Onic committed too much to taking the Lord. Aurora hit a power spike. Aurora laid everything down on the line. And they took 3 out on the way.
Oh, they
They're
want to take
alive.
the chance.
They are on the map. All 5 members pushing in.
It's Brusco and Kelra. Can they stay in the game after this turnaround? Kelra takes the claws, and Yue helps clean them up. A forced play from RORA. Still a couple seconds away. Brusco tries to buy enough time, but the minions are there, and RORA will be able to do it. They turn it around, and they stay in the series.
Not so fast. The lights may be dim, but they're not out just yet. Aurora MLBB, another one on the board. 3-2. We're going to game 6.
Oh, you can hear the Yue, man. But I don't know. That was just everybody staying calm, collected. It was pretty quiet here for a bit, but what a game.
Let's throw it over to the Infinite James Tambayan and break down exactly what happened. It was very quick. Panel's turn.
I am so glad my mic was off for that, because I was just saying no bleeping way that happened.
I wasn't even here.
You were getting ready.
I was yelling.
Ready.
Oh my goodness! Imagine Rockhart. High stakes. Grand finals. Match point for the opposing team. Make it or break it lineup for Aurora. The Sicilian of Yue.
3-2, boys. 3-2. Oh my goodness. Honestly, it felt like Fnatic Onic Philippines could have ended it at 9 minutes.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Right? I was getting my social media ready. I was getting ready to go to Edward. The guys are really, they worked so hard, and now they're on the receiving end of like a really fierce Fnatic Onic. But then they do this.
They do the unthinkable.
Unbelievable.
Man, at this point, even if, Fnatic wins or Aurora bites the short end of the stick, the things that they've done for the playoffs alone, beating TLPH, beating Falcons AP Bren, extending the game, and of course, one of the catalysts for that to happen is none other than this guy, Yue.
You gotta shout the name. You gotta do it 3 times. Yue. And right now, it does feel like this lineup from FNOP was one that was created to destroy. But somehow, somewhere, they were able to pick a team fight outside of the real world manipulation to get the game back in their favor.
Yeah, imagine, I don't remember how many minutes, but the gold lead was just too immense. They're just really saying that stats are lying. The gold lead doesn't matter. It's all about perseverance, commitment, dedication to their craft, and this guy, Yue, at the helm of everything. Literally the glue guy for Aurora's all-star team. Renmar's gonna have a hard time explaining what just happened, but even before the game started, Renmar was actually saying he thinks it's gonna go to game 6.
He did. That's interesting. All right, so we're gonna have to wait for that, because right now, the gold lead was, I think, around at 8,000, 9,000 almost.
The gold lead wasn't high enough, Rockhart.
Did they need 20K to do that? Because right now, the Sicilian, obviously, Fnatic Onic Philippines had a really good understanding of the win condition here of Aurora. They needed that Sicilian to ramp up over and over and over and over again, Bat's impact, to get to a point where it could hurt. But Fnatic Onic said, you know what, if we finish it at 9 minutes, 10 minutes, the Sicilian doesn't hurt. But no, for some reason, Aurora, with just pure sheer will, held on for dear life, and they were able to score another one against FNOP.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why Cecilia and Yue had a good time, I believe prior to that game-ending clash, Yue was at 2-0-1, was because of the fact that Edward was doing his job, becoming the sandbag for the side of Aurora. Even if he dealt with a lot of deaths, it was okay. It was his job. They know their win condition. Focus up, group up on securing late-game Sicilian, and it did wonders for them. 14 minutes, 53 seconds in. You just don't want to deal with a Sicilian late game.
Sicilian, it wasn't even super late game yet. I think they didn't use pure firepower to get into this rather. They just used the smarts, right? The smart mechanical movement, avoiding Super Prince, who by the way is a true MVP here for Fnatic Onic Philippines. He hit all the real worlds except for the last one.
Yeah.
And in that last one where the Aurora members were outside, that was the lord that, they won. Aurora won.
I honestly didn't see that because I was running all the way.
I know. I know that.
So shocked. That's how shocked. Even the Greenstone Hotel.
Greenstone Hotel was crazy. They were going nuts. Everyone was running everywhere. And that's just how insane it is right now here in the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 14. Right now, there's, I believe, 100% win rate.
Cecilio, how many times was it picked?
Twice.
It was picked during the regular season, right?
It's just second time the Cecilion has been picked all season long.
And it won again, but
I
one
hope
thing
my
for
stats
sure,
are right.
One thing for sure is Kelra's Clint pick isn't 100% anymore.
That's the thing, right? The Clint for Kelra could have been, but we'll have to wait and see if our analysts can think up some other adjectives for that game.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema by Aurora. I was looking at that draft and going, Aurora, that glue's not gonna do much in the early game. That glue will struggle. Your lineup will struggle. You will lose the early. But apparently they had one idea going to this game. US, save us.
Yes, and Yue did save them. This quote-unquote Harry Potter lineup, and you can see the mountain. Let's call this what? Mount Aurora?
Mount Aurora, yeah.
And we're able to climb.
Over there at, no, they climbed Mount Onic.
They climbed Mount Onic, then went down to their valley, which eventually found that they didn't get anything in the early stages. Let's just say it that way. And to be fair, with Cecilion, if you play it correctly, yes, you can defend. But it will take a lot of patience, a lot of good mechanics, good understanding of the game, a lot of good, maybe morale boost from your teammates for you to pull that off.
Filipino MLBB is something else. And
Amen.
It wasn't just, as a Sicilian in this level, you needed to play a great game. He needed to play the perfect game.
Yes, and everybody from Aurora played the perfect game. This is the part where when you're really down, you just tell your teammates, yeah, you can win, but you have to play it perfectly. And that is what Aurora did. So you can see in the last clash, if you look at it again, they kicked the glue, which is in a way, it was Fnatic Onic's mistake, but at the same time, there is a lot of thought that was put in there. But they needed the Eve to output the damage. However, Doming popped the Zaman Force to zone out the Eve together with the Bat's Impact, I think.
Yeah, the Bat Impact.
The Sicilian Ultimate to zone out
Bat's
Eve.
Feast.
So when eventually Super Prince popped his ultimate, it was way off. He didn't deal any damage because he wasn't in the box where the glue should have been there.
Yeah, Bat's Feast and Sanguine Claws to zone Bat Impact to deal that damage. And over there at the end, at the Siege, we saw that one Bat's Impact coming in from the Sicilian took down the Clint of Kelra straight to 50%. Hopefully we get to do another one of these because I really want to see a Game 7. Aurora and Fnatic Onic Philippines are putting on a show. Panel, please explain to us what to expect for this next game.
I would just like to ask our viewers, everyone watching right now on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, all the stuff, all the comments. Press 1 if you want Game 7 for this one. Press 1. I'm going to read all your comments later on. And also let us know why.
Of course, everyone wants Game 7, Rock.
Do you guys want Game 7? I don't think everyone wants Game 7.
Imagine
if you're a super fan, you don't want Game 7.
exactly. Because match point Fnatic Onic. I mean, imagine if you just tuned into the chat and there's all 1-1. You don't know what's happening.
Mr. Consistent, by the way, attending his 4th straight M-Series appearance since M3. So this guy has been doing it year in, year out with different hairstyles, but the same chewed. Consistency is key for Edward.
Yeah, and someone consistent who we all know is one of the greatest analysts is here with us right now.
He's
again.
back.
Wolf is here on the couch?
Stop it. You know, you're making Renmar blush.
Yeah.
Right now, obviously, he posted this yesterday. He actually asked me, is it consistent, 4th consecutive or consecutives? And I said, you don't add an S anymore.
Why?
He was riding his sock med while we were.
You mean that?
I passed him on the hall.
Oh, okay.
He personally asked me.
I thought you were setting up for a joke.
No, that's a very great flex. He proofread Edward's social media post.
Yes, it was so funny because I have to go to him after, right?
Yeah.
And he said, "Is it consecutive or consecutives?" It's consecutive.
You know who's another consistent dude though?
What?
Other than Edward, this guy is consistent with slaying kings. He's not an RSG Philippines anymore, but he has a King Slayer's blood in him. Aurora, his team, were the ones who eliminated the reigning MPLPH champs team Liquid Philippines and the reigning world champions Falcons AP Bren.
In the same playoffs.
Same playoffs.
In the same playoffs, guys. So this guy has been going into Green Sun Hotel pressured because he's one series away from being eliminated, but continuing to strive for greatness again. Demon Kite.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and you know what also bothers me or really interesting about me?
About you?
That. Oh. His eyebrows actually look like horns. It has tips
Yeah,
here.
I've pretty much told
Have
him.
you brought that
yeah,
up
I've
yet?
called him Demon Kite Mishima in the past.
Oh,
yeah.
If
you know,
you know.
The man's
That's
like
a
a
different
lost
game.
Mishima relative.
That's a different game. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Thank you for bringing
Doria!
that up. So right now, I don't know if you guys expected we'd be here. We're setting up for game number 6 of Fnatic Onic versus Aurora. Aurora are hanging on. I don't know. As you know, a John Wick antagonist would say, by sheer blanking will.
Yeah.
They're hanging on for dear life, and they're using picks that are only used. I think that was only used once, right? That Celion and
Super
also
Friends
one.
used it.
So unbelievable that they turned their own weapons against them. And, of course, to kind of just add a little bit more flavor here, this is Renegade and Demon Kite.
Yung SRG kasi hindi ko pa sila kakalaban sa international tournament. Tingin ko ang gusto ko makatapat sa M6 yung Onic or yung SRG, silang dalawa lang kasi yung Onic natalo kami nung M5 tapos yung SRG hindi ko pa sila nakakalaban pero ang ganda ng mga pinakita nila sa mga tournaments nila. Kaya tingin ko sila yung pinaka-hadlang or gusto ko makalaban.
You know, I don't blame him. Everyone wants to fight SRG right now. Gideon Q very eloquently said, it feels like SRG hasn't been given a proper opponent, you know, in their own MPL, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like Gideon Q feels like SRG needs some real hard mode opponents.
Yeah, I mean, like, even though Monster Vicious was able to end that MPL Malaysia streak for selling all Red Giants earlier in the season, however, they are still, like, because they are the MSC champions, they're one of the big bosses in MLBB esports today.
Yeah, but Gideon, you know, be careful what you wish for. Because again, honestly, if I'm SRG or any other competing teams for M6, I'm afraid of these two teams right now.
100%.
With what they've been showing, especially since again, if you just tuned in, Sicilian has been picked in the grand finals, and it was used against Fnatic Onic to extend the series.
By the way, Coach Arcadia was here a few days ago.
Yeah.
Just to bring that up, he was scouting, he was studying. I saw him. He was paneling, and I saw him really watching the games.
He's a double agent.
I knew what he was up to, and I love you, Coach. But hopefully, we'll see you very, very soon.
Yeah. Now, heading into the next one, Fnatic Onic Philippines cannot overheat. If you're going up against Aurora, you do not at all want to allow them to go into Game 7. That's all of the momentum already in their hands. For FNOP, they had that in their hands, but then they got greedy. They tried to end it. Kirk went behind enemy lines, didn't respect the glue, got taken out. And that became the theme. Them not respecting the reach of the damage that the Sicilian already had, which is surprising to me because they played the Sicilian. Shouldn't they have been a little bit more familiar with facing off against that?
They know how to play this hero. Super Prince was the first guy who brought it up in Season 14.
Yeah, and you know, right now, Aurora has selected the blue side, but I'm actually curious because so far it seems like blue side's not looking good.
Yeah.
What's actually the win rate for today? I believe blue side has lost 3 times.
It's quite mixed.
It's
Yeah.
mixed.
Yeah.
I think it's 50-50 coming into game.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be, it should be.
Interesting. All right. So that's something that, you know, Aurora has to overcome to bring it to a free to a Game 7. It's starting to become more difficult. But then again, Aurora has already made a very difficult game work out for them. So I guess you can't really put anything past the Auroras right now.
And the last game especially was like a signal from Aurora, like, okay, we can get outdrafted. We can absolutely get gob-stomped, lose the early game, make it look like we're going to lose this grand finals. But if you don't respect one or two of our picks, then you're really going to get messed up here.
Yeah.
This has to be a signal from Fnatic Onic Philippines. Guys, you're not champions yet.
Yeah.
You have to cool down and
Reel
still
it back
respect
in.
the reach. Reel it back in. Because despite Aurora being a new organization, Falcons AP Bren in their interview yesterday after losing to them said, at the end of the day, they're still so experienced. You have World Championship playing experience there, World Championship winning experience, MSC Championship winning experience. So this is a veteran team that you're going up against, and you really need to respect. You cannot overheat anymore for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
At the end of the day, Edwards, four trips to M series.
Yeah.
Yeah, soon to be 4 trips to M series proves his veterancy, his excellence, and again, Aurora just keep on showing it. We just can't say Fnatic Onic, is being a bit too over-aggressive, too overconfident. It's also Aurora's, championship DNA, their willingness to do whatever they want. So we have to commend a lot of them. And of course, UA once again with the Celian pick. And I think, Renmar, it's really going to go to Game 7.
You really think so?
Yeah. I mean, we really have to check the draft first, okay? But
no,
you're right. You're calling it. Or else?
Or else Fnatic's going to win the championship.
Yeah.
Good. That's exactly how you should
more with
do it.
your head shaving.
That's how you do it.
Crazy ideas of what to do. You're learning. I like the character
Very
development
good.
you've showed these playoffs, Ingan.
All right,
It's called veterancy experience from you guys.
But you're not off the hook yet.
Okay.
So we're going to get into the match draft very, very soon. And I want to know also what you guys think should be the big ticket bans. Show me the bans. Let's change it up a little bit. You guys watching, comment your top bans. What should be banned here? If you are first side Aurora or blue side Aurora, since you have more freedom to ban out, right? Compared to, obviously, red side, you have to ban Chip and sometimes Loyi as well.
Suyu.
Right?
I think for blue side bans, they can go Fanny, Edith. They have to take away the... No, it's going to be... RORA or FNOP taking out the Matilda.
All right.
I'm looking at Edith and Fanny as bans.
Going over to the graph for game number 6 here, which again, a lot of us didn't really expect would come here. We could see a bit of a change up. Again, I keep hearing Suyu over and over again, especially here in the arena.
Whoa. You see it.
You see it.
Right there. Okay, Edith.
Gatot Kacha.
Harith for Aurora.
Suyo, Gatot Kacha for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Louis, Fanny,
Eve.
Oh yeah.
Almost got your whole free picks.
Yeah, almost got it. Like Ian was the one who called the Loyi, called the Fanny the Eve. I thought it'd be an Edith, but hey.
Yeah, Edith would have been a great one,
Yeah,
but they pick it up.
Of course, FNOP would take away the Matilda. Now FNOP, Suyo, Gatot, Vexana. Okay. So Aurora actually gave the Suyo to Fnatic Onic Philippines. Edith, Harith, Alpha. Dang. That's a darn good first 3 picks, Aurora.
I think they have a very solid control, especially in early to mid. Gatot Kacha, you can't really destroy. Suyu's gonna go crazy, and of course this Vexana is gonna stop any big death ball compositions from going wild as well.
The thing I like about what Fnatic Onic did, because literally the Gatot Kacha is their flex pick, because so far all throughout this series alone, both Brusco and Kirk has used the Gatot Kacha. So in terms of winning the XP lane matchup, they can actually adjust to whatever Kirk prefers going up against an Edith, considering the fact that Kirk knows how to play the Edith. This is one of his best hero, if not the best. So let's see how Fnatic Onic swerves this kind of lineup. Because a while ago, if you recall, when they picked this Gatot Kacha, their last pick was actually a Phoveus that they swerved into. That Aurora definitely didn't expect. That's why they were able to take. I forgot what game was that. Was it game 3 or 4?
Game 3.
Yeah, game 3.
Well, could have been 4. Yeah, 4.
That's right. And we are getting into the second ban phase here. Beatrix is going to get banned out by Aurora. Rafaela and Faramis are banned out by FNOP. So that should be something.
Yay!
That should be something, right?
I've missed this.
I missed this.
Rome for... Oh,
What?
Oh, wow, they're hammering down on the Keldra picks. Yeah, could be tough to Lunox here if you're Kelra.
Alice?
Still got the Claude, but you don't see enough picks right now. You can pick your Roamer now. Oh, or sorry, EXP laner. I really think this is gonna go into the hands of Brusco.
Right, we got Hylos open. We got Moskov locked in for Kelra. We're gonna leave their Roamer / XP laner for last year for Fnatic Onic.
So,
Oh, wow, okay.
I'm quite sure this Edith is an Edward pick. So right now for Aurora, the Tig.
Mid-Tig, sorry.
Rome.
Rome Tig and, sorry.
Tig still open.
Tigger Cho.
Tig Cho.
And then Aurora.
Aurora. You call it.
I'm
with
thinking
the Filipino
Renegade Tig
panel as
here.
Yeah.
I'm calling it Renegade Tig.
2 options for each. Tig Cho, Aurora, Zask.
I love the Zask throw there. That actually does feel like it can kind of.
Oh!
Renicho.
Oh, you called it!
So Renicho and Aurora for you. And I know, if you did your homework, if you're FNOP, these are very common Aurora picks.
This is not looking good for Fnatic Onic TH.
What's a good thing to pick here for last, though, for them?
Phoveus. Oh no, but it's the alpha. They have to think, are they willing to get the Phoveus? Or
do they go utility here for Rome and just switch Kirk up to the Gatot Gacha?
Something that won't be immediately cancelled out by Aurora. The Frigid Glacier, Pride of Ice.
What if they just end up going Tig? Oh no, but there'll be Purifies there. And big ticket ultimates against lineups that have like a second life, like an Aurora, shouldn't be.
You're gonna get punished, right?
Ruby.
That's Ruby Rome.
Yeah, this is an answer to the Cho, answer to the Harith, but Ruby into the Edith doesn't have the most glowing record.
That's right. It's maximum disruption here. That's being presented by FNOP against Aurora with a very, very good swing pick.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about Ruby and Edith, right? How they fare against each other, whether what position. They're very 50-50 in their record this season. Similar to this game, it's a tough call. 50-50 for me.
Fermi Game 7.
You think? You really think we have a Game 7? I mean, it's not far. Again, toss a coin, maybe throw it over, and we'll see. Leo and Naisu give us game number 6 here in the Land of Dawn.
Defiant to the end, the light refuses to die. One game at a time. No other team has pushed the league's top seed like
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Taking them through the ringer. That's what Aurora's done, and it looked like it was almost done business the previous game.
Looked like a 4-1.
Looked like at that point, but hey, that's not the case because now we're here in game 6, and you got to give it up to Aurora for what they did. They dug down, made it work, and now with this lineup, Leo, I like both of them, and I have to agree with Renmar. At this point, I'd say 50-50 because both of them have their strengths in the early game, and both of them have their strengths as the game scales up. Look at this, too. I mean, even in essence, this is Renegade picking up the Cho, which he loves to use. Should be able to get out. Kirk charging up the Unbreakable, but won't find anyone.
I'll tell you now, even before that whole skirmish, I'm actually feeling Rora's draft. Especially in that last pick, where it looks like Brusco and Coach Wynot discussed a little too long exactly what the Roamer was going to do.
Yeah.
So, Coach, there's a Cho over there. There's an Aurora. What do I do?
What do I do?
Do I take, like, no, BJ, you got a Ruby. And I think it's a solid compromise until we see it pay off. So right now, I'm feeling more Aurora, and maybe we do go to game number 7. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns, lower quarter of the map. So far, is it just me or is it because of the back and forth nature of this bout that we've witnessed? But neither team crossing the river too much. Like neither swarming the opposing jungler.
It's a little more like in check, you know, it's except for that. Edward flickering on in, they want to lock him down. They're going to go for Brusco first. Fight still breaking out, keeping him. That's the Soul Sever we've seen before. This time from King Kong, looking for more after that double. He's going to start up the turtle here. Renegade just given the vision. I don't think they can do anything about it. Takes a shot from the Queller. Going to get zoned out from Super Prince, and that's the objective secured for FNOP.
Nah, you let King Kong eat. He wants the turtle, he gets the turtle, and Renegade just confirmed the inevitable. Demon Kite now in recovery mode, just going for his own orange. And then for sure, what happened there, what elapsed in the first turtle, that fight will dictate the pace of the next one. So Fnatic Onic ahead now for sure. Looking at the gold, a good chunk of it on King Kong. He's now at 600, 700 up. And Brusco, he's just happy to serve. He's just happy to help.
The problem with that too, there's the pull in. Renegade gonna flicker in, Way the Dragon, right on Mark, right on Brusco, flickers in, relying on the Eternal Guard to peel for him, and Brusco will live. Going back to it too, again with King Kong. Hold on, there's the jump. Looking for more, Edwards in trouble. King Kong picking up another kill. This is what I was saying. He only had a Fury Hammer, dude. But because the Soul Sever does so much damage, even without items, you get a little extra penetration through. It doesn't matter if you're an Edith.
His kit is what makes up for it. And look at that. Demon Kite can't even mirror the invade. And already Kirk is wailing away at the energy shield. 1,000 gold up. Fnatic Onic, just the hero itself. Some would argue that the Alpha is the perfect foil to these high damage, bursty heroes.
Yeah.
But when King Kong gets into a flow like this,
Domel, just like that. Look at the damage. That's Big Damn. You can't stop that.
That is the image of Big Damn. You look at Big Damn in the dictionary.
It looks like that. Here's more. Looking for more, and Renegade feels it too. What's going on here for Aurora?
That's Exhibit B.
That's Exhibit B.
And the turtle hasn't even spawned, so this definitely sets up Fnatic Onic for more wins on the map. They're at 2,500 gold up already. 4 minutes in. Demon Kite just built his War Axe. Edwards in trouble. AOG!
AOG running the mark. Spear of Alfred to answer. Again with the Soul Sever. He's going to jump in under the turret. Kirk finally goes down. They're going to battle it out. They lock down King Kong. Won't get away from the Hitman. Looking to turn the tide here, Aurora. They take a little bit of poke damage. Brusco and Super Prince here, but they might be able to take this turtle.
Huge bounty. Huge bounty on King Kong. And now suddenly Aurora in control. Second turtle going over the Northern Lights.
Renegade just doing work. Keeping him at bay. Might be looking for more. Again with the kick. They go in. Demon Kite. Who's he going to be able to get? Again, he gets pulled this time by Brusco. Could be in trouble. The Soul Sever going to be used, and Demon Kite left to the whims, and Renegade tries to help out. King Kong still alive. They lock down Kirk. Kirk looking for more, but they'll disengage. This is now a battle in Game 6.
It's a fight. Aurora may have overstayed their welcome. Maybe 5 seconds too long. A few feet too deep into Fnatic Onic's jungle. And what did that get him? Well, to be fair, Demon Kite is closer now to King Kong. What is that, like 600 gold in between?
Yeah.
It definitely was much worse like 2 minutes ago.
He made some big moves, and they had to. Like, that whole thing, the way they responded down at the bottom lane, kind of started them getting back into position. So this is exactly what Aurora needed because, you know, just a little bit ago, the lead was already ballooning past the 2K mark.
Yep, approaching 3. And with Doming here, picking up the Starlium Scythe, I'd reckon Renegade might want to start picking off random heroes hanging out up top and serving up a kill to Doming so that they can make some leeway there. King Kong coming out of the bush. I'm not so sure if Fnatic Onic knows that there's 4 members of FNOP on the upper quarter of the map. They make a concealed play. Is this wise to try and kill Kirk? He's a chunky boy.
They might try to trade around here. Kirk just going to AOG on out. The turret, though, is going to be taken. Meanwhile, up top, Doming was forced out of lane, so it's going to be a trade across the map for the tier 1s.
All right. Bottom goes over to Fnatic. Top lane to Aurora. And now they set up for the final turtle. Upper quarter. Brusco and King Kong holding this bush. Renegade slowed down. I think Renegade has to start protecting himself and keeping that kick for when it actually matters.
I think he played the early portion really well. And now we'll see if he adjusts. He's looking to set up here in the mid lane again for the turtle. Edward goes down. There's the kick right on the mark. King Kong could be in trouble into the Frigid Glacier as well. From UA, but Kelra unleashed it on the backside. Looking for the pickoff. Everybody's split up though as Kelra finally goes down. The 2-for-3 trade. But RORA will win the turtle battle as they secure the last one for the game.
What did I say? The next standard is now. And that gives Aurora the final turtle of game number 6. Suddenly, Fnatic Onic lead, kaput, nada, zip. And they're pushing up top. Bottom lane is still in control.
Yep.
And suddenly, Fnatic Onic have to check bushes now more often. It's clear that Aurora are in the driver's seat. And I'm not going to say it's all Renegade, but he played a big role. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
He's played a massive role in this. And what you're noticing is he's angling those kicks right on the mark towards UA. A lot of times if he's kicking one, it makes FNOP respond, and then they get set up into a frigid glacier. Like, that is as choreographed as it gets. I mean, look at him right now. He's providing a ton of vision too.
He's fine.
Might actually go in for something, not committing to it. But this is what has to be handled here. FNOP has to be able to go ahead and contain what Renegade's trying to set up.
He forces out so much for so little. It's economically unfair for Fnatic Onic to respond to Renegade, but that's what he does. That is what the Hitman does best. He did it yesterday against Falcons. He did it the other day against Blacklist International.
Yep.
8.5 minutes in, the Lord is spawning in the upper quarter, and they're making sure that the long lane is
He's gonna
good.
get pulled. I'm offended. They're tired of Renegade dancing in front of him now. King Kong jumping towards UA, looking to crash him down. They'll take out UA in the exchange. Doming has to pop the Zom in force, but they'll back off after losing at 2. Demon Kite still in the mid lane, trying to keep things together.
And seemingly, Renegade is the anchor being of Aurora. He goes, UA goes, and suddenly the offensive maneuvers of Aurora are like, all right, we're back in the back seat. We're back in the ropes. And because of that sudden response by Fnatic Onic, they can't control the long lane anymore. The lane is pushed in.
Yep.
Fnatic has 1,000 gold up. And they have to find a way to get Renegade back into that flow. They have to trick Fnatic Onic into thinking, we can't do this, not without killing Renegade.
I think this is where you really, again, have to be able to find the mark if you're Renegade. He's going to get spotted out of that bush, so won't be able to play from that angle like he did previously on that last turtle. So still the stalemate right now for this Lord take.
And what makes this such a difficult job for the Hitman is Brusco. I think you keep your eyes on Brusco, and you already know where Renegade has to go. And they can't be in the same spot. If Brusco gets his way and gets a good hook in, that ruins Aurora's entry point. See, look how Brusco's keeping that pixel brush. That's key for Fnatic Onic to keep this Lord dancing.
All he has to do is sit there too, you know? He's even got that flicker available, so it's a little bit, if he decides to, they want to go for it and go for that pull with the I'm offended flicker. They can. They can actually set it up, but they don't have to. They don't have to force it.
And the only one who can really afford a hook check is Doming, because Doming has the Purify.
Yeah.
But if you purify that hook, you're missing out on so many other things you need to purify. The AOG, King Kong stun on a charged surge, Super Prince's ult. It's literally a bad idea. So that's why Brusco single-handedly is also keeping Fnatic Onic in the game here, in the Lord Dance.
They'll still take the calm approach for it. Gonna go in. Actually, there's the pull into the Eternal Guard. The Spear of Alpha, though, from Demon Kite. Will be able to find 2. It's a double for him for now. And King Kong on the defense has to get out. This could be a Lord take for RORA now after a great setup.
UA was just too much. He dropped bombs, ice bombs, blizzards on Fnatic Onic, and that led to a Lord score. Couple of kills too. And I thought it was a good engage. I could have sworn Brusco was going to change the tide of battle. I thought Super Prince was going to drop a good ult.
Yeah. This was, again, a showcase of the patience that RORA has to play around with. Even if it's not Renegade starting those fights and starting them up, if they just respond the correct way with the tools they have, with this lineup against Brusco pulling them, then they can win those fights because it's so devastating. No matter where FNOP goes with this lineup, if they're bunched up, they get frozen and then a Spear of Alpha or vice versa. It's really difficult to escape that kind of setup. And so how do they approach that fight?
What's worse for Fnatic Onic is they actually want to keep fighting. They actually want to keep playing footsies. But the fact that Aurora hide themselves so well makes it difficult for Kirk and Brusco to find a sure hit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Kirk's stacks on the Thunderbelt.
Oh, look at the junglers.
It's looking lethargic. I'm pretty sure that's at single digits right now.
Both junglers just handling up that far lane up top. Lord slowly making its way down the bottom. We're going to have to keep an eye here on King Kong. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to look to actually sandwich off RORA? Lord finally being worked on here by FNOP. Looks like he'll just get the call to go back to base. They defend for now for Fnatic Onic Philippines. After that, Lord.
Despite this being a small lead at 1,500, I think Aurora and Fnatic Onic PH knows that that's more than the true story. Aurora are controlling the map, and that's allowing them to actually just make plays like this. Whoa!
They're gonna go in. They dive on in. There's the Frigid Glacier again! Able to find two. Brusco and King Kong out of the picture. Renegade holding down the front side, goes in for the kick, gets the Purify out, and again, Demonkite follows through. RORA's looking to cap this one out. They still have to wait for the minions, but Kelra will survive. Not enough minions to end the game, but RORA, do they want to still go? It's all Kelra left alone here.
10 seconds.
The minions marching in, and RORA sees Game 7 in sight, and they'll take us to it. Game 7's upon us for the grand final.
We're going all the way, folks. We're going all the way. It's a new age in MLBB. It's a new age for the Filipinos. And it's these two teams leading the charge, and this is how closely matched they are. Game 7 in the grand finals. Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to analyze what we just watched.
Let's go! Is there like any way we can just not analyze, just look at the screen like that?
I told you, Game 7.
Game 7,
Can you help me get that? Can you help me get that? Can you help me get that? I'm gonna get this thing. I'm gonna get this thing. Show that off. Show that off. These two are putting on the greatest grand finals we've had in recent memory. We haven't had a Game 7 since Season 7.
Man, imagine last season was a sweep by TLPH. Now it's literally 50-50, Renmar.
I told you that draft, man.
Scrap the regular season results. This is something.
Toss a coin.
Toss a coin.
The boy who lived is not allowing Aurora to die.
The boy who lived.
The boy who lived. Yue. Game number 5, Sicilian. Game number 6, Aurora. And so clutch. These two. That is what the world is facing. These two.
The boy who lived, of course, compounded by the smiling demon right there on your screens. One of the most consistent alpha games we've seen all playoffs long.
And this man had a wide smile on his face because every time Kirk and Brusco entered, Demonkite was watching out. Melt the frontliners of FNOP, and they have nothing left.
And it was easy for Demonkite to do this because he was reserving the Spear of Alpha for...
Wait, look at that man!
Look at that. Exactly. It was easy for Demonkite, to save the Spear of Alpha for those crucial initiations wherein Kirk and Brusco was going in because of the aggression of Renegade and, of course, Yue. We've seen the Jeet Kune do not even the Way of the Dragon, just paired up with the Frigid Glacier. Like, those moments...
Oh my goodness. All right.
I just don't understand it.
Sorry, brother Demonkite. Love you, but this is Renegade's game.
Not for me, it's Yue.
Yeah, I mean, Yue obviously, right? But if Renegade didn't play the way that he played today, and obviously Yue, I was already counting on Yue to be like this anyway.
Yeah, now again, I was talking about this earlier where that would, this was a very 50-50 draft. That really just boiled down to who would execute it better, and you saw lapses across all positions. You saw lapses, you saw the nerves coming in from everyone.
The shakiness!
The shakiness of everyone, but again, the experience of Aurora this time around, the experience of Demonkite, Yue in this high-stakes scenarios, Renegade and Edward, they're setting things up for Domeng much clearer, while for Fnatic Onic Philippines, I feel like they're feeling it. They're feeling the, guys, we had this, but now it's down to a best of one.
The light is shining upon the, what do we call the fans of Aurora?
Roras.
Roras. Roars. You know, the thing is, Valentina, synonymous to Yue, but this time I think it's the Aurora, because literally yesterday, the game-winning play for Aurora against Falcons AP Brown was the flicker in Frosty Breeze from Yue, and now the Frigid Glaciers 3 consecutive times, man. Yeah.
Ingan Bayos, Ingan Bayos, Bayos, Bayos.
He's
Okay.
trying to say it like that.
You know, yeah.
He's just trying to be really
I think
energetic.
Aurora's really, you know, proving to us right now that I don't know what else they have to prove, honestly. Both of these teams, they have nothing left to prove.
Yeah, that was, again, the most 50-50 draft I've seen the entire playoffs. Ruby, going into that one, has never lost against an Aurora, no matter what position Ruby was played. But that's just me. I know the others have more to say.
Got a lot more to say to you guys. Wolf is not done. Of course, we're throwing it over with Midnight just for the analysis.
It's not an MPL Philippine Finals without a Game 7. Welcome back to the Analyst stand. My name is Midnight. I'm still with Wolf. Wolf, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm happy. I'm hyped. You should ask the crowd though. MPL Arena, are you not entertained?
Alright. Since this is the last time we'll be doing this, I know FNOP wants to say something. Fnatic! Let's go, Fnatic! Alright, how about the Auroras? Lights within! Alright, we still got the energy here in the arena now to break down what happened in game number 6. Number 6, alright? Game number 6. Let's head on over to the gold graph that we have prepared for you. Now, it's quite obvious that Aurora, they did lose the early game. Fnatic Onic, they were trailing by a lot. Again, by a lot.
I think at this point, Aurora members are mountain climbers. So now many times they climb mountains of gold in order for them to take it back. However, I still feel that it's the chemistry of Aurora that allowed them to be this way. For example, whenever Edward jumps, there's always the follow-up from the Alpha. And when the Alpha jumps, there's an eventual follow-up coming out from the Aurora, from Yue, which kind of makes me think, okay, maybe the members of Aurora know each other so much they probably finish each other's sentences.
Yes.
Because that's what we felt like in that game. The wombo combos from Aurora were perfectly executed.
Yeah, it's a back and forth battle between Aurora and FNOP. As you can see, both sides held the gold advantage. Even by the 11th minute, FNOP was still holding the gold advantage over Aurora. But what they didn't hold was a team fight advantage. As Wolf has mentioned, it's always the layering of spells, the jumps coming out from Aurora MLBB, and of course the true damage coming out from Demon Kite. As it's quite evident in the damage dealt department. By minute 5, we start seeing the damage output of the Alpha alongside the jumps coming out from Aurora MLBB.
Yeah. And the fact that Demon Kite landed big ultimates in the latter portions of the game, which, by the way, is not easy to do, especially against a team like Fnatic Onic, who knows how to read the map so perfectly well. They know how to position themselves around each other, and constantly being caught by the jumps coming out from either Edward or Demon Kite, allowing for Yue to deal the most damage in the end.
Yeah.
That really speaks volumes on how much Aurora's chemistry between their players is.
Just look at the damage output coming out from Yue and Demon Kite. 9.7k on both players, mind you. Minute 5, minute 11, it's been Demon Kite and Yue. And come to minute 13, the last hour of this game, the Harriet was able to put the final damage, the final nail in the coffin to get to game 7. Now here we are. I know at this point we throw every stats, every prediction out of the window. What matters here is who wins the final game, who will be crowned the champions of MPL Philippines Season 14. It's been nice having you, Wolf, here in the Analyst stand. But for the last game and for the last time, we will be heading over to the panel for the last game of the season.
Can't believe it.
One whole season accumulates to one of the most exciting, the closest grand finals we've had in a long time. Love the stat you brought up. We haven't seen a game 7 in years.
Since Season 7.
Years, bro.
Seven's the lucky number for this whole day, literally.
Yeah.
MLBB being nominated for 7 awards. Now we're on a Game 7. Last Game 7 was literally Season 7.
Yeah. And
What else?
Chandel's casting. So you know.
Chandel's casting.
Oh my goodness, Chantel! Chantel and her curse, man!
And, you know, I'm sure the mirror curse is also kind of there somewhere. I don't know if what he did.
Yeah, there's so many watch parties
Too many.
going on, man.
Too many watch parties.
I don't know if Gideon's streaming. I don't know
I
if
know.
Trex is up. If anyone
are
is
you
missing
here?
this, I don't know anymore.
What's up? What's up, you guys?
If I miss any other casters from all over the world,
we love you all.
sorry, but we love y'all. I'm sure the people in MENA I'm pretty sure they're seeing this right now. The MPL MENA casters are seeing this.
That's right.
Yasu,
Yasu.
Jonas.
Everybody all over the world.
Yeah.
All the way in Singapore. I know Deadeye's probably watching as well.
For sure.
Jay-Z, you know?
Share it, y'all. Let's break
everybody.
Let's break PCUs. Let's break peak concurrent viewership.
That's right.
Viewership.
All right, all together, guys. Everyone watching right now, help us out. We want this to really be the biggest one.
Yeah.
We want this to be the biggest MPL Philippines season. So go ahead, share it with your friends. I know we don't usually say that here. Share it with your friends. Send it to the group chats. First time in a long time, Game 7 in MPL Philippines.
And it's insane. The last time we had a Game 7 in the MPL Philippines, the two players who were involved in that are here. Edward and Kelra.
Oh my goodness. You can't write it any better.
Reincarnation of Season 7. So guys.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
That's like
This beats Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes in WrestleMania 40-41. This beats Stone Cold versus The Rock in WrestleMania 19. Ali versus Frazier in the Thrilla in Manila.
Michaels versus Taker.
The Lakers versus Boston Celtics, Game 7.
Paul
This
versus
is one of
KSI.
the greatest sports events of all time.
This beats Mikasa versus Aaron.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Beats everything, basically.
Beats everything, bro.
Yeah.
We're going into it. We have a VTR, by the way, from Kelra. Possibly the last message here.
Gusto ko makaharap talaga yung Onic Indo. Kasi gusto ko makita yung kung gaano talaga sila kalakas pagdating sa stage. Gusto ko sila makita, lalo na si Kyrie and si Chewe. Tingin ko si Chewe, siguro lamang lang ako sa kanya konti. Ako siguro mananalo.
Alright, there you go. So we are in home stretch now, guys. Let's take a breather and just give our last thoughts because we have 4 minutes before the draft starts.
That's a lot of time for last thoughts.
For me, okay, my last thought is whoever wins this game again, you have nothing else to prove. You guys have proven that the landscape has changed. Both of you guys have beaten titans, renowned champions, decorated coaches and teams. So right now, it's all about... I don't know. It's all about...
Dude, you were in a good role.
I know, but at this point, again, you guys, RORA, Fnatic, whoever wins, the fans won, everyone won Game 7 in a lot of years. But now,
I'll say this now.
He's running out of energy.
The last time we had a Game 7
Drink something.
was the dawn of a new era, wasn't it?
Right.
Yes.
When VYs moved to Blacklist, when Execration then came out of nowhere.
A big change.
After Falcons, then after Bren Esports won the World Championship and even failed to make it into the next,
Essentially, it was from the start of the Philippine era.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, that time, the last time this happened.
Yeah, in this dawn of a new era, it's welcomed like, guys, it's been a long time since you've had a Game 7. 7 seasons and running. Let's put on a show. And there's so many stories going on behind it. The kings of the regular season, as it stands right now, Fnatic Onic Philippines going 13-1, have to go up against a Kingslayer. You have Edward, the last to... Again, there it is.
Exactly, Redmar.
That's what I was talking about.
You called it. Man, you have
You're right.
legit...
Good memory.
You have a SSD in your brain. 2 terabytes with what you say.
All right, so the
Hopefully
last
I get the call to M6. What's up, y'all?
We have to read it, of course. The last time the MPL PH Grand Finals went to a full Game 7 series, good memory from Renmar, it was Season 7. 7-7-7 between Blacklist International and Execration, and Edward won that for the free.
at that point, my hairline was still here.
Still lower.
It was
Right.
lower.
Yeah, and
7 seasons later, it's like up here now.
And it was also when it was season 7. Edward and Keller was also 7 years old.
Okay, they weren't that young,
Okay,
dude.
that young.
They were young. They
Keller
were
was
that
maybe
young.
16, 15.
No, Keller was
14,
15.
15, right?
Yeah.
So that was a long time ago, and that was the beginning of like the Philippine era. Like I mentioned,
Yeah.
that was the beginning where teams were really taking the game super seriously, and the other countries are starting to notice as well, and we were making them notice.
Wait, guys, you mentioned that during that time it was the start of the Philippine era, right?
Yeah, after Bren won the M2.
So does that mean it's gonna be a new era this time?
I don't like what you're implying right now,
I know,
Mr.
right?
Ian.
I'm scared. I take it back. I take it back.
Let's focus on this championship first.
Okay, I'm so
Let's
sorry.
focus on this grand final.
Or maybe the viewers think so. Let us know if you think
Comment.
there might be some big changes happening in M6 because of what's happening here. Because right now it does feel like it's equalized, right? Onic Philippines and Aurora are on equal footing. One whole game of MLBB to decide who's the strongest possibly in the world.
Can I say, I wonder what the odds will be that in the 7th game of a grand finals, that Keller is back in again, that he ends up with a Lunox. In the game 7 against Blacklist International versus Execration, he packed the Lunox and got the Savage. Hence the beginning of the Filipino Savage moniker. They lost that grand finals, but it looked like they could have made a comeback with it, with that Lunox. So I wonder, because with how the drafts are going right now, it seems like if I'm Fnatic Onic, just go right out of the gate. You cannot allow Aurora to get a lineup that shines well in the early. You need a lineup that scales up fast and challenges their mid-game 8-minute, 7-minute power spike.
Man, if that happens, that's long-term storytelling, man.
Absolute
cinema.
Absolute cinema.
That's long-term storytelling, and it's also very ironic that you're gonna pick the guy with brilliance against a team that loves lights.
Yeah, that too.
And use it to beat them.
You couldn't have written it any other way. I feel like this is, again, the greatest season we've had in recent memory.
That's right.
And this is looking like it's gonna boil down to be our greatest grand finals
ever.
We're getting ready for it, guys. Here comes the draft for possibly one of the biggest games right here in MPL Philippines Season 14. And Fnatic Onic on blue side. What about it?
Well, the Suyo is the question. If picks such as the Low Yi, the Edith, will be taken away early or opened up for them, are they gonna change? I don't think they should go for a super drastic move in the draft. Chase the power, chase the Edith, or chase the Edith, Suyo, Phoveus. Those have to be the first picks.
Yeah, for me, just give Kirk really a hard time. Don't give Kirk the Edith.
I actually want to see a 5-man mage ban on Super Friends.
Whoa! Just ban out the whole squad.
I'm that dumb. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 7 goes into a draft.
What's your command?
And FNOP will take away the Harith from Domain. Great respect. Great respect as well with the Fanith. And they go for the Edith. So this could be a Suyo. You're not going to rush the Phoveus just yet if you're Aurora. I think they have to get the Suyo now. Suyo Gatot could be an option. Or steal the Eve from Super Friends.
At the same time, they still have a potential Valentina, so I think the Suyo Gatot would be a good option here for...
Yeah, so we were in agreement. Yeah, Suyo Gatot.
Among the planes.
Oh, they steal the Eve.
Oh, that's the Eve.
Yeah, they steal the Eve. What a move. What a move by Aurora. And they go... They said Suyo later.
No, I think that Demon Kai doesn't want to go for Suyo. I think he wants to go for Alpha.
Oh,
That's right.
Gatot. Oh my goodness, Gatot Eve Alpha would be great.
The immortal one chose
Suyo ends up with Fnatic Onic Philippines.
This world.
Oh. All right. So at this point, it does feel like the Edith is going to be so pivotal. Again, you can kind of stretch it out to whoever. But I don't... It's starting to look like Aurora might slide into a bit of a composition that relies so much on the death box.
Yeah.
And that might be a double-edged sword.
Do you get your mid right now? Do you just go Valen?
Time and tide wait for no
Beatrix so early on!
That's
okay.
A big power play, FNOP. But this is what we said. They needed a pick that shines at the 7th and 8th minute mark that counters the power spike of RORA. But the difficult thing about this is you still have the Ling available and the Alpha for RORA. Alpha might actually have a harder time. The Ling will be able to decimate. But nope, they still fall with that.
I think Alpha's a good answer because then you mentioned it again. A good power spike from Fnatic Onic would be the 8 minutes, the mid game for specifically Keller with the Beatrix. And what more to counter that with an Alpha pick?
Right.
8 minutes in, as soon as they get the third turtle, that's more than enough for Demon Kite. Eventually, they have a good chance of getting the Lord. But then again, we know the kit of Suyo when it comes to mutual objective, the Sever Retribution combination. It's going to be hard for them. So they need something that could actually zone out King Kong in those crucial moments.
You know, weirdly enough, with this lineup here, the problem is they're going to be going up against the Gatot Kacha, which will probably pack a Revitalize. Aurora can go high loss. If they go high loss and Gatot Kacha, Fnatic Onic Philippines, one of their best picks that they can go for in the mid at this point will be the Sicilian. If they go up against a high loss and the Gatot Kacha, that turns off the idea of the Sicilian and they'll be forced to pick up something like maybe like a Vexana or the Valentina, of course, to steal away ultimates. But the fact that you're going up against the Eve Gatot Alpha, I would be terrified as a Valentina to play into that. You need a little bit more range.
time to go to the
all right.
show.
Oh, what?
Good ban.
That's so deep.
Yeah.
That's a deep ban, bro.
Literally thinking about Lilia right now.
That's such a deep cut. They take away one of Super Friends' historically best heroes ever since his MPL Philippines Season 10 debut.
Especially against a Death Box.
Yeah.
Right? If everyone's grouping up together, Lilia would have been so great.
What is Domin gonna end up with here?
There's still
just a Claude.
Claude, Luna, Clint. But Tigreal, okay, Renegade secures his Tigreal.
Are they gonna do something surprising for the gold lane for Doming? Are they gonna pick up something like an... The Alice is just all too close. But right now, the front line, what are they trapped with? Grok? Surprise mid lane Matilda? No. Vexana Aurora is what my head is going to.
Is Minnow a good roam for Fnatic?
Too soft.
Too soft, right?
Minnow will struggle here.
You're still the Cho though.
Yeah, the Cho, but difficult. They need to go tankier. It can't be pick-off style.
And again, they're going to have to face against a lineup that is a big ball of... Oh my god, is this the Estes lineup?
Even
Vexana.
Is this the Estes lineup?
No, it's still the Cho.
Aurora,
Okay.
no way, right? No way. Oh, sorry, Tigreal.
Yeah.
Now, here for the gold lane. Who is it? Alice?
Alice or Claude?
Are we thinking Alice here?
Weirdly enough, this has a lot of frontline for a Bruno to shine.
Oh.
And Brody. You know, those kinds of heroes.
Did he get picked
you still
at
have
all?
you still have like Melissa and Iksha available. It's such a wide pool.
Clint.
Okay, they go for the back
It's the
line
more
burst.
stable guy, closer to your front line, right? It's closer to your front line so they can respond faster if someone goes through. So it's not that bad, but the range is a little less.
The lineup of Aurora can reach the back line of Fnatic Onic Philippines easier. This puts a lot of pressure onto Kirk and to Brusco to make sure that they get the Eve, they get the Clint. They cannot pour everything onto the front line of Aurora.
There it is. You called it right there.
For me, if Aurora doesn't reach their mid-game power spike, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Especially as Fnatic Onic snowballs with King Kong, Suyo, and Keller as well. But still, for me, 50-50 like what you mentioned a while ago.
All right, everybody, throw out and get your coins ready. Here we go for game number 7 of the Grand Finals.
It's been years since we've gone this far. It's been months since anyone has ever made Fnatic
Welcome to
Onic
Mobile
sweat this way.
Legends.
Aurora have made mortals of gods, unless they're both gods, one game away from winning the championship. Welcome to Game 7. It's
go.
Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Aurora MLBB.
Oh man, I had just realized that I have not been part of a 7-game series just yet since I started casting back in Season 8. And I'm so happy that we finally have it here with two amazing teams that have been defying odds all season.
Welcome to your first, Joseph, and this could also be the first for many here in this bout. Many athletes putting everything on the line. Brusco flickers away.
Again, look at that. Just how locked in both the teams are that even if you have to defensively flicker, Kirk was right there. The other thing that I'm excited to see and point out is as we get a glimpse right now of the gold lane, is it's a classic matchup, right? This isn't the Magic gold lane matchup we see a lot of times.
Both Marks people.
It's both Marks people. I love it.
It's what they need to do. And between them, they're both capable of playing these two marksmen, right? You've seen a Clint in Kelra and a Beatrix in Doming. Now Kirk gets pushed in deep. King Kong reciprocating the action, taking that small camp away. And Renegade just chasing. Renegade just clearing out. Brusco living in Demon Kite's face.
I wonder how this feels too for Renegade, you know, just he got his hands finally on the Tigreal here, but Brusco is playing his signature hero on the other side. And you know that with that Tigreal, you have a couple options. Either you respond to when Brusco sets things up, or you can also be the guy on Tigreal and be a little aggressive. There's the flicker. Good dodge there coming out from Demon Kite. First turtle for the taking here. They're going to start it up.
AOG!
Getting in position. There's a jump, not connecting, but Demon Kite will get the turtle. King Kong goes down first. And now looking for more. They're on the hunt. Brusco should be able to get away, but RORA comes out with a win in that one.
2 minutes in, first turtle down. Brusco protecting King Kong's orange buff. It's very rare that you see King Kong cornered like this. It's been a while since we've seen King Kong get deprived of his resources this early on. And Demon Kite commits Grand Theft Orange. 1,000 gold ahead now is Aurora. Joseph, I hate to say it, but is Fnatic Onic running out of tank in the gas right now?
I think it's more so this, Leo. They haven't been tested like this. Like you said in your intro in the game, when was the last time Fnatic Onic went through this kind of testament through a series, especially this long? That's where it really comes down to even the mental endurance of the players here.
Then this might be their true test. Look at King Kong, slow rolling his theft of the orange, taking a small camp along the way. Edward catches him. Still a little baby there, RWM.
Gonna be able to get out. Knock up through Kirk. Oh no, he's in trouble! King Kong gets punished again! And Demon Kite says, get out of my jungle!
They've cornered the beast and slain him twice now. Edward canceling the AOG, getting inside Fnatic Onic's head. And now Demon Kite's gonna clean up house. They're about 2,000 gold up now, and the second turtle hasn't even spawned.
This is pretty crazy because for a player that is so integral and part of the success of FNOP.
That's the regular season MVP.
That's the regular season MVP. He is now falling behind in terms of trying to keep up with the pacing being set. And Demon Kite has adjusted throughout the series, got his hands on this alpha and is just proving to be a nuisance. Sometimes he doesn't even get caught because he defensively uses the Sphere of Alpha.
And then re-engages. Turtles up. And just as quickly taken down. Aurora, 100% turtle take rate, 4 minutes in.
Oh, this is trouble right here for Fnatic Onic. They're going to have to go ahead and just kind of buckle up at this point. We know the statistic, 2 turtles back-to-back for a team, what they can do for the early game into the mid-game here. So they might try to, scrap up what they can. You can see the placements here for King Kong, where he's going. Even though we got punished last time, he doesn't care. He's still going to be in the jungle of DK.
And that's what led him to be such a successful jungler in the regular season. Continue playing the map. Continue finding resources until you can get there. And in this series alone, in this 7-game series, we've seen him do this with a Nolan.
Yep.
Now, with a Suyo, that's a whole nother story. Looking at the item game, about 1,500 between Kelra and Doming. Dear God.
Whoa.
Doming is on a gold mine. Where did he get all that money? Where is it from? Because everywhere else it's equal down the middle. Aurora have successfully funneled everything to Doming.
That was nearly just the farming and all that turret gold.
The shielding, And I guess he was double laning?
That's a, I don't know, man. That's a smart cowboy right there.
That's a rich cowboy.
That's a rich cowboy right now because they're going to have to deal with that. He's also now on the top side, so they're just going to leave him alone, let him do his thing. Domeng farming up. Fnatic will push that bottom turret themselves. They can't get it fully just yet because they can't overextend, and that's another turret now in the hands here for Aurora.
Clean for Aurora. So far, top lane tier 1 taken down, bottom lane tier 1 taken down. The map is shrinking for Kelra. And King Kong just struggling to keep anything and everything in his own jungle. Luckily, his retribution's still on point, but that means all turtles, they're conceding over to Aurora.
Yeah, this is going to be the 3 for 3. I'd be surprised to see FNOP try to fight this, but they don't even get a chance. It's so quick to go down here. This is looking really good for Aurora right now. Nice, comfortable lead at 2.6, almost 3K up. Under the 7-minute mark, all 3 objectives in your favor, and they can play around the map now as they set their eyes on the tier 2 here in the top.
You mentioned earlier how Renegade's Tigreal can actually play both offensively and defensively. I don't see him playing defensively or reactively at all. If anything, his mere presence is sending shivers down Brusco's spine. Brusco can't even cross the river right now. That's not what you want to see in a show.
It's not what you want to see, man. And maybe, you know, this is now up to King Kong to just play the map. He's going to have to do the best he can, but I'm even worried for him because if he does, if he's pushing somewhere else, there's so many tools to go ahead and try to catch him. And that's exactly what they're looking to do now. Renegade is still going to be used. King Kong will spawn him out with the Queller. But now, again, tier 2s are being pressured. We saw Fnatic Onic do this even the previous game this early on. Mid lane, toss up from Kirk. Armor Wrath going to be used. Demon Kite won't land the Spear of Alpha. They still want to fight. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down too. They're going to try to fight. There's the kick coming out from Brusco. And Renegade goes in, finds the lockdown, and Demon Kite's taken out by Kelra. They're still hunting for more. Kelra. Domeng falls. Kelra trying to buy time. Yue and Edward chasing him down. Kelra, will he be able to get the space he needs? RORA loses 2.
The gold standard gets away with murder. Fnatic Onic's first win in this 8-minute game. 2 kills, 1 on DK, another on Domeng. Those are the 2 perfect targets. Everyone else is just an accessory to Aurora's success right now. That is what Fnatic Onic needed. How did they set that up? An amazing play. It started with Kirk playing footsies, faking it, Primal Wrath. All right, they engage, popping the rule manipulation. Next thing you know, Kelra was in the back blasting him.
Oh, that's what you got to watch out for. I mean, he even used that flicker, right? So they're not going to have a couple of these battle spells now for this fight.
Not
so
for a
RORA
minute.
will go ahead and start things up. They know if they have the advantage with the ultimates that they have. They still have to respect what FNOP can do.
That's all of them in there. Lord now on a 10th of its health.
They're going to go for it. There's the jump on in. Renegade going to be in trouble, and Demon Kite gets the Lord. Spear of Alpha going to be able to lock down King Kong and Brusco. Edward trying his best, but he falls next. The 2 for 2 trade, but RORA gets the Lord.
Damn straight, Joseph. At the end of the day, Aurora win that trade. A roamer and an XP laner for a Lord, the opposing jungler, and the roamer. The math checks out. Aurora maintaining composure, recovering from that 2 free kills that Fnatic Onic scored about a minute ago. Looking at the items, luckily, Kelra has been farming up. He didn't die in that exchange, so he's now just down about just under 1,000.
Yeah, he's still got some catching up to do.
I think there's a future here. I think if some way, somehow, the Sonics just pour everything on the gold standard, on the Filipino Savage, he can get over his trauma from losing to Edward. 3 years ago. He can get over his trauma losing to Demon Kite 2 years ago. It's got to come here, now, culminating in this moment.
They're all going to have to lock in here on the defense. Even if it's this first Lord here, they should be able to work through it. Another turret going down. Fnatic Onic holding on to what they can. Holy Shield still actually up here on the top side as they clear out the minions and keep the shields alive for now.
Even in mid, key use of the magic flare. King Kong in no man's land. He's in the pixel brush. Oh, he gets spotted.
Yue spots him out.
Luckily,
no tricks.
A quick tap of the surge will get him out of there. But if it was any other position, if it was in the big river brush, they could have flickered in and caught him.
I guess King Kong is in a, in a way, if he's got to take a little bit of a risk, make some plays and move around the map, he's going to do it.
He's going to have to act as a threat magnet. If he's not in the base and he's not where Aurora can see him, that means he's up to shenanigans. So Aurora have to clamp down on that. How much they give to stop that depends on Aurora, how much they're willing to. Because right now, that's all King Kong can do. He can't join fights. He can't front. He can deal some level of damage, but he's not as big a threat as Demon Kite. Demon Kite is a wall. Demon Kite is a house compared to King Kong.
I would say if they can dodge, like one of the biggest things obviously is the Avatar of the Guardian from Edward, but even the Spear of Alpha, man. The Spear of Alpha, if it catches multiple members from Fnatic Onic, they're in trouble. And that's why they have to almost utilize, like even the Eternal Guard, if it's dropped down at the right mark to kind of help peel if they need to or initiate, that's what's gonna help them win the fights.
Oh wow, slow push up top. Couple of rogue minions left over by Fnatic Onic. Popping that holy shield too. There is some hope. Sonics all around the world watching. Fans in the Philippines, fans in Indonesia, fans all around the globe. Watch closely. This Lord Dance might be the last. Purple getting secured here by King Kong first. Lord, you're down to 10.
Are they going to get there in time? Brusco jumping in the back. Demon Kite will get the Lord in the exchange. They're trying to run for it. They cover down the fire. Brusco flickers on out. No one goes down, but Demon Kite finally a Domeng flickers forward and gets Kaura. The 1-for-1, but the objective here for Aurora.
It's the same situation. Deja vu. One might argue a 1-for-1, but Aurora walks away with a big one. The Lord, the enhanced Lord, marching through mid. No holy shields, and they have to defend the hard way.
They're going to be able to clear this out. Kaura will be back up in time. What does RORA still want to look for? Or is that all they're going to get? Brusco.
Check Brusco.
Might try to make a play, goes in. Not going to be able to find the connection. Brusco's in trouble. UA again, turning things around. And now without Brusco, they might lose the base turrets next.
It was too risky an angle. Not enough of a distance to come in and catch a good side. And now Aurora sending a wave down bottom. Fnatic Onic defending for their life. They need to hold out. They need to extend this. 4 or 5 more minutes into the next Lord.
They keep it together. Base turrets still up. A little bit of a desperation trying to set things up. It didn't work out that time, Leo.
Brusco believes that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and he took his shot. And he is not throwing away his shot. He's young, he's scrappy, and just like everyone else in his team, he's hungry for this victory. Grand Theft Purple by Demon Kite. Slowly but surely ballooning this lead up to 1,000. Approaching 1,500, 14 minutes in. About a minute until the next Lord spawns, lower quarter. Luckily for Fnatic Onic, that is the long lane for them, wherein it's the softer side of the inhibitor. So, you know what? Maybe Brusco should save those big ticket kicks for the Lord fight.
I agree, and I think that last attempt, knowing that they could have just gone for it, maybe something happened, but if we saw a preview of the Lord fights like the last one, what do they have to change here? Because it didn't go that well for them.
Start it before the Lord begins. I think Fnatic Onic have been relying on the turn a little too much, and Aurora have smarted up to it. Aurora said, enough is enough. You've turned on too many people in the regular season already.
They just press the gas.
They just press the gas. They lean into it. And Aurora are so good at the turn. They're so good at welcoming Fnatic Onic into their own pit, into their own ring. And that's what this lineup was made to do. The Tigreal, the Eve, the Gatot, the Alpha. Dude, all Doming needs to do is clean up all these criminals.
Yeah.
all these rogues.
All these rogues. It's about to be high noon. Actually, it's past the high noon at this point. Game 7. Past 15 minutes. This Lord going to be crucial for either team. It's a half health. Brusco and Kirk.
Now a third.
Going down the front. Kelra not going to find the Renner shot. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. They get that out. There's the implosion coming out from
Brusco!
Renegade. Brusco could be in trouble. They're trying to get the zone, but King Kong's out of the picture. Again, what? Super Prince gets the Lord. Fnatic Onic Philippines trying to withstand the fight. Edward jumps into the backside. Brusco will kick him in the face, and Edward's still alive until Kirk takes him out. It's a battle in the mid lane. Domain, but Kaura shows them the shot to the face, and they're on the run to the defense. What a turnaround!
Starting with the Monster Mage, the Lunatic Prince. Total anarchy in the Lord Pit. He took advantage of that. He had eyes on the prize. And the Enhanced Lord walk for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Back to back with Ultra Instincts on Kelra. He had eyes on the perfect target. He knew King Kong was gone. So he protected himself, kept himself scarce, and then started shooting for the high heavens.
Edward and Domang will be back up here to try to stay in this game. Lord still has to be worked on, and it looks like they're only going to get the base turrets. Talk about the poetry of securing that Lord with the Eternal Guard from Super Prince.
The back and forth, the ebb and flow, the beautiful and brutal exchange between these two world-class athlete teams. If you're not watching this right now, you're missing out. This is what you pay attention to if you want to see peak MLBB. And the only thing between them is an inhibitor and 2,000 gold. How? How is it that close? Yet still seemingly both teams engage as if their lives depended on it.
Leo, I'm not even complaining. We are here on the desk and I am entertained. I wouldn't want Game 7 to be any other way than how this has been for the past 18 minutes. And it brings us back to that. The Lord coming up in a minute. Are they gonna try to make a play? Are they trying to get a numbers advantage? Because now the defensive items come into play with this.
Now they start juggling. Demon Kite just picked up his immortality. Demon Kite also has a winner crown, so he can jump in. Spear of Alpha, front, and then come back, deal extra true damage. Fnatic Onic have to accept that fact that the box does not belong to them. They have to play outside the box. They have to bait the box. They have to live in the box to be able to understand how Aurora do it. And look at the damage dealt by Yue. It's just so sticky. A box, the real world manipulation, but Super Prince is a one-of-a-kind mage. Super Prince comes from the same DNA that Few, Sanji, Yue, Sans, they're all the same breed.
They are, man, and they come in clutch when it's needed most. And that is a huge factor for both these ends, both these teams here.
Lord has already spawned, upper quarter. This is an evolved Lord. Dare I say, whoever scores this might as well take home the championship. River Control going over to Aurora first to the scene. They do take the Little Wanderer. Renegade still has his flicker, still has his immortality. So there's a lot of engage on Aurora. How does Fnatic Onic juggle all of those factors?
Can really be either team here that decides to start things up. King Kong will make his way to the fight. Or is he going to try to push and play something else here?
Lord might get soft reset here.
Where's King Kong going?
There it is, King Kong taking the long way around. Flanking from the east. Domin can't see. Demon Kite either. Renegade pushing them back in. Lord down to a 10th.
It's down to the 10th. He might be too late. Lord already secured the jump in from Edward. They might call the fight. King Kong, is he going to go for Domang? Takes off a couple shots. He gets the Wind of Nature out, but he'll disengage. The timing wasn't right for FNOP.
Fnatic took a second too long. They had the set up. King Kong couldn't get there safely and fast enough to be able to get the pincer. Aurora scoring the Lord. No casualties either side. Not even a flicker spent by Aurora. There was one on Kirk in trying to jockey for position. Looking at the items, both marksmen refuse to go barefoot. Both marksmen understand that rotations are the name of the game. It's the map. And what's King Kong doing? What is this? Joseph, is he back? Is he going for the back door?
He looks like he might be. He's actually just going to handle that wave, even using the retry.
He sees it. They see it. He has to go home. He has to go home.
He's going to go home. They got to defend here. Lord's going to be worked on. Eternal Guard already dropped down. There's the box once again. The AOG is going to be used. They're clearing out the minions. Edward trying to get out, and Spear of Alpha coming out from Demon Kite. Kirk gets the killing spree, and Edward goes down too. And the implosion comes through, and they turn it around. 4 members of RORA are down, and Domeng will try to go to base, but FNOP, after a decisive team fight victory, will prep up to march in, and Domeng, he can't even get back to base in time.
It's all on him.
It's all on him. From a dominating regular season to a hard-fought grand finals, the Sonics will not be dimmed by the lights of Aurora. They stand unbreakable.
And new MPL Philippines champions, Fnatic Onic Philippines.
I said it before and I will say it again, Leo. They are too damn good.
They are a force of nature, seemingly unstoppable. Since the season started, here tonight they were made human, but they were also made immortal. Tonight, they claim their kingdom. Kelra is now crowned.
Kelra finally got the coveted championship he's been after for so long.
Golden.
Super Prince.
Golden.
Kirk.
Golden.
Brusco.
Golden.
King Kong.
Golden.
And let's not forget Kelra.
The Filipino Savage, the gold standard. Through the leadership of Coach Hayes and Coach Why Not. Spider Miles ever the supportive teammate. And their management led to this moment.
What a run, what a season. What a grand finals we had here, man. So good, so competitive. Even on the other side, you gotta see it, you gotta love it.
They are the heralds of the new age of MLBB. They are the new standard bearers of the Philippine play style. These two took us to Game 7. Aurora MLBB, a threat on the world stage. No one can take that away from them.
Oh, man. Again, Aurora, they were doubted throughout the regular season, and look how far they came. The only team to bring a team like this, Fnatic Onic Philippines, the distance to make them sweat. You got to give a round of applause to them because, boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see them in M6.
Tonight, the light did not die. The light will shine bright once more in Kuala Lumpur for M6. And now, Fnatic Onic Philippines will get their moment. It's been an honor to be at your service. Naisu and Leo bringing you the action. And on behalf of all of the English talents, Rockhart, Renmar Santa Cruz, and Ingan, we hope you had enjoyed.
PL Philippines Season 14 champions, Fnatic Onic Philippines! Fnatic Onic Philippines, step forward and claim the trophy that's rightfully yours. In 3, 2, 1, congratulations! Fnatic Onic Philippines! The Sonics are standing tall and proud. This title and trophy was destined to be theirs. To present the awards, please welcome to the stage Mr. Marlon Marcelo, Executive Director from the Philippine Esports Organization. He will award the Sonics, who faced every match with positive winning mindset. They have dominated everyone who stood in their way. And now they are the champions. They will now be awarded with their medals. Calra, Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, finally, hindi ka na matatawag na uncrowned king. Ikaw na ay isang kampiyon dito sa MPL Philippines. Ilabas mo kung ano ang nararamdaman mo, Calra.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanonood dito, sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. And also yung family ko na mga nagsupport.
And now, it's time to announce our finals MVP. Our finals MVP is the one who made great execution in their decision-making and leadership. To award this, it'll be presented by Mr. John Carlo Felix, Sports and Games Inspector from the Games and Amusement Board. The finals MVP is the player who was critical to their team's victory. And your finals MVP is... Once again, not only are you the representative ng Pilipinas para sa M6, not only are you the champion, ikaw ay isang finals MVP!
Lahat ng to dahil din sa mga teammate ko, sa mga naniniwala sa amin. Wala lang masabi.
You are the champions! The stars have aligned! And this trophy is yours! Once again, Fnatic Onic Philippines, step forward and claim what's yours. Lift your trophy so high and show them how champions celebrate. In 3, 2, 1, Fnatic Onic Philippines! Congratulations once again to our finals MVP, Calra, and our champion, Fnatic Onic Philippines. This concludes our season for MPL Philippines Season 14. We have crowned a new champion and they will represent us in the M6 World Championship. Ipapakita pa rin natin ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you in M6.
Philippines. Nag-aantay na lang sila ng minions at ang mga Ricos ay nandun din. Super Prince nagpapatay na lang. Talaga ng literal. At ang unang laro na ito ay mapupunta sa Super Cup.
Two of the best teams have been decided. They fought with passion and determination, game after game, minute after minute, eliminating their opponents to stand here today as your MPL Philippines Season 14 Grand Finalists. Oras na para itanghal natin ang pinakamalakas sa Pinas!
Napakalapit po ng ating Game 1 Grand Finals. Napakaganda ng laro. At nandiyan ang asaman po si Spear of Alpha!
Super Prince! Hindi na makakadash away. Merong free hit para yun kay Edward. Habang si King Kong, hindi pa na-jungle yung pina-farm. Yung base pala ng Aurora. 2-0 para sa Fnatic Onic Philippines. Kailangan daw nilang depensahan pero hindi yata magpapadepensa dito ang Aurora. Unti-unti nawawala yung buhay ng base. At ang sagot naman ng Aurora, kami naman sa game number 3. Unti-unti na lang inuho sa mga players dito ng Aurora at kitang-kita natin ngayon na si Dominic na lang ang natitira. Meron pa silang making wave na inaantay pero si Brusco ay patay na rin. Pero patay na si Dominic. It's gonna be a wipeout for Fnatic Onic Philippines and a match point! Ano bang sinabi ng matla? Game number 7, Aurora! Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay nila. Ang pinaka-inaantay nila. Ito na ang pagsisimula ng pag-usbong ng bagong siglo. Ito na ang pagmamayagpag ng mga bagong hari ng MPL. Fnatic Onic Philippines!